Chapter 151. Let us cross the battlefield. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 151. Let us cross the battlefield. Please subscribe. Ask a reward. Ask a monthly pass. Naruto's strongest emperor. Chapter 151. Night attacks the lords. Let's cross the battlefield. Please subscribe. Ask a reward. Ask a monthly pass. Woe my source. Feel the route we are closest to the Unin battlefield. Hanu asked in a low voice with a smile on her face. Is it the nearest route? Because the route closest to the battlefield of Unin is the waterway. However, I don't know the specific route. Naruwami took out a map in his hand. With a trace of uncertainty on his face, he said in a low voice, "Not sure?" Indeed, the one who is most familiar with the environment here is Mizun Shinobu. After all, these Mizun Shinobi selected the battlefield in the area closest to the water country. In this way, the surrounding lakes and oceans will be very beneficial to Urin. Hanu's face has a thoughtful look. His eyes calmly gaze at the lake in front of him, and his mouth whispered softly, "Ghost like Hanu, do you know the closest route to the Unin battlefield?" Hanu asked casually in her mouth. Following Hanu's questioning, a figure appeared in front of him. Shockingly, the ghost lamp Hanu sinking into the lake. "Master, the closest route to the Unin battlefield is directly over the lake. This lake is very wide. If the owner can pass the waterway and set off along the lake to the east, he will directly cross the Unin battlefield." Ghost Hanu had a calm smile on her face, and she explained in detail. Crossing the battlefield? Interesting. This is very interesting. Hanu's face appeared with an interesting smile, and said softly, "Seal resolve." Hanu's right hand took out a seal scroll from the ninja bag. His hands were sealed, and his right hand suddenly slapped on the scroll. Peng. With a soft sound, the scroll with the pattern of snake opened instantly, and a small white snake appeared on the scroll. "Is it Hanjun? Is there anything to do?" A low, husky, but magnetic voice came from Xiao Snake's mouth. Together with Xiao Snake's pupils, it was a very ordinary question. Slowly, but it was a very common question. Kind of cold feeling. "Oh, Lord Orochimaru, it's been a long time since I saw you. I heard that the guide has also become your subordinate. In other words, the experimental base I made for you is a good one." Hanu's face has a hint of it. Chuckled, said softly in his mouth, "Don't delay my time, Hanu-kun." Wearing a kimono, Dashimaru's face is always pale and expressionless, his eyes calmly staring at a small snake in front of him, and his mouth said coldly. In front of him, a corpse was placed on an operating table. "Is it the news from Hanu-kun, Lord Dashwan?" He was busy with the experimental data pocket just now, pushing the flat glasses on the bridge of his nose with his right hand, asking with a smile on his face. Although there was a slight smile on Dao's face, it gave people a sense of disharmony. Just a month ago, for the Konoha Spice Pocket, who missed and killed the orphanage president who adopted him, Yakushi now. Surely it is the character of Lord Orochimaru. I don't know if Lord Orochimaru is interested in the blood inheritance boundary of the water country. Hanu's face has a careless smile, and the corner of her mouth shows a playful smile. Said quietly, "Is the blood of the water country bound?" Interesting. I am very interested in the blood of the water country. I hope that Hanu-kun will bring me some interesting corpses. Dashimaru's eyes suddenly fell between a ray of light burst out, with an expression like seeing a prey on his face. But his hoarse and low voice was as cold as ever. "Master Orochimaru, I don't know if you want the blood of those guys." Hanu's eyes flashed a ray of light, and asked in a low voice, "Ghost Lantern family, Tui family, I am very interested in the blood of these two families." Daishiwan said with a cold smile on his face, and said in a low voice, "I see, Lord Dashwan. Then, I will bring you some blood inheritance limit." Hanu said with a deep smile on his face. Following Hanu's words, The scroll in front of him was sealed again. Middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot seeking flowers 0 ya, yay. The relationship between Orochimaru and me has gradually changed from being a subordinate to a true collaborator. I am looking forward to discovering the Tenpian clan and letting Orochimaru transfer the curse to my corpse doll. On his body, a look of contemplation flashed across Hanayu's face, and he turned to look at the 5 members of the night attack squad! Masters of the night raid team. Our Orochimaru's armor seems to be very interested in the blood legacy limits of the water country. So, this time we will appear in the Ujin battlefield of the blood legacy limits. All in one fell swoop. With a confident smile on Hanayu's face, she said loudly in her mouth. Orochimaru's armor? I know. However, Orochimaru's interest in human testing is really unbearable. A look of disgust flashed across Nara's face, and she complained, said. Hanayu demonstrated the cooperative relationship with Orochimaru at the beginning of the establishment of the Night Strike team. However, for the Night Attack team, it doesn't matter who you cooperate with, as long as you are Hanayu's subordinates. Judging from the enthusiasm in the eyes of the 5 members of the Night Assault Squad, even if Hanayu announced that the village was sentenced, most of the Night Assault Squad would follow. The reason why they are most people is because Uchiha Shishui's lifelong dream is to protect his village. Then, ye raid lords, let me cross the Unin battlefield with me. Hanayu's right hand was slightly lifted, and huge water dragons appeared at the feet of the night raid team and Hanayu instantly. Hanayu stood with the head of a 10-meter high dragon above, put his hands on his chest, and said in a deep voice. Following Hanayu's words, the bodies of the 6 water dragons quickly rushed towards the Unin battlefield. The shock of Iri Shinobu. Secret technique water dragon heaven sign. The 152nd chapter Wu Ren's shock! For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. For collection. The 152nd chapter Wu Ren's shock! Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a collection. Naruto's strongest emperor shock. The 152nd chapter Urin! Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a collection. Ahaha. Here is the advantage of our Kairishi. Don't try to struggle anymore. Konoha's offspring. The Kairishi battlefield. A Unin with a crazy smile on his face, said coldly in his mouth. This Wu Ren's standing on the surface of a huge lake. His hands quickly formed seals. Shui dun middle shilong kettle art. The Ujin yelled, and a mass of water suddenly appeared on the surface of the water under his feet, surrounding the Konoha ninja in front of it. Cut! Don't underestimate us Konoha. You fellow! A Konoha ninja with a hint of anger on his face, with a low drink from his mouth, the Kumo in his right hand instantly rotated towards the mist and attacked. Go with ding. With a soft sound, Kumo hits the water-long pot with a slight 807 sound, and in front of Konoha ninja, a misty ninja, the body of this misty ninja appeared. Appearing in front of a wall of water, the kunai of his right hand instantly blocked Konoha's attack. Oh, Kitamura-kun. Don't be careless. These Konoha ninjas have a single combat ability. And they are also very strong. Kairinanaka ninja Odata Kaizawa wore a scornful smile on his face. Said with a reminder, Odata Kaizawa-kun. It's you who underestimated our Misty Ninja. Every ninja who became Misty Ninja, in terms of single combat ability, but not lost to Konoha ninja, survive the brutal graduation exam. We are not imaginable by these Konoha craps. Bekun had a crazy smile on his face. His eyes were a little red from the killing, and he said with a big smile, Fire escape middle. How fireball art. A member of the Uchiha family who had a round eye in his eyes made a quick seal with his hands, snorted in his mouth, and suddenly spit out a huge fireball from his mouth. Shui dun middle. Water dragon bomb. With a crazy look on Bekun's face, he let out a low drink from his mouth, and also released a huge water dragon. Peng. Chichi. With a loud noise, The fireball and water dragon bomb collided with each other in an instant, and then a cloud of smoke appeared, and the two ninjutsu quickly cancelled out. Odataizawa-kun, I found a terrific guy. Writing round eyes. It's a member of the Uchiha family. Kitamura's face showed an unexpected look, and he said softly, it is the abandoned son of the Uchiha family. According to our information, the elite members of the Uchiha family have not joined the war except for a small number of them. Odataizawa's face has a trace of calmness. He said softly, how can it be repaired? Fire escape. The art of phoenix fire. Kono Anakin and Uchiha Sakamoto had a look of anger on his face. His eyes were full of killing intent and looked at the two of Miki Shinobi, and his mouth suddenly fell apart. Spit out a dozen fireballs. Oh, it looks like we got it right. Is it really the guy abandoned by the Uchiha family? Kitamura's face had a calm smile on his face, and his body quickly used the technique of water substitution to hide. After passing the fireball in front of him, he said in a deep voice, you two damn guys. Uchiha Sakamoto was already furious at this time. His fists clenched, and his mouth said angrily, as an ordinary member of the Uchiha family, Uchiha Sakamoto, who is nearly 30 years old, only opened a round of jade writing. It can be said that the qualifications of the Uchiha family were mediocre. When the war came, he was taken by Uchiha Tamakazu, sent to the battlefield without hesitation. Uchiha Sakamoto has not opened the first two GUI writing rounds because he is nearly 30 years old, and has fallen victim to the Uchiha family. Swish, swish. Just when the Unin battlefield was in a melee, some Shangnin's ears faintly heard a faint sound of breaking through the air, which made some Shangnin's faces show a look of doubt. Swish, swish. If there was still Ryua's voice just now, all the upper ninjas heard the sound of breaking the water and the vibration of the air. King, what's going on? A faintly confused expression appeared on the face of a Ryujin Shinobu, and he asked in a deep voice. Captain Hanezawa Hiyama. There is nothing unusual around. Urin named King closed his eyes slightly, then opened his eyes with disappointment, and said in a deep voice, Captain Igakino. What happened to the vibration above the water surface? Konoha Ninja Takamura's eyes looked at the vibrating water surface and asked in his mouth, I don't know. I hope it's not Mizuki ninjutsu. Igakino's face had a trace of seriousness, and his body quickly avoided the kunai and Mizuno ninjutsu in front of him, whispering in his mouth, peng, peng. Wow! Just when many Shangren listened carefully, the original small voice had resounded on the battlefield of Unin, and all the ninjas heard a huge sound of breaking through the air and the sliding of the water surface. The sound of this ... What is this? After hearing the loud noise, the ninjas who had been fighting all turned their heads and looked at the scene above the water in the distance. All of them fell into a sluggishness! Above the water in the distance, 6 huge dragon-shaped creatures are hurriedly approaching the battlefield of Unin. What's this? Water dragon? How could it be ... 6 almost physical water dragons composed of water currents. Mizuna, who is proficient in water escape, was all in shock, with an unbelievable look on his face, said in horror in 2.5. Oh, is this the Unin battlefield? It's finally here. 6 currents appeared in the center of the Unin battlefield in the next second. Hanu stood on the huge dragon head, eyes looking down in front of him. The ninja gave a glance, with a relaxed expression on his face, and said calmly in his mouth, even the Ghost Lantern family can't do such a water dragon close to the entity. Wuren looked at the water dragon in front of him suspiciously, looked up at Hanu's figure, and said in shock, Secret technique ... Water dragon heavenly sign ... Chapter 153, Secret technique ... Water dragon heaven sign. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 153, Secret technique ... Water dragon heaven sign. Seeking subscription. Asking for a reward. Asking for a monthly ticket. Asking for a collection. The strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 153, Secret technique middle dot water dragon heavenly sign. Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Seek collection. This kind of water dragon close to the entity can't even be the ghost lamp family. Urin looked suspiciously at the water dragon in front of him, and looked up at Hanu. The figure said in shock, "Oh, are there so many Mystura here? Nearly 200. It's just ... There is no blood airbounder. That's a shame." Hanu stood on the 10-meter high dragon head and scanned his eyes. Looking at the mist in front of him, he said with a little regret in his mouth, "It's Konoha forehead protection. The enemy?" Hanazawa Hima's face had a dignified look. His eyes watched Hanu and the night attack team alertly, and he reminded him, "Captain Hui's Hama." "It's the night attack squad." King's eyes clearly saw the Dark Crow logo on Hanu's clothes. A hint of surprise flashed across his face, and he said loudly, "Nani?" It turned out to be the Night Raid team. Following King's reminder, all the faces of Mist Ninjas showed 13 solemn expressions, and all Mist Ninjas watched Hanu on guard for a while. "It's the Night Assault Squad," and it was Captain Uchiha Kanzuki who personally led the team. Compared to the dignity of Iri Shinobi, Konoha Ninja was a bit excited. Some stories about the Night Assault Squad have long been passed down to Konoha village. Among them, so much so that most ninjas know the name of the Night Raid team. "Captain Hanu, I'm hungry. Why don't we find a place to eat? How about the secret barbecue restaurant in the Kingdom of Wind?" There was an abrupt sound when the ninja on the battlefield of Kairinin was on guard or when he was excited. "The sound is up." Autumn Road Wano held his belly with both hands, looking at Hanu expectantly. The words of Wano on the Autumn Road made all the ninjas in the Mugen battlefield fall into sluggishness. "Idiot Wano, it's the battlefield now." "The battlefield. Don't always think about eating. Besides, we just arrived at the Unin battlefield. How could we say it when we go back?" A black line appeared on Nara's forehead. The original sweet face instantly turned black and turned into fangs, and he roared loudly, But Captain Hanu promised that my secret barbecue has not been eaten yet." Kudawena whispered with a simple smile on his face. "I really can't tell you." A look of helplessness appeared on Nara's face, and she patted her forehead with her right hand, complaining in her mouth, "Okay, Womaichan, Uenokun will leave it to you." Hanu's face also has a black line, and said helplessly, "Reassure Captain Hanu, Akuda Wena will be very grateful to say." Nara Ami's face has a black-bellied smile, and her right hand suddenly grabs Akimiki Wano. Following Nara Ami's movements, Akimi Wano, the shadow under his feet, instantly turned into a palm, and as Nara Wami's right hand waved, the huge black palm instantly threw Akudo Wano from the water dragon. "No, come, haven't you all been done? Don't let me take the lead." Kudaweno complained loudly with a gloomy look on his face. "Super doubling technique," Kudaweno whispered from his mouth. His body instantly swelled and turned into a 6-meter little giant, and then the original body above and below the head instantly turned over and turned into the top and bottom of the head. "Secret skill middle dot fighter." Kudaweno's mouth shouted again, and the huge yang chakra gathered on the head in an instant, and suddenly slammed onto the ground. Peng! With a loud noise, the huge head of Wano on Autumn Road hit the ground instantly, just like a meteorite hit, and a huge crater up to 15 meters deep was shot out of the ground instantly. "Okay. So awesome." All the Konoha ninjas and Mizuki ninja looked shocked at the huge pit caused by the attack on Autumn Road Wano, and they all screamed, "Hurry up! Everyone attack!" This is the Kudalfamnis body doubling technique, which is extremely destructive. However, the disadvantage is that it will not release any attribute ninjutsu. King's face was a little surprised. Looking at the 6-meter high body of Wano on Autumn Road, he reminded him loudly, "Water escape middle dot iron cannonball." Some mists screamed from their mouths, and suddenly spit out large water balls from their mouths to attack on the Autumn Road. Water escape middle dot water dragon whip. A whip composed of water flows instantly towards Wano on the Autumn Road and 6 water dragons in the distance. Water escape middle dot water aid and torrential rain. Huge monsters instantly rose from the surface of the water, and their huge bodies quickly smashed towards Wano on the autumn road. Where there is water, our Iri Shinobu attack will increase a lot of power. This is our carefully selected existence as a battlefield. Hanazawa Hima's face was smiling, and his mouth said deep! Really? Water Dragon Pinai Black Marlin, Liberation. Hanayu's face showed a playful smile, and with a low drink. The water dragon Pinai Black Marlin's longan in his right hand instantly lit up. With Hanayu's actions, all the water escape attacks above the lake surface were completely still in the air. How is this possible? 237. All the Urin looked at the lake surface as if the pause button had been pressed, and said unconsciously, secret technique middle dot water dragon heavenly sign. Hanayu's eyes flashed a ray of light, and he snapped a finger with his right hand and whispered in his mouth. Following the words of Hanayu, 50 huge water dragons appeared in the lake and the water that was originally still above the lake. The huge body absorbs all the water in the lake. Physical water dragons. 50 water dragons actually appeared. Standing on the ground at the bottom of the lake, King's face looked at the 50 huge water dragons with a trace of despair, and there was no trace of it in his heart. The idea of resistance. Fall. Hanayu's mouth gave a soft drink, and her right hand suddenly swung down. Following Hanayu's movements, 50 huge water dragons roared and rushed towards the misty spirit below. The huge dragon mouth kept swallowing a mist into his stomach. Help. For a time, 50 water dragons formed a shocking scene of a group of dragons dancing, and the screams of Mist Ninja continued to sound. Mist flees. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. 150 for chapters King vs Shishui. Mist flees. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. 150 for chapters King vs Shishui. Mist flees. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. The strongest Emperor of Naruto 154 Chapter King vs Shishui. Mist flees. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a collection. Peng. On the battlefield of Unin, water dragons hovered continuously, and then the dragon's mouth suddenly opened, swallowing the screaming fog of a dozen people endure. Damn. You can't use water escape ninjutsu. King's hands quickly formed a water dragon bullet seal. But then King gave up releasing ninjutsu, frowning. Can I only use physical skills? King's face was serious. The instantaneous technique instantly escaped the attack of a water dragon, and he said contemplatively, ding. A metal symphony sounded. King's right hand instantly resisted the sudden attack of Q who appeared in front of him, and his eyes looked at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him in surprise. Not bad reaction power, but if it's only like this, you will die. Mizan Shinobu. Uchiha Shishui's eyes looked calmly at the blue in front of him. His face still maintained a facial expression of paralysis. His mouth said in a deep voice, these eyes ... sharing eyes. The blue eyes frowned and looked at Uchiha Shishui's writing eyes. A dignified look flashed across his face, and his mouth whispered softly, I also want to thank Senior Hanayu. It is so easy to open the 3 jade writing round eyes. Uchiha Shishui's face was with a grateful expression. His left hand covered his left eye, and his mouth whispered softly, say. Following Uchiha Shishui's words, his right eye instantly turned into a 3 jade round eye. I opened the Sangu writing round eyes at such a young age. What a genius. The green eyes looked at Uchiha Shishui's right eye in shock, and exclaimed in his mouth, although only the right eye opened the 3 writing round eye. However, this is enough. Uchiha Shishui's face had a smile on his face, and he looked back at Hanayu who was standing quietly on the water dragon. Lee said softly, yeah, it seems that Shishui has finally opened the 3 jade writing wheel. It is not in vain that I have been using the negative souls stored in the village rain to improve Shishui's writing wheel. Hanu's observation ability is extremely keen. When Uchiha Shishui opened the 3 jade in his right eye, Han noticed. Ever since Uchiha Shishui saw the charm of Hanayu's Kinkashuayu, he has been asking Hanayu how to start writing round eyes. Faced with Uchiha Shishui's request, Hanayu began to instill the negative souls of Murakami into Uchiha Shishui's writing wheel eyes. A large number of negative souls raised Uchiha Shishui's writing wheel eyes to Ergodama. At the same time, Hanayu left some negative souls in Uchiha Shishui's Shaolanyan to slowly promote the evolution of Shaolanyan. Wind escape wind cut technique. King's hands quickly formed a seal. With a low yell from his mouth, a wind blade was quickly formed in his right hand, and the wind blade was cut into Uchiha Shishui's body in an instant. On! Peng. With a loud noise, Uchiha Shishui's body was instantly cut in half, and a lot of blood flowed out at the same time. Cut! As a member of the night raid team, how could it be so weak? Illusion technique? King's eyes were completely without the joy of beheading the enemy. His eyes frowned, and his mouth cautiously said, "Illusory technique solution." King formed a seal with both hands, and with a low voice, the scene in front of him instantly turned into illusion and disappeared into King's eyes. Oh, have you found it? But, it's too late. Uchiha Shishui's face had a slight excitement, and his body had appeared in front of King, and the kumo in his right hand instantly moved towards the green sting. Ding! There was a soft sound. Although King's right hand blocked Shishui's attack, there was still a wound on his cheek. This is my own illusion based on Hanayu Isenpai's Kinikashuayu. By slightly interfering with the enemy's mental consciousness, my illusion can have an effect quietly, although it is not yet mature. Uchiha Shishui's suddenly. His body appeared behind King, and the kumo in his right hand pierced King's back in an instant, whispering in his mouth. And with Uchiha Shishui's words, Shishui's figure in front of the blue body instantly turned into a bubble and disappeared. Is it an illusion again? Ninja method, substitute technique. When the originally alert King saw the illusion technique that turned into a bubble and disappeared, his face suddenly changed, and his hands instantly formed the imprint of the substitute technique. Puff! With a soft sound, a wound was left on King's shoulder again, and Uchiha Shishui's kunai also pierced the wooden stake in front of him. It's dangerous. If it's a little later, it's really bad. Speaking of it, I didn't realize that I had been hit by an illusion. Moreover, Uchiha Shishui's illusion is so special. It can be used. My own spirit makes me unable to feel even a little bit of the feeling of being caught in illusion. With a heavy expression on King's face, he watched Uchiha Shishui with alert eyes, and his perception instantly expanded a bit. At this time, a trace of cold sweat appeared on King's forehead, and his eyes kept scanning everything around him, as if he couldn't be sure whether he had been illusionary or not if he didn't do this. Short body technique. Uchiha Shishui's face was serious, and with a low drink from his mouth, his body quickly appeared to King's left, and the kumo in his right hand instantly slashed towards King's chest. At the same time, the three jade in Shishui's right eye revolved in an instant. Sneeze. Ding! King raised his right hand and Kyu did not resist. But he didn't know that he was already in the illusion. The movement of the water stop attack in his eyes was a second later than it actually was. 1 second of stopping the water is enough to pass Kyu over King's defense. Cough. Good money cough. I still got illusion. King's right hand stabbed Shishui's kunai into the kunai on his chest after a second late, and then King's right hand was holding it. His own wound. The body quickly jumped towards the back. Cough. Wu Ren. Withdraw. King shouted, because Wu Ren's captain had been killed by Hanayu's water dragon Heavenly Jing, so King was the only commander at this time. Following King's order, all the 60 Unin figures fled away, and then disappeared in front of Hanayu and the others. Uchiha Shishui. I will definitely see through your illusion. At this time, King has made a determination in his heart, that is, to see through illusion at all costs. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost of the Seven Swordsmen of Unin. Chapter 155 The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost of the Unin 7 Swords. Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Seek. Chapter 155 Wurenchi Dao The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. For Hokage's strongest emperor. Chapter 155 Wu Ninja 7 Swords. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. Please. Captain Hanayu, Mizuki, said the one who escaped. Do we need to pursue it? Narawami said with a calm look on her face, inquiring softly. No need. My goal is to cross the Unin battlefield directly and reach the water country. I don't need to pay attention to these guys. Hanyu's face was expressionless, and said indifferently, obviously, some ants escaping for their lives don't need to bother. Speaking of it, I have heard some words from the escaping Urin. Shishui. Shishui has given you a title. It is called Shaoshin Shishui. It seems that your instantaneous ability has finally been obtained. Ninja World's approval. Hanayu's eyes calmly glanced at Uchiha Shishui who was standing in front of him, with a smile on his face, and said softly, title or something. Anything. I'm just thinking, my right eye seems to be a little different from the Uchiha family except for illusion skills. Is it my illusion? Senior Hanayu, Uchiha stopped. Shui didn't care about the title. At this time, Shishui was thinking about the difference between the Sangua writing round eyes in his right eye, and asked in his mouth, who knows? Maybe the 920 Sangua who opened your eyes will understand. Hanayu shrugged, and said non-committal. Although Hanayu knew that Shishui's research was the only pair of illusion eyes in the ninja world, the illusion eyes that cost the loss of physical attack, although the kaleidoscope had not been opened yet, had begun to show some differences. However, these all need to be discovered by Shishui. By the way, Autumn Dawano don't always use martial arts. Hanayu looked at Kudi Ueno, a black line flashed across his face, and complained. Captain Hanayu, I think it's good to use martial arts. The Yang attribute chakra of the Autumn Dao family can give full play to the destructive power of the martial arts. Isn't that what Master Hanayu said? Kudawano looked confused looking at Hanayu. She said honestly, facing the fat man of the Kudao family who can't think of anything except eating. It's really speechless. I have not only taught you a trick. A look of helplessness flashed across Hanayu's face. Her mouth suddenly roared and said, it's true. However, these mist ninjas can't even resist my martial arts. Moreover, I think it's really fun to hit the enemy with my head. Kudao Ueno's face was filled with excitement, and his mouth said, forget it, water dragon. A look of helplessness flashed across Hanayu's face. Her right hand was raised at will, and the 5 water dragons quickly lifted up the nitrate team. Let's go. Hanayu let out a low cry, and the water dragon under his feet instantly turned into an afterimage and galloped forward. The 5 water dragons behind him followed closely behind him. Captain Hanayu, there seems to be an amazing guy ahead. Narawami stood on the faucet, her eyes slightly closed, and a surprised reminder appeared on her face. What did Womeijin find? Hanayu looked at Narawami with a hint of curiosity on her face, and asked softly in her mouth. A guy with a huge chakra appeared in front. The amount of chakras exceeded the shadow level. Such a huge chakra ... I saw it for the first time. Naarami's face was a little surprised. He said softly, white eyes open. Hyuga Sato's mouth whispered, and blue veins bulged in front of his eyes, and then Hyuga Sato's vision quickly stretched, and he saw a figure in front of him. It's Bibf. Hyuga Sato's mouth reminded softly, and then I saw the huge chakra contained in the body of this mister. Really an amazing amount of chakra. Hyuga Sato said softly with a hint of exclamation on his face. Seeing that both of her subordinates had surprised expressions, Hanayu's curiosity suddenly increased. 5 Vision Universal Middle. Farsightedness. Hanayu uttered a low voice in her mouth, and an aquamarine eye appeared on her forehead. As the 5 Vision Universal Observer turned on, Hanayu also saw a figure. Such a figure, a very characteristic sword. You can't go wrong. Hanayu's face flashed a stunned look, and he muttered to himself, "Is anyone peeping?" Shui done middle. Big burst of water rushing waves. On a land, a Unin holding a weird sharp knife in both hands. This Unin's body is abnormally fat. The face gives the feeling of a puffer fish. At this time, he looked around with a vigilant face, and snorted in his mouth, suddenly spit out a huge stream of water from his mouth. The huge amount of water formed a huge lake on the water-scarce land. Cut, worthy of being the owner of the big sword shark muscles of the Mizuna 7 Swordsman, the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost. It was able to create such a huge current on the land without a water source. And because I noticed being spied on. Have you created a favorable environment for you? With a smile on Hanayu's face, her figure suddenly appeared in front of the watermelon mountain puffer ghost, exclaiming in her mouth. Ever since Hanayu saw the swordfish muscle, he has determined the identity of this Unin, the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost of the Eugene 7 Swordsman. Who is your excellency? You know my name. Konoha. Is it an enemy? The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost looked at Hanayu with alert eyes, and then noticed Konoha's forehead and mouth on Hanayu's head. Lee said coldly, "Captain of the night attack squad, Uchiha Hanayu." Hanayu's eyes calmly looked at the guarded watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost, and said softly, following Hanayu's words, the 6 water dragons instantly fell onto the lake below their feet. Thanks to Yaoshi-kan for the 400-point reward! Thank Yaoshi-kan for your support to the otaku. Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. Chapter 156 Night Attack Team vs. Watermelon Mountain Puffer! On. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 156 Night Attack Team vs. Watermelon Mountain Puffer! On. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Naruto, the strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 156, Night Attack Squad vs. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. Go. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Captain of the Night Attack Team, Uchiha Hanayu. Hanayu's eyes calmly looked at the guarded Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, and said softly, following Hanayu's words, the 6 water dragons instantly fell onto the lake below her feet. Is the Emperor Uchiha Hanayu, the captain of the Night Assault Squad? The watermelon mountain blowfish ghost placed the scalpel muscle in his hand on the ground, his eyes pressed against Hanayu coldly, and his mouth calmly said, as the owner of the veteran Mizuna 7 Swordsman, the strength of Watermelon Hill is the elite supreme ninja without using shark muscle. However, once the shark muscle is used for battle, the strength is quite impressive. Compared to the shadow level. Hanayu's eyes looked at the shark muscle in the hands of the watermelon mountain pufferfish with interest, said deep in her mouth, "It seems to know me well." Uchiha Hanayu, the watermelon mountain blowfish ghost, kept scanning the huge water dragon in front of him and the members of the night attack team, and said coldly in his mouth, "Speaking of it, as the head of the Guilin Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, I am very interested in making adult puppets." Hanayu's face has a smile on his face, and his eyes are looking down at the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, playful in his mouth. Say, ye raid lords. This is a rare opportunity, a chance to fight Mist Ninja 7 Swords. Hanayu's right hand pressed down, and his eyes scanned the 5 men of the Night Raid squad. With Hanayu's movements, the 5 water dragons gradually sank above the water below their feet. Captain Hanayu really does not let go of even the slightest opportunity for us to experience. However, I hope Captain Hanayu can rescue in time. Naruwami's face was filled with a quiet smile and eyes watching the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish on alert. He said quietly, "Look at it." "It'll surpass Captain Hanayu." A hint of warfare flashed through Sato Hyuga's eyes, and he put out a gossip palm up style with both hands. and said firmly in his mouth, "That guy Sato." Here again. Kato had a black line on his face. His eyes glanced slightly at the fighting spirit of Sato Hyuga, and he said helplessly, "Cut the arrogant kid. Did you let your subordinates test it? Let you see the strength of the Unin Kidao?" The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost has a cold killing intent on his face, and his hands suddenly clasped together. Said in a deep voice, "Water escape middle. The art of iron cannonball." The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost gave a low cry, and then suddenly spit out a huge ball of water from his mouth. The water polo attacked the members of the nitrate team at an extremely fast speed. Partial doubling technique middle. Meatball rebound. Kudao Ueno, who has been eating non-stop, poured all the snacks on his hands into his mouth, and then stared at the water ball in front of him with his eyes and drank heavily. Scream. With the voice of Ueno on Autumn Road, his body instantly turned into a chubby ball. Boom! A weird impact sounded. After the high-pressure water polo hits the fat on the Autumn Road, it caused ripples, and then suddenly bounced back at an even faster speed. And Kudao Ueno's body also became its original size again because of resisting a blow. Pain, pain, pain. Kudao Ueno rubbed his belly, yelling slightly in pain. Although the pads on Ueno's body resolved the water polo attack, Ueno still felt a little bit of pain. Oh, is it the Autumn Road Ueno of the nitrate team? The Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost glanced at the Autumn Road Ueno calmly, and said thoughtfully, then the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost's right hand suddenly stood up. Water escape middle. Water substitute technique. With a low voice from the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, his body disappeared instantly, and the iron shells bounced back by the Autumn Road Ueno instantly hit the water surface at the feet of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. Peng. With a loud noise, a huge puddle appeared above the water. The figure of the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost appeared on another surface. It's now secret art middle. Shadow invasion. Narawami's eyes have been staring closely at the movements of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. When she saw the water substitute of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, Narawami was waiting for him to appear. Exclamation mark. With the seal of Narawami, the reflection of the water surface at the feet of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost rushed out of the water in an instant. Ding! A metal symphony sounded, and the shadow that had just appeared on the surface of the water, holding the dark shark muscle in his hand, fought against the shark muscle in the hands of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, and then turned back into the shadow again. Shadow secret technique. Narawami? The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost frowned slightly, and Shuangyu glanced at the shadow under his feet, raised his head, and said in a deep voice, as the head of the Urin Intelligence Department, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost knows something about every member of the Night Attack Squad. Super Beast Pseudo Painting middle. Double End Unicorn. Kato waved his hands on the scroll quickly, and then uttered a low drink from his mouth. The scroll was white all over, with a horn on its head and a unicorn with double wings on its ribs. He appeared in front of Kato instantly. Unicorn. Attack. Kato sat on the back of the unicorn and let out a low cry. With Kato's reminder, the beautiful unicorn flew into the sky in an instant, and a trace of thunder and lightning gathered on the unicorn instantly. Exclamation mark. Chichi. Woo. A trace of thunder and lightning gradually gathered on the unicorn's unicorn, and then a lightning ball carrying electricity and the sound of wind, instantly attacked the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost below. Ninfa middle. Pufferfish. The Watermelon Pufferfish Ghost faced the thunderball attacked from his head, his brows deepened, his hands quickly became imprinted, and a pufferfish made of water immediately hit the thunderball in front of him. Above. Short-sleeved technique. Uchiha Shishui's mouth whispered. When the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost was busy coping with the overhead attack, he instantly came in front of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, and the Kodaki in his right hand swiped across instantly the body of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. Peng. With a soft sound, The watermelon mountain blowfish ghost's body instantly turned into a stream of water and disappeared in front of Uchiha Shishui. Moisture body. Shishui's face was expressionless, and his body quickly moved back. With the motion of stopping the water, from below the surface of the water, the mackerel muscle appeared instantly. Cut. What you can do, little ghosts. But that's it. The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost has a trace of coldness. His eyes calmly glanced at the 5 members of the night raid team, and his mouth is cold. Said, "Thank you Lee Shunda, you are you. Jianchen's 100-point reward!" Thank you for your support to the otaku. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Yesterday, the otaku had something, so there was no time to update it. I hope readers will not be surprised. Chapter 157 Night Attack Team vs. Watermelon Mountain Puffer. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 157 Night Attack Team vs. Watermelon Mountain Puffer. Please subscribe. Ask a reward. Ask a monthly pass. Naruto, the strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 157 Night Attack Squad vs. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. Medium. Subscribe. Ask a reward. Ask a monthly pass. Cut. What you can do, little ghosts. But that's it. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost has a trace of coldness on his face, and his eyes calmly glanced at the 5 members of the night raid team. Lee said coldly, Oh, have you finally gotten serious? The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. Hanu quietly stood on top of the water faucet, calmly looked at the battle below, and whispered in her mouth, Ninfa. Thousands of needles. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost's hands were in opposition, and he shouted loudly. His hair instantly turned into 1,000 books, densely attacking the 5 members of the night attack team. Be careful, everyone. Hyuga Sato's white eyes opened quickly, his brows furrowed, and he looked at the densely packed Kienban with almost no dead ends, a reminder in his mouth. 723. And his body instantly rushed out. Soft fist bag your palm back to the sky. Hyuga Sato's mouth whispered. His body quickly turned into a chakra ball, and the high-speed spinning chakra ball instantly bounced the dense Kianban in front of him. Peng, peng. A series of 10,000 books quickly broke through the blind spot of the white eyes and nailed to the body of Sato Hyuga. Sato-kun. Secret heart. Shadow wall. With a trace of anxiety on Nara's face, Narawami made a low drink, and his hands instantly slapped on the surface of the water. Following Narawami's movements, there was pitch black in front of Hyuga Sato. The shadow wall appeared instantly. Chih. The moment Kienban hit the shadow wall, he was wrapped in the shadow. For a while, ripples continued to appear in the shadow, and not far behind Narawami, one after another appeared from the shadows of the trees, hitting the trees. Ahem! Hyuga Sato's body stopped to spin, and a dozen Chibon appeared on his body. Obviously, even Huishan, who claims to have absolute defense, still cannot perfectly defend against such intensive attacks. Water escape. Water pufferfish art. The watermelon pufferfish ghost's face was expressionless, and his eyes looked at everyone in the night raid team with cold eyes. With a low drink, his right hand suddenly slapped on the surface of the water. Following the actions of the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghosts, the pufferfishes immediately attacked everyone in the night raid team. Secret technique. Shadow seam. Narawami's face was dignified, her hands were sealed, and the shadow wall in front of her instantly turned into sharp shadow lines. Peng, peng, peng. With a soft sound, the shadow seams turned into countless black lines and hit them on the pufferfish. No, as long as the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghosts don't stop this water escape ninjutsu, these pufferfish are unkillable no matter how you kill them. A trace of sweat appeared on Narawami's face, and his eyes fixed on the watermelon. The figure of the mountain blowfish ghost said in thought, Wano, Kato, cover me. Uchiha Shishui's face was expressionless. The writing wheel eyes in his eyes suddenly opened, and he whispered in his mouth, leave it to me. Super doubling technique. With a serious expression on Kudao Ueno's face, he shouted, and his body instantly turned into a 6-meter high huge figure. Secret technique middle. Water revolving. Kudao Ueno whispered from his mouth, and his body instantly turned his head and feet, and the huge body instantly spun. Ah! Kudao Ueno yelled. His body rotated at super high speed toward the direction of the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost, and the water surface where Kudao Ueno was divided into two halves by a sharp sword. Unicorn. Intensive attack. Kato, who was flying in the air, let out a low voice, and the unicorn in front of him instantly released waves of thunder and lightning. Psychicism middle. Very poisonous pufferfish. Seeing the huge figure of Ueno on the autumn road rushing quickly, the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost suddenly bit his left thumb and let out a low cry in his mouth. Peng. With a loud noise, a huge pufferfish instantly appeared in front of the watermelon mountain puffer ghost. Then the huge pufferfish roared, and a burst of toxic smoke suddenly came out from its mouth. How can I let you succeed? Soft fist. Gossip high five. Hinata Sato yelled, and his right palm shot out at an interval. With the movements of Hinata Sato, a strong wind instantly knocked away the people in front of him. Toxic smoke. Peng, peng. A thunder and lightning fell instantly from midair. The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost had to stop releasing the pufferfish, and his body quickly jumped towards the rear. Second stage instantaneous body technique. Writing round eyes. Open. Uchiha Shishui's figure appeared in front of the watermelon mountain puffer ghost who was receding, and the three writing round eyes in his right eye opened instantly, with three blood-red ones. Goo instantly revolved in the eyes of Shishui. Secret skill middle. Illusory slash. Zishui's mouth whispered, and the kodaki in his right hand instantly slashed towards the body of the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost. In the eyes of the watermelon pufferfish ghost, the kodaki that Shishui cut out at this time is completely invisible. Obviously, the writing round eyes affected the spirit of the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost. What's going on? Why can't I see the slashing trajectory in this kid's hand? Wait. This is the wind. Watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost's eyes suddenly shrank into pinholes, his face with a look of surprise. He said in a deep voice, shit. Ding. With a soft sound, the small sword in Shishui's hand instantly pierced the shoulder of the watermelon pufferfish ghost, but the muscle that originally judged the attack trajectory of Shishui based on the wind was 5.4 step late and hit it on the blade of Kodaki! Cut. Are you injured? The 5 little ghosts of the night attack squad have amazing coordination capabilities. Huh? You guy ... hungry? The watermelon mountain pufferfish tried to fend off the attack of Shishui with a solemn expression on his face. His eyes scanned the shark muscle in his right hand slightly, and his mouth said coldly, thank you Lee Shunda, you are you. Jianchen's 100-point reward! Thank you for your support to the otaku. Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. Yesterday, the otaku had something, so there was no time to update it. I hope readers will not be surprised. Chapter 158 Night Attack Team vs. Watermelon Mountain Puffer. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 158 Night Attack Team vs. Watermelon Mountain Puffer. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a monthly pass. Naruto, the strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 158 Night Attack Squad vs. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. Next. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. You guys, don't underestimate me. I am the owner of the shark muscles of the 7 swordsmen. The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost said with a trace of anger on his face, and said in a deep voice, "Cock muscle, liberation." The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost shouted loudly, and the knuckle muscle in his right hand began to change instantly. Almost in less than a second, it became a huge strange fish covered in spikes! Go on. The eyes of the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost flashed with a cold look, and the body made a forward movement slightly, whispering in his mouth. Following the words of the watermelon pufferfish ghost, his body instantly ran at high speed above the water. Be careful, everyone. The writing wheel in Uchiha Shishui's eyes kept spinning, with a serious look on his face, reminding him. At the same time, Uchiha Shishui's eyes kept catching the figure of the watermelon mountain blowfish ghost. Shulker dies. X16 Guashan Puffle ghost shouted loudly, and his body instantly disappeared from the surface of the water, and then instantly appeared in front of Hyuga Sato. Quite soon, a look of surprise flashed across Hyuga Sato's eyes, and he snorted in his mouth. Quickly hit the front with both hands. Peng! The shark muscle instantly hit with Hyuga Sato's hands, and then the shark muscle suddenly opened its huge mouth and swallowed the chakra contained in Hyuga Sato's hands instantly. Nani? Hyuga Sato's face was suddenly startled, and his body quickly moved back. With white A's, Hyuga Sato could clearly see that the shark's muscle had swallowed his chakra. Peng! The body of the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost followed closely, waving the shark muscle with his right hand, and hitting Hinata Sato's body suddenly. With a loud noise, Hinata Sato's body was instantly knocked out! At the same time, when flying Hyuga Sato, the shark muscle once again swallowed most of Hyuga Sato's chakra. Ahem! Chakra has been swallowed. Is this the power of the scalp shark muscle? Hyuga Sato frowned and looked at the weak chakra in his body, with a trace of heaviness on his face, and said with a deep voice, Sato-kun. Secret technique shadow assault. Narawami had a worried expression on her face. Her eyes were staring at the fat body of the watermelon mountain pufferfish. Her hands quickly knotted, and her mouth screamed. With the voice of Narawami, her body instantly sank into the shadow beneath her feet. This kid is a little different in the use of the shadow secret technique of the Nara family. If you let those geniuses with an IQ over 200 in the Nara family know it, you will definitely feel ashamed. Watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost has a face on his face. With a look of admiration, she looked at Narawami, who was gradually sinking into the shadow, and said indifferently, "It's too slow, little devil." With a serious expression on the face of the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost, his right hand suddenly slashed towards Narawami, who appeared from his shadow. Cut! Has it really been seen through? Although this trick was created by Captain Hanayu's understanding of the shadow secret technique, even Captain Hanayu said that the transformation between the shadow and the body of my trick was a bit slow. Narawami's body quickly jumped out of the shadow, and the kunai in his right hand instantly blocked the mackerel muscle. Ding! With a soft sound, the two weapons fought together instantly, and a cold smile appeared on the face of the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost. The spikes on the shark muscles grew instantly. Crap! Secret technique shadow stand in. Narawami yelled in a low voice, and his body instantly exchanged positions with the shadow on a stone in the distance. Wamikan, swordfish muscle has the ability to absorb chakras. Sato Hyuga's body appeared in front of Narawami, reminding him loudly, "Really? You didn't say it earlier." Narawari frowned and felt that a third of her body was missing chakra. Her face flashed with helplessness, and her mouth whispered softly, "Secret technique fighter." Kudawano yelled. His body instantly appeared in front of the watermelon mountain puffer ghost, and the huge head was instantly smashed down. Peng! With a loud noise, Kudao Ueno's head instantly smashed the ground in front of him into a huge deep pit. At the bottom of the pit, the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost was hit with a huge wound on the chest. Successful? Ah! Idiot Ueno. Didn't you find anything else on your shoulders? Narawami and Hyuga Sato all roared towards Ueno. Akuda Ueno, said with saliva in it. Is this guy Really an idiot? A black line appeared on the faces of Naruto and Hyuga Sato, and they said helplessly, "What are you doing? The enemy is not dead yet." Uchiha Shishui's figure instantly appeared in front of the three of them, his face expressionless, his mouth reminded, "What?" The one who had been killed by the idiot in Wano. Nani? Naruto had a suspicious look on her face. Her eyes turned towards the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost in the huge pit, and then her face. There was a look of surprise on it. "It's really painful. I haven't felt such pain for a long time." The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost's body slowly stood up, and the huge wound on his chest healed quickly. The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost moved his body and his mouth said coldly, on his right hand, holding a tail of shark muscle, "Thanks for being alive and rewarding 588 points!" Exclamation mark. Thank you for your support to the otaku. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Next chapter, Pufferfish Ghost. Hanu joins the war. Chapter 159 Pufferfish Ghost. Hanu joins the war. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 159 Pufferfish Ghost. Hanu joins the war. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. The Strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 159 Pufferfish Ghost. Hanu joins the war. Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Seek collection. It's really painful. I haven't felt such pain for a long time. The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost's body slowly stood up, on top of his chest. The huge wound healed quickly. The watermelon mountain blowfish ghost moved its body and said coldly, on his right hand, holding a tail of shark muscle. Secret technique. Blowfish ghost. The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost shouted loudly, and the shark muscle in the right hand instantly merged with the body of the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost. Exclamation mark. Oh. Is it fused with the shark muscle? It seems that this is the final secret skill of each generation of shark muscle. Hanu's face has a playful smile, and his eyes calmly look at the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost. Shy's image whispered in his mouth. Following Hanu's words, the water dragon under his feet fell into the water at the same time. Ahahaha! You little ghosts are so lucky. I was able to see my final form. At this time, the body of the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost has turned into a huge fat pufferfish, with a grinning smile on his face and his mouth, said loudly. But unlike ordinary pufferfish, the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost has become a murloc. It looks like a pufferfish, and Unin village is a terrifying and vicious fish called pufferfish ghost. This guy said it turned into a murloc. It's so amazing. Naruto looked at the huge figure of the watermelon mountain pufferfish above the water with a curious look, and said softly, "Unicorn, fall." Kato controlled the unicorn's body and fell down. His eyes also looked at the image of the watermelon mountain pufferfish with interest at this time. Exclamation mark. You guys really very leisurely. Han walked up to the five-night attack team with a helpless look, and said calmly, "Yo, Captain Hanu, are you going to join the war?" There was an unexpected look on Sato Hyuga's face. He glanced at Hanu and asked in a low voice, "This guy is no longer something you can deal with. The next battle ... I will do it." Hanu's eyes looked forward, with a smile on his face, reminding him, "Uchiha Hanu, be careful." Watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost said with a dignified expression on his face, his mouth meditating. Following the words of the watermelon pufferfish ghost, his body instantly sank into the water under his feet. A battle in the water? If this is the case, let's play with you. Hanu's eyes flashed with a trace of non-committal expression, a smile of interest appeared on his face, and his mouth calmly said, "Secret technique." Blowfish impact. The watermelon mountain blowfish ghost's body sank into the bottom of the lake, and then he let out a low drink. His body rushed towards the cold moon like a cannonball, and at the same time the sharp teeth on the two fins bounced out instantly. Secret technique middle dot the technique of hydration. With a playful smile on Hanayu's face, his body also sank under the water. He snapped a finger with his right hand and whispered in his mouth. Following Hanayu's words, the water dragon Pinai Black Marlin above his right hand opened his eyes instantly, and the water that originally surrounded Hanayu extremely spiritually formed an equally huge shark. Go on! Hanayu snorted in her mouth, and the hydration shark instantly rushed towards the huge body of the watermelon mountain pufferfish carrying Hanayu in the center. Peng. With a loud noise, two monster-like bodies instantly collided. With the impact, the water centered on the two Hanayu was instantly compressed into a circular water-free space. At the same time, a huge water column aroused above the lake. Peng. The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost's flexibility in the water completely surpasses most movie-level powerhouses, and Hanayu, who owns the water dragon Pinai Black Marlin Emperor, also has absolute control in the water. Therefore, the two figures are constantly attacking each other in the water. Cut. What kind of emperor's ability is this? The body of the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost stopped. Even if he had the support of the huge chakra of mackerel muscle, he was a little panting. No way, the hydration shark in front of Hanayu, even the shark muscle, can't absorb even a little chakra. And the sturdiness of the hydration shark is obviously beyond the imagination of the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost. Is it only so much? Your Excellency, the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost, Hanayu said in a low voice with a careless smile on her face. Cut. Don't underestimate me. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost saw Hanayu's expression, with huge anger on his face, his mouth roared, his body became a bit bigger again, and there were still some murlocs. The characteristic watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost instantly becomes a real pufferfish ghost. Did you lose your mind? Hanayu calmly looked at the pufferfish ghost in front of him, frowned slightly, and said in a deep voice. With Hanayu's words, the original shark became a water dragon. The long gun of the water dragon sparkled almost instantly. Secret technique middle dot dancing. Hanayu let out a low cry in her mouth, and the water dragon in front of her roared instantly, opened her big mouth, and instantly bit at the rushing pufferfish ghost. Peng. With a loud noise, all the water in the lake was hit by a huge shockwave and flew into the sky. All members of the nitrate team looked dull at the huge water dragon in front of them. Monster. A trace of cold sweat appeared on his face. Obviously, the murderous creature pufferfish ghost transformed from the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost surprised the nitrate squad, who had never seen such a creature. Ahem, how is it possible? This is enough to kill some artifact level impact. Why would you block my attack so easily? Is it because of your water control ability? Watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost's face with a desperate look, the body turned back to the original laughter, with large and small wounds on his body, and his mouth said incredible. Are you surprised? You should have seen the hard vortex water blade released by the second generation of Hokage. And such a super grade water escape. Profound meaning. My water dragon can easily do it with Black Marlin. Han Qian Li's Aoyu's face showed a calm expression, and she said in a deep voice, in the water ... I am the king, and the reason why you didn't restrict your freedom at the beginning is because I have some interest in the fusion mystery of the scalpel muscle owner. However, it seems that you still can't play the big sword, the full power of the shark muscle. Maybe there is only one person who is born with the shark muscle. But, unfortunately, it is not the pufferfish, Han said with a trace of regret on his face, and said in a deep voice. Then, that's it. Become my doll. Watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost. Hanayu's eyes flashed, and his right hand took out the March of the Dead 8 houses, and said playfully, thanks for being alive and rewarding 588 points! Thank you for your support to the otaku. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Next chapter, Dolls. Watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost. The 160th chapter, the general trend of the water country. Hanayu's layout: seeking subscription, seeking reward, seeking monthly pass, seeking collection. Chapter 160, Water Country General Trend. Hanayu's layout: please subscribe, ask for a reward, ask for a monthly pass, ask for the collection of the strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 160, the trend of the country of water. The layout of the cold moon: subscribe, ask for a reward, ask a monthly pass, ask for collection. Then, that's it. Become my doll. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. Hanayu's eyes flashed, and his right hand took out the March of the Dead Bufang, and said playfully, "Peng." With a soft sound, the march of the deceased in Hanayu's right hand ate room instantly past the neck of the watermelon pufferfish ghost. Death. Is it the end? The eyes of the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost gradually dimmed. With a self-deprecating smile on his face, he said in a deep voice, "Puppet making." Hanayu said softly with a smile on her face. Following Hanayu's words, the body of the watermelon mountain blowfish ghost instantly turned into a doll! Am I not dead? No, I'm already dead. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost looked at his body as it was before, with a trace of doubt on his face, and said in thought. Then the eyes of the watermelon mountain blowfish ghost looked towards Hanayu. "Thank you for the new life given by the master." The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost flashed a frenetic look in his eyes, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully in his mouth, 930. Well, watermelon pufferfish ghost, tell me about the information of the country of water. Hanayu glanced at the watermelon pufferfish ghost calmly, with a smile on his face, and asked inquiries. Yes, master. At present, the land of water has begun to be a little chaotic. The fourth generation of Yakura has begun to implement the blood fog policy for unknown reasons, and the ANP directly under Suikage has begun to clean up some small blood inheritance boundary families. Watermelon pufferfish the ghost's brows furrowed deeply, and his mouth replied. Through the information of the head of the Ministry of Information of the watermelon pufferfish ghost, Hanayu has a clear understanding of the form of the water country. The country of blood mist under the rule of the fourth generation of water shadows began to carry out a large-scale purge policy, and at the same time, the country of water that was unwilling to be cleansed. The major families of the blood and the boundary began to do their own work, secretly fighting against the fourth generation of water shadow Yakura and the pressure of the dark part. Because the first family of the Ghost Lantern family has such a genius ninja as the Ghost Lantern Full Moon, it does not put other families in the eyes, and alone BGCJ begins with the secret confrontation of the fourth generation of water shadows. As for the first physique family, the Hui family is the ultimate physique family full of muscles. Up to now, it still has not distinguished the intention of the fourth generation of Shui Ying to send members of the blood succession boundary family to the battlefield. The stupid Hui, the patriarch of the Yi family, began to focus on the achievements of the war, and some members of the family who had opened the blood inheritance boundary began to be sent to the battlefield. Some other small families also began to escape from the chasing and killing of Wu Ninbu Anb, and among them there was a group of being done where Bai was. At the same time, some of the ninjas in the ninja village were unbearable to endure fourth generation Yakura's blood fog policy and began to work hard to reform the ninja village. And at the same time, Terumi, who is also an elite Shangnin, won the firm support of these Unin because of his outstanding leadership and strength, and because of the blood fog policy. The Chiba family, the hidden family who has been hiding in the mist forbearance, began to strongly support Trumi Ming. This also allowed Trumi Ming's team to gradually grow. And in the 43 years of Konoha, a big event that shocked the country of water happened. Todi, who had just graduated, no longer was in the graduation exam, and with her own efforts, slaughtered all the ninjas who took the graduation exam. Such incidents caused the Daming Mansion of Water Country to begin to put pressure on Urin Village, and the fourth generation of Water Shadow was forced to abolish the examination system that could only graduate by killing teammates. At the same time, Momoji, who had just become Xiren, won the title of Agost Man again. In the 45 years of Konoha, the hidden reformers in Unin village began to work to weaken the dominance of the fourth generation of Water Shadows through the Third Ninja World War. The real turmoil of the Water Country suddenly started. The form of the Water Country is really complicated. On the one hand, actively participating in the Third Ninja World War. On the other hand, is it a great purge in the village? And, the leader of the changer. Is it Trumi Ming? Interesting. It's really interesting. Would you like to catch a member of the blood succession boundary family for research? I have no less interest in the blood succession boundary than the Orochimaru. Hanayu's eyes shone strangely. With a playful smile on his face, said contemplatively in his mouth, "Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost." You immediately return to Urin village. As the Minister of Intelligence, if you want to obtain information, it should be easy. At the same time, I need you to sell Urin information in the name of selling betrayed to all the ninja village in need. In addition, all the information in the ninja world must be handed over to Kato-kun in extremely detailed manner. Hanayu's eyes flashed a ray of light, and he said in his mouth, "Hi, this is a scroll specially made by me. You only need to write information on it, and I will know." At the same time, Captain Hanayu also has such a scroll. That is to say, once your information is written on this scroll, I will share it with Captain Hanayu. Kato walked over, took out a special scroll in his hand, and said in a deep voice, "I understand, Master." The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost took the scroll, saluted Hanayu, and then quickly headed towards Unin village. After I have the dark game of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, the intelligence network of Urin village will be used by me. At the same time, I can also use some false information to control Urin in my hands. Moreover, this is also with Trumi Ming, an important bargaining chip for cooperation. However, in order to increase the bargaining chip to complete the plan to kill the fourth generation of Water Shadow, I still need to control all the 7 Unin swords in my hand. Hanayu's face showed a hint of victory. Smile, said quietly in his mouth, "Thanks for being alive and rewarding 588 points!" Exclamation mark. Thank you for your support to the otaku. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Decapitate the owner of the broadsword. The blue beast Matt die. Chapter 161 Beheading the owner of the broadsword. Loquat Juzo. Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Seek. Chapter 161 Beheading the owner of the broadsword. Loquat Juzo. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. For Hokage's strongest emperors. Chapter 161 Beheading sword owner. Loquat Juzo. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. Begging. Water escape. The art of the great waterfall. A place near the sea. A thin ninja with a misty forehead on his head, standing on the surface of the water with his feet, and a low drink from his mouth. Exclamation mark. Fire Dune Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. The 4 Konoha ninjas quickly knotted their hands, shouted together, and suddenly spit out a huge fire dragon from their mouths. Peng. With a loud noise, the 2 ninjutsu slammed together instantly. A puff of white water vapor quickly spread in front of everyone. Big sword beheaded. The Urin yelled. His body quickly appeared in front of a Konoha ninja, and the huge sword in his hand was instantly cut down. Peng. With a loud noise, the Konoha ninja was attacked by Urin and was instantly knocked out. At the same time, in the chest of this Konoha ninja, a huge wound continued to flow out of blood. Blood? I still need more blood. The Misty Ninja held a knife in his right hand and instantly decapitated the injured Konoha ninja, and said coldly, following Wu Shinabu's words, the big knife in his hand instantly sucked the blood into the knife. This kind of enemy is not something that our group of Zonran can defeat. Konoha ninja Chiruta Yamamoto had a look of despair in his eyes, looked at the misty shinobi in front of him, and said in horror, "Shut up, Jiruta Yamamoto." A trace of anger flashed across the face of the team leader Kimura Nakai. His eyes solemnly stared at the mist in front of him, and he said with a deep voice, "Such a sword. It is the decapitating sword of the 7 swordsmen of Mizuki Ninja. That is to say, is this thin Mizuki Tenzo?" Kono and Ninja Kazama Shuke stared at the sword that was beginning to change in front of him tightly, said in a deep voice, "Not bad. I actually know the decapitation sword, and my name, Loquat Juzo, will become even bigger because of absorbing the iron element in the blood." The decapitation sword is on his shoulders, with a trace of bloodthirsty on his face. Smile whispered in his mouth. Sure enough, the owner of the decapitation sword, Loquat Juzo, the guy who dipped the battlefield with blood just by waving the decapitation sword. Every time he is chopped with the decapitation sword, he will absorb all the blood of the enemy. Loquat Juzo, the cruelty of your excellency has been passed on to the major shinobu villages. Kimura Nakai's brows deepened, with a trace of dignity on his face, and he said in a deep voice, "Decapitate the sword. As long as this sword is destroyed, the strength of Loquat Juzo will drop by 2/3. A light of joy flashed through Jiruta Yamamoto's eyes, and a sudden appeared in his right hand. With a huge wind demon shuriken, he yelled. Following Jiruta Yamamoto's words, his body quickly swung the wind demon shuriken towards the Loquat Juzo. "You will use the decapitating sword to resist." My wind demon shuriken was specially made by the country of craftsmanship. It is enough to cut off your decapitating sword. Jiruta Yamamoto's eyes flashed with a trace of contemplation, with a look on his face. With an excited smile, he muttered to himself, "Jiruta Yamamoto, you idiot." Facing Jiruta Yamamoto's sudden movements, it was obvious that other Konoha ninjas were a little unexpected, and Kimura Nakai shouted, "Wind Demon Shuriken?" Loquat Juzo didn't care about the cut wind demon shuriken. His right hand casually raised the decapitating sword in front of him. Ding! With a soft sound, the special wind demon shuriken instantly chopped the decapitating sword into 2 segments, and at the same time, the left hand of Loquat Juzo also held the right wrist of Jiruta Yamamoto. Let my decapitating knife be full of blood. With a cruel bloodthirsty smile on Loquat Juzo's face, the decapitating knife with his right hand was interrupted in half to fend off the wind demon shuriken, and it instantly slashed at Hashinon Yamamoto's chest. Middle dot 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 fine flowers middle dot 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 blood, blood. I need more. After seeing the blood, the smile on Loquat Juzo's face became even more crazy, and the decapitating knife instantly slashed Hashin Yamamoto's chest again, speeding up the blood flow, and at the same time the decapitating knife began to absorb blood non-stop. With the absorption of blood, the decapitating knife that had been broken in half returned to its original state again. Cut. What an idiot. The decapitation knife will change according to the absorption of blood. Even if the decapitation knife is broken and only the hilt is left, it can be restored to the original. This guy Jiruta Yamamoto is so reckless. Attack. Nakamura Nakai clenched his fists, with a complex look on his face, his mouth almost roared. Zero secret skill whirlwind cut. With a low shout, the decapitation knife was swung into a circular trajectory by the Loquat Juzo. The huge decapitation knife with centrifugal force instantly divided an approaching Konoha ninja into countless pieces. At the same time, this man, the blood in the ninja's body was completely absorbed, and the decapitating sword became even bigger. How can it be repaired? Are you about to die here? The last battle was saved by Hanjun. I met a strong enemy again. Is it still so fragile? Father, my youth ends here, is it? His eyes calmly looked at the violent wind noise brought by the huge beheading knife. Metkei's face showed a trace of unwillingness. His fists clenched, and his mouth said in a deep voice, "Thanks for being alive and rewarding 588 points!" Exclamation mark. Thank you for your support to the otaku. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. The Bloom of Youth. The Blue Beast Matte Dye. Chapter 162 The Bloom of Youth. The Blue Beast Matte Dye. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 162 Youth Bloom. The Blue Beast Matte Dye. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Naruto. The Strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 162 The Bloom of Youth. The Blue Beast Matte Dye. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask a monthly pass. Ahahaha. Die. I need your blood to increase the power of my decapitating sword. Loquat Juzo's face has a crazy smile on his face, and his eyes are staring coldly at the few Konohas in front of him. Ninja said with a big smile. Konoha Raya swordsmanship heat wind slash. A decisive light flashed through the eyes of a Konoha ninja, and the Taito in his right hand burst into a dazzling light. Ding! With a soft sound, the big sword hit the giant decapitating knife with a clear metal creak, and then the decapitating knife was knocked out horizontally. Cough. Sure enough. Can't it? There was a trace of regret on the face of the Konoha ninja. His face was pale 980, and a trace of blood was suddenly vomited out of his mouth. Give up. Even I can kill all of you Konoha ninjas, Loquat Juzo said with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. With the voice of the Loquat Juzang, 20 Unins emerged from the surface of the water. Don't laugh. We Konoha ninjas have already had the consciousness of fighting to death since we went on the battlefield. Nakamura Nakai said with a calm expression on his face. Really? In this case ... But it's what I want. Go. Loquat Juzo held a huge beheading knife in his right hand, his eyes flashed with dangerous light, and his mouth said coldly. Following the words of Loquat Juzo, his right hand instantly swung the huge beheading knife into a huge wind demon shuriken. Secret technique wind demon slash. Loquat Shizang shouted loudly, and the huge wind demon shuriken instantly spun. A Konoha ninja was cut off almost instantly. Okay. So fast. Cough. The severed ninja's eyes widened, and a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. Then the blood in the body was quickly absorbed and cleaned. Die. Konoha's awful. Loquat Juzo's body quickly rushed towards Metkai and the others, and his body quickly jumped into the air, holding a knife in both hands, and instantly chopped it down from top to bottom. Exclamation mark. Konoha Gale. Just when the Loquat Juzo was about to be cut down, a huge low shout came. And then a middle-aged man wearing a green tights appeared in front of the Loquat Juzo and took the Loquat Shizang's attack was blocked. Cut. Is there another mouse here? Loquat Shizang's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. His right hand retracted the decapitating knife, resisting on his shoulder, and said calmly in his mouth, Father ... Father. A gleam of surprise flashed through Metkei's eyes, and then dimmed again. His face looked at his father worriedly, and he whispered in his mouth. That's right, the middle-aged man in front of you is Metkei's father, Matte Dye. Yo, worthy of being my son. Have you all become Zongren? This is the power of youth. K. You have surpassed me. Matte Dye's face showed a hint of joy. The smile suddenly stretched out his thumb, and said with relief in his mouth. Is it Matte Dye? Why did you appear here? Nakamura Nakao frowned deeply, with a trace of doubt on his face, and asked in his mouth. Nakamura clearly remembered that Matte Dye's team should be on a mission now. Why? Because there are things that need me to guard. Matte Dye's face showed a smile, and he answered without looking back. Father. Metka looked at Matte Dye moved, muttering to himself. However, Metkei also knew that Matte Dye, who only had the strength of Shinin, could definitely not beat the Loquat Juzo of the elite Shinin. What's more, the Loquat Juzo is the owner of the beheaded sword. Matte Dye? Ah ha ha ha. What a joke. It's just a 10,000 years of Shinobu. What kind of guardianship? The surrounding mist ninja laughed after hearing the name of Matte Dye. Konoha Wanien's name, Matte Dye, has spread throughout the world. That's right. It's just a mere patience. I also said to protect important things without shame. This is the most incredible joke I've ever heard. There were waves of ridicule in the mist. Is the beast Matt die on the battlefield? Interesting. Very interesting. With a serious look on Loquat face. He placed the decapitating knife on the ground with his right hand, his mouth cold, said, "Are you idiots? You idiots who don't know anything. Shut up." A misty face with cold eyes and a mask on his face said coldly in his mouth, "Huh? Lord Uchimaru, it's just a ninja ... Does it need to be so cautious?" Uchimaru looked at the Uchimaru unclearly, and said in confusion, "Peng." With a loud noise. The Unin who asked just now was nailed to the tree by a slender needle weapon, and then a line of silk threads quickly stitched the body of the Unin into the trunk. "Idiot. Who allowed you to challenge 4.9 to ask me?" Uchimaru named Uchimaru had no expression on his face. His eyes coldly glanced at Death Uchimaru, and his mouth said gloomily, "Mist Ninja 7 Swordsman K. I will protect you, youth. Only when you protect important things, it will bloom." Matt Dai frowned and glanced at Loquat, then there was a smile on his face, and he whispered in his mouth, "Thank you Lee Shunda for the 1,000 point reward!" Thank you for your support to the otaku. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Next chapter, Red Steam. 8 Dungia Array. 160th Heard Red Steam. 8 Dungia Array. Seeking subscription. Seeking reward. Seeking monthly pass. Seeking collection. The 160th Heard Red Steam. 8 Dungia Array. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. For collection of Naruto's strongest emperors. 163rd Red Steam. 8 Dungia Formation. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. Ask for collection. Mist Ninja 7 Swordsman K. I will protect you, youth. Only when you protect important things, it will bloom. Matt Dai frowned and glanced at it slightly. Loquat, then a smile appeared on his face, and he whispered in his mouth, Loquat, stop him. Don't let this guy open the 8-door dungeon. Otherwise ... it will be very troublesome to fight. Uchimaru named Uchimaru saw Matt Dai's face decisively when he expressed his expression. His mouth reminded loudly, the blooming of youth is absolutely unstoppable. 8-door dungeon. 7th door. Shock the door. Open it. A smile suddenly appeared on Matt Dai's face, a low sip from his mouth, and an instant above his body a huge blue steam appeared. I've said it a long time ago. If you encounter the blue beast, Matt Dai, you must not give him the opportunity to open the 8 doors. A Wu ninja held a huge knife in both hands, like a layer on the face, a layer of detonating talisman-like weapons. 18 came out with an impatient look, and said in his mouth, following the words of this Wu Rinin, the 3 men also appeared in front of Loquat, holding a weird weapon in their hands. The owner of the blasting knife droplet, no pair even 8. Matt Dai frowned as he watched the Wu Nin 7 swordsman standing next to the Loquat Wu Li Ziba, and said in a deep voice, long knife stitches, Li Shakyunwon. A blunt knife cuts through the grass, a savage man. Thunder knife tooth, Ringo Yuri. Matt Dai said with a chuckle on his face, and said softly as a reminder in his mouth. Of course, what he reminded was Met Ki and others. The 7 swordsmen of the Yujin Shichi are here except for the ghost lamp full moon on the double Zord flaty eye disc, and the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost of the big sword shark muscle. Met Ki's fists were clenched tightly, and his eyes were exposed. With a worried look, he said in a deep voice, even the grey wolf beast that opened the 8-door dungeon. Do you want to fight against the 7 of us? Wooly Jinba's eyes flashed with dangerous light, and the explosive knife droplets in his hand instantly slashed towards Matt Dai. Swish. With a loud noise, Matt Dai's right hand suddenly appeared a kunai, and instantly threw it at Wooly Jinba, and at the same time, His body quickly jumped back. Peng. There was a loud noise. Q exploded violently as soon as he touched the blasting knife droplets. It's not that there is a detonation talisman above the karma, but the ability to explode the droplets of the knife. A huge explosion will occur wherever this knife is slashed. Is this your youth? Or, the youth in your mouth means running away. Wooly Jinba's face showed a mocking smile, and said in a deep voice, "Cut! Don't underestimate our youth, you fellow." An angry look appeared on Matt Day's face, and he shouted. In front of Matt Day does not allow anyone to laugh at the youth in his mouth, because this is the only thing Matt Day can give to Akai! There are 5 members of Kirimonchai 7 swords. Only that can happen. Akai's youth. I will guard it. Matt Day's brows were slightly wrinkled, and his eyes were tight. Staring at the members of the Unin Kidao in front of him, there was a hint of brazen warfare on his face suddenly, and he said in a deep voice, "Akai, remember, youth is absolutely forbidden to cry. Come on, my son. Let youth continue to spread in Konoha." 8-door Dungeon. Dead door, open. 8-door Dungeon array. A smile appeared on Matt Day's face, and he turned his head and said with a smile on Matt Ki. Then, there was a sudden shout in his mouth. Peng, peng, peng. With Matt Day's voice, the blue steam on his body began to change instantly, and a huge amount of chakra shook some stones and other objects on the ground into the air. All the people present were shocked to feel the pressure in Matt Day's body that surpassed the shadow level several times. This is red steam. With a look of shock on Loquat face, his body couldn't help backing a few steps. His mouth said in disbelief, 8-door Dungeon array. Father, how can it be repaired? Youth is You are not allowed to cry. Matt Ki looked at his father with a sad expression, and a trace of clenched fists gradually appeared. The blood stains, said sadly in his mouth. At this time, Matt Ki's eyes widened hard, looking at his father and the red steam on his father's body. Are you late? Red steam. This is the blood steam unique to the 8-gate Dungeon array. This man is Akai's father. Is Matt Dai? It was Matt Dai who opened the 8-gate Dungeon. During the formation, Hanu and others also appeared here because of the sound of fighting, and Hanu's eyes flashed with a trace of comprehension at this time, and she sighed helplessly in her mouth. Let's take a good look at the hottest moment of youth burning. Hanu's eyes flashed with an impenetrable light of 093, and said softly, following Hanu's words, an emerald green eye appeared on his forehead instantly, which was the omnipotent observer of the 5 visions. Okay. What an amazing breath. All 5 of the Unin 7 swordsmen showed a trace of cold sweat on their faces. They looked at Matt Dai in shock with their eyes, and said secretly in their mouths. Although Matt Dai is unable to improve his strength to the level of Matt Kai and Ludeben in the future due to the strength of Shinin, at this time, Matt Dai also has 3 times the strength of the shadow class! Is this the strength of Matt Dai? Although it is not as good as the later stage of Akai. But if it weren't for this death, you have been practicing until the latter stage, and you can also reach the strength of Akai when you play against Ludeben. It's a pity him going to die like this. Hanu's face has a trace of sadness. His eyes look at the red steam on Matt Dai's body, his eyes keep flashing with a trace of light, and his mouth whispers softly, say, "Thank you Lee Shunda for the 1,000 point reward!" Thank you for your support to the otaku. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Next chapter, Xixiang. Hanu's decision. Chapter 164 Xixiang. Hanu's decision. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 164 Xixiang. Hanu's decision. Seeking subscription. Asking for a reward. Asking for a monthly pass. Asking for a collection. The Strongest Emperor of Naruto Chapter 164 Xixiang. Hanu's decision. Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Seek collection. Mystery middle. Whirlwind. The eyes of Loquat Juzo looked at Matt Dai and the giants around his body with a trace of horror. He measured the red steam, yelled in his mouth, and quickly swung the beheading knife and rushed towards Matt Dai. Noah Cyclone. Matt Dai's face was expressionless, and with a low sigh from his mouth, his body instantly turned into a huge tornado, blocking all the attacks of Loquat Juzo. Peng. With a loud noise, the Loquat Juzo was knocked out by the tornado formed by Matt Dai. His body broke all dozens of trees behind him in an instant! OK. So strong. All 5 of the Unin 7 swordsmen changed their expressions, with a dignified look in their eyes, and said in surprise in their mouths, "This is just an ordinary attack by Matt Dai that is so strong." If Xixiang is used, the 5 Loquat Juzos will definitely have no power to fight back. Hanayu's eyes quietly observed Matt Dai. The 5 Vision Universal Observer is always on! It's on! Matt Dai's face was still expressionless. His owl-like pupils couldn't see the slightest emotion, and he let out a low voice! Following Matt Dai's movements, his body instantly jumped into the air. Peng, peng, peng. When Matt Dai's body was about to fall, he ran instantly, stepping on the air under his feet, and ran at extremely high speed in the air. Nani? It's actually in the air ... and it's running. All Mizuna looked at Matt Dai, who was running in the air, in shock, and said in surprise, "Boo." Interesting. Hanayu's eyes flashed a light, with a smile on her face. Her mouth calmly said, "Come on." So fast. Wooly Jinba's face showed a trace of caution. Her eyes suddenly shrank into pinholes, and she let out a low cry in her mouth, and the blasting knife droplets in her hand instantly blocked forward. Peng! Diaresis. With a loud noise, Matt Dai's right fist instantly hit the top of the blasting knife droplets, causing the ability above the blasting knife droplets to explode instantly! Nani? It actually blocked the explosive power of the explosive knife droplets. Wooly Jinba's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at the unscathed Matt Dai with an incredible expression, and said in horror, "This is the power of youth. Drink it." Matt Dai gave a low voice, and his left fist instantly slammed out. The left fist carried huge power, and air bombs instantly hit Wooly Jinba's body. On! Peng, peng, peng. A series of noises sounded. Wooly Jinba's body was knocked out, and his body instantly plunged into a huge pit. Cough cough. Such an enemy. How can it be defeated? Wooly Jinba's face showed a look of despair, and a large mouthful of blood was suddenly spit out, and he said in horror, "Crack!" A crisp sound came from Matt Dai's left arm, and Matt Dai's expressionless face suddenly showed a very painful look, and the body standing in the middle of the sky shook a little for a moment. Up! It really hurts. I don't have much time. Next. Let youth bloom for the last time. Matt Dai's brows wrinkled deeply, and he glanced at Matt Ki. A smile appeared on his face, and he said in a deep voice, "Forbidden art middle. Xixiang." Matt Dai shouted loudly, and the red steam on his body became more concentrated. 1 foot. Matt Dai shouted loudly, his body instantly appeared in front of Loquat Juzang, and his right fist struck out suddenly! Following the movements of Matt Dai, a huge white air cannon was stepped on like a figurative foot in an instant! What is this? Loquat Juzang's eyes looked at the huge white air cannon that appeared in the sky in horror. His body was too late to escape, and was instantly hit by the huge white air cannon! The huge white air cannon instantly enveloped the body of Loquat Juzo. Peng, peng. A huge sound came, and the body of Loquat Juzang was instantly smashed into a pit dozens of meters in the ground. The huge air cannon stepped out of a hole on the ground like a colossus. Generally, there is an unusually scary trace of a pothole. 2nd foot. Painful pain. Matt Dai's body kept on showing up in front of Li Shikuan 1. His left fist struck out again! A huge air cannon appeared again, twice as powerful as before. Peng. Although Li Shakuan resisted with a long knife and stitches, Matt Dai's attack still hit Li Shakuan's body, knocking Lee Shakyuan away. Tripod. It's a pain in the bone marrow. Matt Dai's face was already distorted from the pain, but even though Matt Dai was suffering from great pain, his movements did not stop for a moment. A huge air cannon, Ringo Yuri and Mizuno Shinobu around him were all knocked out. Because Matt Dai's attack was extremely fast, the previous air cannons still stayed in the sky, and the three air cannons interlaced each other. Foot. 5 feet. Matt Dai's feet shot 2 air cannons in succession, covering all the 5 ninja swords in them, and Matt Dai's movement was 1 second in the sky. In the middle, there appeared 5 staggered huge air cannons. Ha ha. Are all your body bones shattered? Even though you can only endure it, if you withstand a blow like me, these 5 guys will be seriously injured even if they are immortal. Matt Dai's body is still standing in the air, with a tired look on his face. His eyes are a bit gloomy, and Matt Dai's life is coming to an end. Wang Hao Zhao Akai. Although I really want to watch your youth grow up, however, it seems that there is no chance. Don't give up your youth, Akai. With a faint smile, his eyes turned to look at Matt Ki, and he whispered in his mouth, "Is Matt Dai's vitality weakening? It's time." Hanayu's eyes flashed a light, and his mouth calmly said, "Secret technique mirror flower Shuayu." Hanayu's right hand erected a mark of opposition, and he snorted, and the aquamarine eyes on his forehead instantly released a series of mental fluctuations, which were as insignificant as water splashes. The ripples that have stirred up reality. Thank you Lee Shunda for the 1,000 point reward! Thank you for your support to the otaku. Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. Next chapter, Matt Dai. Resurrection. Chapter 165 Matt Dai. Resurrection. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 165 Matt Dai. Resurrection. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Naruto, the Strongest Emperor, Chapter 165, Matt Dai. Resurrection. Seeking subscription. Asking for a reward. Asking for a monthly ticket. Asking for a collection. Secret technique mirror flower water moon. Hanayu's right hand erected a mark of opposition, and he snorted, and the green eyes on his forehead instantly released. There were a series of spiritual fluctuations, and the spiritual fluctuations were like splashes of water, stirring up the ripples of reality. Yeah, Captain Hanayu, why release Kyoka Shuayu? And it's still such a wide range of Jingwa Shuayu. Standing behind Hanayu, there was a trace of doubt on Sato's face, and asked in a low voice, Sato, don't you think it would be a pity if Matt Dai died like this? What do you say? Hanayu's body stood up quietly and slowly turned towards Matt, who had fallen to the ground. Dai walked, looked back at Hyuga Sato, with a smile on his face, and said in a deep voice, I also think it's a pity. Such a ninja. If you become a member of the Night Attack Squad, you will definitely improve the Night Attack Squad's strength. There was a look of expectation on Sato Hyuga's face. Shensheng said. As for why Hanayu kept the Konoha ninja secret, Hyuga Sato didn't care at all. Speaking of it, Matt Dai has such a powerful strength after opening the 8 doors Dungeon formation. Even I am a little envious. The paintbrush in Kato's right hand kept on, a strange creature constantly presented in his hands, said without raising his head. 200 What I care more about is the words of Konoha ninjas who are trapped in the mirage of the mirror flower water moon. Seeing their sad expressions, they should be immersed in the death of Matt Dai. Narawami took a look at her. Matt Kai and the others, who were caught in the mirage illusion in front of them, showed a trace of sadness at the corners of their mouths, and said softly, as long as there is something to eat, the rest doesn't matter. Kudawano kept eating in his mouth. His eyes didn't pay attention to anyone at all, and he said vaguely, the blue beast Matt Dai. If it should die like this, it would be the loss of Konoha village. Uchiha Shishui's face was expressionless, and he glanced at Matt Dai, whose vitality was gradually disappearing under his feet. Said quietly, "Ahem, who is it?" "Enemy?" Matt Dai, whose consciousness was gradually leaving his body, heard some discussions vaguely, but it was not true. "No." Matt Dai sang. "It's someone who gave you a new life." Hanayu looked at Matt Dai in front of him with a smile, and said softly, following Hanayu's words. His right hand suddenly pulled out the March of the Dead 8 rooms. "However, before giving you a new life, I must kill you first." With a smile on Hanayu's face, the March of the Dead in his right hand 8 room gently pierced Matt Dai in an instant. His heart ended the pain caused by the 8-gate Dunjia array! The March of the Dead 8 houses. Liberation. Doll making. Hanayu said softly with a happy smile on her face. Following the words of the cold moon, a light flashed across the blade of the deceased's March 8 rooms, and Matt Dai's broken body was included in the unique doll space of the deceased's March 8 rooms. Doll. Finished. Hanayu's right hand waved down casually on the March of the Dead 8 house. With a smile on his face, he whispered in his mouth, "Liberation." Matt Dai. Hanayu said softly in her mouth. The ground in front of Hanayu began to gradually protrude, and then Matt Dai's body slowly emerged from the ground. "What's the matter? Am I dead?" And "Who are you?" Matt Dai's closed eyes suddenly opened. His face looked at his undamaged body with a trace of doubt. Said unbelievably, "Nice to meet you, Uncle Matt Dai. I'm the captain of the Night Assault Squad, Uchiha Hanayu." Hanayu said with a gentle smile on his face, introducing him softly. "Is it Uchiha Hanayu? Tega Uchiha Hanayu. So, are your subordinates behind you?" Matt Dai's face showed a thoughtful smile, and his brows were slightly frowned. Said softly, "Wait, there is more information in my mind, Bidge." Matt Dai's eyes closed suddenly, and then suddenly opened. His eyes flashed with surprise. "Understood, Uncle Matt Dai. The reason why you didn't die is because of the ability of the deceased to march 8 rooms in my hands." Hanayu's face was calm, and his mouth said in a deep voice, "The March of the Dead 8 house can control the corpses beheaded by this imperial tool." What an incredible ability. However, youth is not allowed to be controlled by others. Matt Dai deserves to have the same nerves as Met Kid. After understanding the reason for the resurrection, there is no surprise that there is no doubt. However, Matt Dai would never allow it to be controlled by Hanayu. "Relax, Uncle Matt Dai. I won't order you anything. In other words, the two of us are in a cooperative relationship. I will revive you and live in Konoha with peace of mind. But, I need you join the night raid team and hide your identity among Konoha." Han said with a smile on his face, suggesting in his mouth, "Cooperation? I have no objection to joining the night raid team. However, hiding your identity in Konoha ... What's the point of doing this?" Matt Dai asked with a smile on his face. Obviously, Matt Dai has basically agreed to Hanayu's request. If Konoha high-level officials knew that Uncle Matt Dai had died and resurrected, he would definitely be caught up in the torture department. Such a thing, even Uncle Matt Dai would not allow it. Hanayu's eyes looked calmly. With Matt Dai, he said in a deep voice, "I know. What's more, it's great for me to be resurrected. I can still see Metkei's growth after death. I am already very satisfied. So, from today onwards, I will be a member of the Night Strike team. Ahaha. Watching Aki's growth in the dark is also a good thing." Matt Dai's face showed a hearty smile, and said with a big smile, "For Hanayu, Matt Dai is grateful to Hanayu from the heart." Then, "Happy cooperation, Uncle Matt Dai." Hanayu stretched out his right hand with a smile on his face and held Matt Dai's right hand together, said with a chuckle in his mouth, "Captain Hanayu, I have brought you the bodies of these 5 guys from the 7 swordsmen of Unin." Kudawano carried 5 guys of various shapes in his right hand, With a slight smile on his face, he said in a deep voice, "Thank you Lee Shunda for the 1,000 point reward!" Thank you for your support to the otaku. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Dive into Unin village. Chapter 166 Sneak into Urin Village. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 166 Sneak into Urin Village. Seeking subscription. Asking for a reward. Asking for a monthly ticket. Asking for a collection. The strongest Emperor of Naruto makes Chapter 166 Sneak into the Unin village. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a collection. Hojo Shimazu-kun. What is that? At the gate of Unin village, a Unin stared at the sea in the distance with shocked eyes. He said in a deep voice, "Huh?" As the natural barrier of Unin village, what can be on the surface of the sea? Hojo Shimazu said in a deep voice with a casual smile on his face. Then his eyes looked at the sea casually. "Nani? This is ... what?" Hojo Shimazu's face suddenly showed a look of shock. His eyes looked at a dark shadow slowly appearing under the sea in surprise, said with surprise in his mouth. This is a human figure. Matsumoto Gagawa's right hand appeared with a kunai, his eyes staring at the figure slowly emerging from below the surface of the water, and his mouth said suspiciously, "Stop. Who is your excellency?" Shimazu Hojo carefully looked at a young man emerging from the sea, and asked loudly, writing round eyes. The teenager who had just emerged from the surface of the sea gave Hojo Shimazu and Matsumoto Gagawa a blank expression on his face, then gave a soft drink, and 3 blood-red eyes appeared in an instant. "Goo!" It's Shaolin Yan. When Hojo Shimazu saw Shaolin Yan, a solemn expression flashed across his face. Just as he was about to remind, he was drawn into the illusion of Shaolin Yan. And Matsumoto Gagawa standing next to Hojo Shimazu was also not spared. "Is this the Unin village? I didn't expect that there is the ocean in front of the Unin village. Are you confident in your own water escape?" "Really? Blindly confident." The young man walked directly from the surface of the sea. The coming Hanu. At this time, Hanu glanced at the gate of Urin village, with a smile on her face, and said in a deep voice. Then Hanu slowly walked into Urin village. Since Hanu resurrected Madara, he has separated from the night attack squad, using the water dragon's ability to control water with the black marlin, moving straight from the bottom of the sea, and finally reached Urin village 5 days later. Boom, boom, boom. A knock on the door sounded. Jiang looked at the knock on the door with a puzzled face, hesitated for a long time before he finally made up his mind to open the door. It's a young man. "Excuse me ... what do you do?" Jiang said with a nervous look of relief when he saw a young man standing outside the door, and asked, "Yo, uncle, can you let me in?" Hanu stood in front of the door, glanced at Jiang in front of him, with a gentle smile on his face, and said with a smile in his mouth. Following Hanu's words, the writing wheel in his eyes turned once again. Coming. Jiang's eyes were stunned when he saw Shaolin Yan, and then put down all his guards and let Hanu into the house. In Jiang's mind, the identity of this young man had been determined just now. He was his former neighbor. "Uncle Jiang, can you tell me why you are nervous?" Hanu asked herself as she sat at the dining table with a gentle smile on her face. "Hey, Hanu-kun." Since the 4th generation of Mizuki Yakura became a water shadow, the originally classless Unin village began to subtly form a hierarchy. The ninjas and the protected people of Unin village. The blood fog policy begins. After that, Wuren began to treat civilians as inferior, and bullied wanton. Jiang sighed with a look of fear on his face, and said helplessly, "It's no wonder that since I entered the village, I saw all the civilians around me look nervous." Hanu's face showed a thoughtful look. and said analytically, "It's Konoha 45 years. The Battle of Kikyo Mountain broke out in Konoha's 46 years. Time is enough. As long as the controlled Yakura can be killed, Kairinin village will face the redistribution of power and has no time to take care of it." The Third Ninja World War. Hanayu's right index finger tapped the desktop unconsciously, his eyes flashed with light, and his mouth said contemplatively, middle dot 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 find flowers middle dot 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 middle dot. In that case, Hanayu's eyes suddenly burst into light, and she whispered in her mouth. Then Hanyu's eyes closed tightly. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. From the Intelligence Department of Unin Village. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost just sent a piece of information to Konoha's spies, and a voice sounded in the mind of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. "Follow your instructions, Master." Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost's eyes were also closed, and he responded in his heart, "I need your intelligence department to do something for me. So, from now on, you will tell me all about your situation. You return to the doll space, and I will replace you." Hanayu's face, there was a playful smile on his face, and he ordered it. "I understand, Master." Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost responded with a heartfelt response, then opened his eyes, and wrote his own situation and all the personnel relations of the intelligence department on the scroll. Then, since Uchiha Madara is in charge of the 4th generation Water Shadow, I will be in charge of the intelligence department. Eerie Shinobu village is so peaceful now. This is not what I want. Hanayu's face was tinged with a trace. He chuckled and said in a deep voice, "Moreover, it seems that the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost has no disciples now. This is a bit interesting." Hanayu's face showed a playful look again, and said softly, "Transformation Free Gaia Foundation." Transformation. A small black box appeared in Hanayu's right hand, and then Hanayu snorted in her mouth, and her body instantly became like a Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. Thanks to Zihon for the 100-point reward! Thank you for your support to the otaku. Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. The first sight of dried persimmon ghost shark. Chapter 167 Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. The first sight of dried persimmon ghost shark. Seeking subscription. Seeking reward. Seeking month. Chapter 167 Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. The first sight of dried persimmon ghost shark. Seeking subscription. Asking for a reward. Seeking the moon. Hokage's strongest emperor's ambassador. Chapter 167 Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. The first sight of the dried persimmon ghost. Seeking subscription. Asking for a reward. Seeking moon. Then, this meeting will end here. The Intelligence Department. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost looked at the several subordinates in front of him with a calm face, and said in his mouth, "Yes, Master Pufferfish Ghost." Several Unin yelled together, and quickly retracted the intelligence scroll in front of them with both hands, and slowly walked outside. Yeah, I have been serving as the head of the intelligence department for 2 weeks now. The 2-week buffer time has made me more and more comfortable with this job." Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost has a face on his face. With a playful smile, his body instantly turned into a teenager, and he said in a deep voice, "Obviously, this boy is Hanayu. These 2 weeks have made me discover something with great potential." Hanayu said with a smile on her face. 22 whispered in her mouth. Then, "It's time to get in touch." Hanayu regained the appearance of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish, walked out slowly, and said with a chuckle in his mouth, "Master Pufferfish Ghost." Along the way, some of the mists from the intelligence department kept saying hello to Hanayu. Faced with the enthusiasm of these mists, Hanayu just nodded coldly. "Oh, so here, you monster." A middle-aged Unin looked at the 18-year-old youth in front of him with an angry face, and said coldly, "Monster, Senior Fujiki, you give me enough." This young man had a cold expression on his face, a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Huh? It's just forbearance among a mere elite. And you are a monster, Murloc. Am I wrong?" Dry persimmon ghost mackerel. Fujika's face showed a hint of sarcasm, said indifferently, in front of Fujiki. A young man with a shark face and no emotions in his eyes was nothing but a ghost. "Really? Now, I really want to kill." A bloodthirsty expression appeared on the dry persimmon ghost shark's face, and a real murderous aura was suddenly released between his eyes, holding one in his right hand. Handle Taito said coldly in his mouth. "What are you kidding? A mere elite ... want to kill me?" Fujiki laughed like he heard a joke, and then looked gloomy. With the dried persimmon ghost shark, he said coldly, "Secret skill middle ... Shulker destroy." The dry persimmon ghost shark's face returned to expressionless again, and with a low drink from his mouth, his body instantly appeared behind Fujiki, and the sword in his right hand instantly slashed towards Fujika's back. Peng. With a loud noise, Fujika's body was instantly knocked out. On Fujika's back, there was a wound with deep bones visible. How can it be repaired? "You shark monster, go to me to die." Fujika's face showed a trace of anger, his mouth roared, and his body quickly rushed towards the dried persimmon ghost. Peng. With a loud noise, the shuriken in Fujika's right hand instantly cut off the sword in the hand of the dried persimmon ghost shark. However, before Fujiki could continue his attack, the left hand of the dried persimmon ghost shark instantly fell from Fujika's forbearance. A kunai was drawn from the bag, and it passed Fujika's neck in an instant. How is it possible? Obviously only the strength of the elite. Fujiki covered his neck with his hands. His eyes looked at the bloodthirsty dried persimmon ghost shark in horror, and he screamed, "Cut, idiot, you ruined my weapon." The dried persimmon ghost shark didn't even look at Fujiki, and kicked Fujika's body freely with his right foot. He glanced at the sword in his right hand, and his mouth was cold, said, "Plap, pap." Just when the dried persimmon ghost shark wanted to leave, a clap came from behind the dried persimmon ghost shark, which made the dried persimmon ghost shark's move to leave a halt. Not bad strength. Is your name called ... dried persimmon ghost shark? Hanu walked out of the shadows, with a smile of approval on his face, and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency is Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost Master." Ganshigi turned his head, looked at the image of Han with cold eyes, and said calmly in his mouth, following the words of the dried persimmon ghost shark, a kunai appeared on his right hand. Good vigilance. But rest assured, I won't tell anyone about your killing of your teammates. Hanu looked at the dried persimmon ghost shark calmly, and whispered in her mouth, "Why ... As the head of the intelligence department, when I saw me killing a ninja in my own village, shouldn't it be treated with rebelliousness?" The dry persimmon ghost stared at Hanu noncommittently, and asked coldly in his mouth, "The reason?" "It's like seeing someone trample an ant to death. Do you need to pay attention? You know ... Weakness is the original sin." Hanu's face has a cold look, her eyes look after taking a look at the dried persimmon ghost shark. He said calmly, "Dry persimmon ghosts, I can see that you who have given everything to the village are not recognized by the people in the village. So are you eager to see a wider place? It's like being in the ocean. Like a shark, you are trapped in the Unin village. The Unin village is decayed, and the ninja world is very big. Join my intelligence department. Let us step into the darkness, even at the expense of the lives of our teammates, but also to see to the vast world." Hanu said with a calm expression on her face, and her mouth was full of bewilderment. "Ninja world? Yeah? How could I be trapped in New Unin village? Joining the intelligence department might be a good choice." With a pensive expression on the dry persimmon gear's face, he then revealed with a cold smile, he whispered in his mouth, "Very correct choice. You will keep this big knife first." Hanu's face showed a smile, and his right hand suddenly threw the big knife muscle on his shoulder over, and said in a deep voice, "This is the scalp muscle." Even the cold and almost emotionless dried persimmon ghost shark showed a surprised look when he saw the scalp muscle, and a grateful look flashed in his eyes. Exclamation mark thanks to Zihong for the 100-point reward. Exclamation mark thank you for your support to the otaku. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark seeking collection. Next chapter, manipulate intelligence. Growing dried persimmon ghost shark. Chapter 168 The growth of dry persimmon and ghost shark. Manipulate intelligence. Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Seek. Chapter 168 The growth of dried persimmon ghost shark. Manipulate intelligence. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. For Hokage's strongest emperor. Chapter 168 The growth of dried persimmon and ghost shark. Control intelligence. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. Begging. Shui done middle. Blasting water waves. A secret base of Wuren. The hands of the dried persimmon ghost shark quickly formed a seal, and he shouted in his mouth. Suddenly spit out a huge amount of water from his mouth. Exclamation mark how is it possible? Such a huge waterfall. Even the chakra of the elite ninja is not enough. A ninja with a misty forehead on his head, a look of horror appeared on his face, and his mouth was shocked, said faintly, "Come on." The dried persimmon ghost shark completely ignored the Unin, and his body jumped slightly, standing on the water surface. A bandage-wrapped sword appeared in his right hand, and he gave a low voice in his mouth. Instantly cut through the water, rushing towards the mist in front of you. So fast. With a look of horror on this Unin's face, his pupils contracted, and the taito in his right hand suddenly blocked forward. Ding! With a soft sound, the big knife of the dried persimmon ghost shark instantly slashed on the sword, and then a chakra instantly passed along the big knife to the body of the dried persimmon ghost shark. This is one of the 7 swords of the Kiramanga. How can it be 18? Isn't the Meikoi the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost weapon? How can you have it? His eyes widened suddenly, and he looked at the muscles in the hands of the dried persimmon ghost shark incredulously, and said in horror, "Cut, an idiot. As I wane in spy, you don't need to understand." Then, goodbye. There was a cold smile on the face of the dried persimmon ghost shark, and his eyes looked at the big scalpel muscle in his hand with satisfaction. Said coldly, "Peng." Following the words of the dried persimmon ghost shark, the big knife in his hand instantly knocked away the taito in front of him, and then instantly slashed on the body of the Iwanin spy. Exclamation mark. I understand. Are you the follow-up heir to the swordfish muscle selected by the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost? How could it be possible that the watermelon mountain blowfish ghost will never choose the heir for the muscle fish? Yanshinabus' body fell on the ground, his eyes were dim, and his mouth said weakly, "You won't understand." The dry persimmon ghost shark glanced at the dead Iwanin spy with cold eyes, and cut off the head of this Iwanin with a single knife, and Hanayu's randomness to the big sword shark muscle flashed in his mind. A smile appeared on his face. The pufferfish ghost Lord Ino never cares about the muscles. The dried persimmon ghost shark sealed his head in a scroll, with a cold smile on his face, and said calmly in his mouth, "Master Pufferfish Ghost." The dried persimmon pufferfish is back. An intelligence officer of the Urin Intelligence Department looked at the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost in front of him respectfully and said in a deep voice, "Oh, the ghost is back." It seems ... This mission was successfully completed. Hanayu, who maintained the image of the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost, showed an unexpected expression on her face. Said quietly, "Master Pufferfish Ghost. This is the head of Iwanabus' last spy." The figure of the dried persimmon ghost shark walked in slowly, threw a scroll with his right hand, and said in a deep voice, "Thank you, Ghost Shark." Next. This time it's up to you to complete this task. Hanayu's right hand kept tapping on the desktop, with a thoughtful look on her face. Her mouth calm say. Following Hanayu's words, Hanayu's right hand also threw a quest scroll to the dried persimmon ghost shark. Do you have a mission to track the latest trends in Yanin village? I know. The dried persimmon ghost shark glanced at Hanayu calmly, then put away the scroll, and then subconsciously moved towards the dragon shape in Hanayu's right hand. Take a look at the ring. Then, these are some of the ninjutsu scrolls I selected for you. Hanayu didn't care about Gis' gaze, and threw out a scroll with water in his right hand again, and said with a smile in his mouth, ! This scroll contains Da Shiwan's understanding of Shui Dan, as well as Hanyu's own analysis of Shui Dan's moves. Of course, there are also applications of the Ghost Lamp family's water control and hydration capabilities. Thank you for the gift from Master Pufferfish. Then, I will withdraw first. The dry persimmon ghost shark's eyes looked at the content in the scroll with a gleam of light, a smile appeared on his face, and his mouth was slightly excited. Afterwards, the figure of the dried persimmon ghost shark disappeared in front of Hanayu instantly. The strength of the dried persimmon ghost will definitely grow more powerful than the original. What follows should also give some intelligence support to the Urin Reformation, Hanayu said with a smile on his face, and said playfully. Master Tumi Ming received a piece of information from the intelligence department. At a secret base, a Unin with a cat face mask on his face handed an intelligence scroll to the seated in first place. Tumi was meditating in front of Ming. Huh? The intelligence department? Let me see. Tumi Ming's mature face frowned slightly, and then took the intelligence scroll with his right hand, and said calmly in his mouth, This is ... What the hell is the guy from the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish ghost thinking? Trumi Ming said with a solemn look on his original nonchalant face, and he kept tapping the table with his right hand. His mouth meditatively said. In the information scroll in front of Trumi Ming, there are several small-scale killings of Kirimani launched by the Kairishi Reformation faction. At the same time, he also wrote that the fourth-generation Mizuki Yakura is about to start some cleanup work for the Iri Shinobi reformists. This information explains in detail the deployment of the fourth-generation Mizuki Yakura. 123. Cut. It seems that the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish ghost of the intelligence department should not be underestimated. What on earth is he paying attention to? Trumi Ming's eyes kept gleaming, and then orders were issued. Patriarch Hui intercepted a piece of intelligence from the intelligence department. Hui family. A member of the Hui family handed the information in his hands to a tall and burly patriarch of the Hui family, Hui-kun with a heavy face. How can it be repaired? The fourth generation of Mizuki. No. What does that kid Yakura want to do? Watch me closely what the kid Yakura is doing, and at the same time, continue to intercept information from the intelligence department. Kaguya-kun looked at it with both eyes in the intelligence. The fourth generation of Water Shadow Yakura was angry and smashed the table in front of him to the siege deployment of some of the Kaguya family, and said bitterly, Is this the reaction of Patriarch Hui? It is really stupid. Ahahaha. Hanayu's forehead turned on the long-sighted ability of the five-vision omnipotent observer. Looking at the anger on Hui-jun's face, Hanayu suddenly he clutched his right eye and laughed. Thanks to Zihon for the 100-point reward! Thank you for your support to the otaku. Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. Next chapter, Uchiha Madara. Beiju's gaze. Chapter 169 Uchiha Madara. Beiju's peeping. Seeking subscription. Seeking reward. Seeking monthly pass. Seeking collection. Chapter 169 Uchiha Madara. Beiju's peeping. Please subscribe. ask a reward, ask a monthly pass, ask a collection of Naruto's strongest emperor. Chapter 169 Uchiha Madara Zetsus peeping. Please subscribe, ask a reward, ask a monthly pass, ask for collection. Is this the reaction of Patriarch Ui? It really is stupid. Ahahaha. Hanayu's forehead turned on the long-sighted ability of the Five Vision Universal Observer. Looking at the anger on Hui-Jun's face, Hanayu suddenly clutched her forehead and laughed. The fourth generation of Shuiing. I seem to have discovered an extraordinary thing. In the fourth generation of Shuiing office, a white figure emerged from the ground, and said with a chuckle, "Oh, what's the matter?" The fourth generation Mizuki raised his head, and the red goo in his eyes kept turning! There was a look of looking at the world on his face. What's the matter? Who are you? The writing wheel eyes in the eyes of the fourth generation Mizuki quickly receded. The expression on his face instantly turned into doubts, and his mouth whispered! Oh, it was able to break through Master Madara's illusion control. It's incredible. The white figure on the ground showed an interesting smile on his face, and said calmly, "Cut, be quiet." An old low voice uttered from the fourth generation Mizuki mouth. And then Yakura's eyes were controlled by the Sharingan again. Obviously he is a puppet. You must have the consciousness to be a puppet. The fourth generation Mizuki showed a disdainful smile on his face, and said calmly, "Master Madara, it seems that your control over the fourth generation Mizuki is getting weaker." The white figure emerging from the ground, with a smile on his face, said softly, "The fourth generation of Water Shadow is just my puppet. Wu Ninja Village is just the first step I used to implement the plan diaresis." In an unknown space, a huge monster with 10 eyes under the body, an old man with a wrinkled face breathed a sigh of relief in his mouth, and said in a deep voice, "This old man is amazingly Uchiha Madara." White Zetsu, what do you do? Uchiha Madara's eyes looked at the Shiras were peering on the ground through the eyes of the fourth generation Yakura, and asked calmly in his mouth, "Master Madara, the Hui clan in Unin village seems to be aware of your plan. However, with the mind of Hui-kun, you will never know your plan. It's really a headache." Beiju's body rotated in a circle, and he said in a deep voice, "Really? Ahem. Kaguya-kun can be aware of it. Only the transformational faction of Unin village and ... The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost of the Ministry of Information. Cut. 2 insects are also delusional to trip the elephant. It's ridiculous." Uchiha Madara's face showed a funny look. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "So, what should I do?" Master Madara ... No. Master Mizuki of the fourth generation. Beiju's body slowly sank to the ground, and asked excitedly, "Continue to monitor the Xianji family and the reformists in Kairinin village. At the same time, monitor the actions of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish." Uchiha Madara's face with a playful smile on his face, said in his mouth, "Hey, I understand." Then, "Bye, Master Ban." Beiju's mouth should be yelled, and his body instantly split into 3 avatars, all sinking under the ground! Ahem. I don't seem to have much time. Even with the 10-tail shell, can the outer golem only be able to do this step? The first step plan has been completed. It seems someone needs to implement other plans for me. Uchiha Madara's body stood up. His eyes looked forward, and a huge monster was gradually reflected in the blood-red writing wheel eyes! Yeah, Lord Madara is about to die. That's really bad. As the first thinking creature based on Lord Madara and the golem, I don't want to lose my life. Yeah? Beiju's figure kept advancing fast under the ground, with a careless smile on his face, muttering to himself, "But why did Master Madara send to monitor the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost?" Incomprehensible, unintelligible to say. Beiju's figure appeared on the roof of the intelligence department, with doubts on his face. His eyes were staring at the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost below him, and he muttered to himself, "How could you? It seems that guy Uchiha Madara can't sit still anymore." Hanu sitting in the chair narrowed his eyes slightly, and the fiber vision universal observer on his forehead the light was fleeting, and Baiju's figure clearly appeared in Hanu's heart. "Li Hao Master Pufferfish Ghost. The dried persimmon ghost shark is back." An intelligence officer walked in and said quietly, following the words of this intelligence officer, a light flashed in Baiju's eyes. "Dried persimmon ghost shark? This is the breath of the big sword shark muscle." Unexpectedly, the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost would choose his own successor. This incident is reported to Lord Madara. Baiju's figure melted into the surrounding roof, looked at the dried persimmon ghost shark coming outside with a smile on his face. However, Baiju didn't know that his inner thoughts were completely exposed to Hanu. Battle Trumi Ming. The 170th chapter, Trumi Ming strikes. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 170, Trumi Ming strikes. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Naruto's strongest emperor makes the 170th chapter, Trumi Ming attack. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. It's well done. The ghost mulberry. It seems to be getting more and more convenient for the use of the scalpel muscle. And, for mine, chakra, the shark muscle likes your chakra even more. Hanu quietly walked to the front of the dried persimmon ghost shark, looked at the ghost shark with a smile on his face, and said calmly, "Master Pufferfish Ghost, if there is nothing else, I will go back." With a cold expression on the face of the dried persimmon ghost, he said in a deep voice, well, Gyuzang still has such a cold character." Hanu didn't care about Gyu's character, shrugged and said with a smile in his mouth, "I happen to have an sleevel mission here, Gyuzang." Hanu's eyes flashed with a hint of light, and there was a hint of playful expression on his face, and he said softly, "Oh, sleevel mission? I am very interested." There was a hint of interest in the eyes of the dried persimmon ghost. His face still expressionless, his mouth said coldly, "Yoch." The facial paralysis attributes of Ganshigui 147 shark are exactly the same as Itachi God. No wonder they will be partners in the future. A smile appeared on Hanu's face, and his mouth muttered to himself. Recently, an intelligence officer reported that the fourth generation Mizukage-sama's behavior was a little weird, and his personality became more and more irritable, and he even appeared in a trance. Therefore, as the head of the intelligence department, he is concerned about the safety of the fourth generation Mizukage. You still need to be responsible. So, dry persimmon ghost shark, you need to pay close attention to the situation of the fourth generation of water shadows. Any abnormalities need to be recorded. Han said with a calm expression on his face, and said in a deep voice, "Is the task of investigating the fourth generation Mizukage Yakura?" "I understand." The dry persimmon ghost shark still had no expression on his face, and said calmly in his mouth. The tone of the dried persimmon ghost does not seem to talk about investigating the fourth generation of Mizukage Yakura at all, but seems to say one more irrelevant thing. Yeah, it really deserves to be the most outstanding intelligence officer. The Byakuya guy should be able to detect the control of the fourth generation Mizukage Yakura. So, yeah? What are you doing? How to choose dried persimmon ghosts. I am looking forward to it. Hanu's figure changed back to its original appearance, her right hand covered her right eye, and a bright light flashed over the only exposed left eye. With a playful look on Hanu's face, she said calmly, "Is this a member of Tumi Ming, the eerie shinobi transformational faction? This direction? Is it here to test me?" It seems that Tumi Ming has begun to pay close attention to here. Really troublesome. If you want to maintain the identity of the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost, you can't reveal your own strength. What should I do? Hanu's brows wrinkled slightly. His 5-vision omnipotence observer has been turned on since becoming the Minister of Intelligence. Possessing the ability to visualize, Hanu does not have to worry about being discovered by others! Master Trumi Ming. Why do you attach so much importance to the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost? Although the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost is one of the 7 Unin swords, but even so, you pay too much attention to this guy. With a puzzled expression on Ming Wuxinabu's face, he asks in a low voice in his mouth. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost is not easy. Since this guy returned to Unin village, a series of practices in the past few months have made me less and less able to see this guy. The guy's style is impulsive, irritable, but the current Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost feels mysterious, calm like stagnant water. It's like a storm brewing peace. Mature Yuji Trumi Ming, a gleam of light flashed in her eyes, a trace of worry on her face, and her mouth calmly said, Master Trumi, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost has moved. A perceptual ninja who followed Trumi suddenly opened his eyes, and said with a slight astonishment in his mouth. Obviously, this perceptual ninja is also a little puzzled about the sudden movement of Hanu, because the usual Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost would not leave the intelligence department if there was no emergency. Did you move? What's the matter? Trumi Ming's face had a look of doubt, and the figure stopped, with a trace of contemplation on his face, and said softly, Sure enough. Have you already discovered us? This Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost feels more and more mysterious. Just like the 4th generation of water shadows. Trumi Ming's hands slightly squeezed, a smile appeared on his face, and he said softly, Master Trumi Ming. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost stopped. This location ... This location is the offshore area outside the village. The perception ninja opened his eyes and whispered in his mouth. Are you near the sea? I know. It seems that this guy really found us. But do you want to use the surrounding waters to restrain my blood from the limit? Cut. This guy ... Feel my eclipse. The enthusiasm of the bones. Trumi Ming said with a cold smile on her face, deep in her mouth. Then Trumi Ming's figure instantly struck Hanu's direction. Yeah, Trumi is here. If you can only escape with water, it would be a little troublesome. Simply, no one in Unin village knows that my water dragon is based on Black Marlin's imperial equipment. In this case, Hanu's figure stood on the surface of the sea. Her eyes were looking at the figure coming in the distance, and she said with a chuckle in her mouth, Thank you Tang Zongxian for your big 588 points! Thank you for your support to the otaku. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Hanu vs Trumi Ming. Beiju's gaze. Chapter 171 Hanu vs Trumi Ming. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 171 Hanu vs Trumi Ming. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Naruto, the strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 171 Hanu vs Trumi Ming. Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Seek collection. Yo, Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. It's been a long time. Trumi Ming quickly appeared on the opposite side of Hanu's face. With a sweet smile, he said with a chuckle in his mouth. Ah, is it Trumi, the leader of the Eerie Shinobi transformational faction? Trumi is indeed a genius. No, I should call you ... Trumi now. Hanu's face was calm. Looking at Trumi, she said with a chuckle in her mouth. You don't need to care about the name, but the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. I am very interested. Trumi still has a sweet smile on her face. If you don't know Trumi's character, you will definitely be because of this smile, and relax your vigilance against Mei Ming. However, it is clear that Hanu knows that Trumi Ming is a very dark-bellied royal sister. Well, it's a waste of time to talk like this. Why don't we open the skylight? Yes, as the Minister of Intelligence, I am very interested in your Ujin reformers. What you received, I sent someone to send the information to you. I think you have reduced a lot of losses, Hanu said with a calm smile on her face, playfully. Really? What the hell is the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost yours thinking? Trumi Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and his mouth calmly asked. Of course it's looking for an ally. Let's say it. The fourth generation of water shadow has been controlled. Therefore, for future survival needs to choose, and my choice is you. Hanu's eyes were calm. Staring at Trumi Ming's beautiful eyes, whispered in her mouth, Nani? The fourth generation water shadow is controlled by someone? The three misty ninjas behind Trumi Ming's faces were all on one side, and they looked at each other in surprise, and said in disbelief, do you have evidence to prove that the fourth generation Mizuki Yakura was controlled by someone? Trumi Ming's expression still had a sweet smile. His eyes hinted at the three men behind him, and he asked calmly, sure enough, it's still naive for you Unin reformists. The fourth generation of water shadow is controlled by someone does not need any evidence. Hanu's face looked at Trumi Ming with a trace of amusement, and his mouth was playful. Say, yes, we don't need any evidence, because, as long as we release the news, someone will work hard to find the truth in order to verify the authenticity of the news. And we Urin reformists also occupy the righteousness. There was a trace of thought on Trumi Ming's face. Her eyes cast a deep look at Hanu, and her mouth calmly said, yes, if you want to develop, you can't do without the support of the intelligence department. This is also my bargaining chip. The bargaining chip for cooperating with you, Hanu said with a smile on his face, and said softly, really? No matter what your ultimate goal is, if you want to cooperate with us, it won't work without a certain amount of strength. Trumi Ming said with a serious expression on her face, with a light smile in her mouth. Trumi Ming planned to cooperate with the Eri Shinobi Intelligence Department from the beginning. Therefore, Trumi Ming has no objections to the cooperation proposed by Hanu! Is this the purpose of your coming here? So, let me learn about the strength of Trumi Ming, the blood airbounder. Hanu's face showed a confident smile, and his eyes stared at Trumi Ming. He said in a deep voice, very confident, your Lord Pufferfish Ghost. Then, let me give you a bone-wrenching memory. Trumi Ming said softly with a cold expression on her face. To the ugly watermelon mountain Pufferfish Ghost at this time, Trumi could not say anything like bone-erupting kiss. So, on. Hanu's face showed a smile, and he let out a low drink, and a sword appeared in his right hand for an instant. Following Hanu's words, his body quickly rushed towards Trumi Ming. Although the speed is very fast, but the image of the pufferfish ghost is really exactly the same as the pufferfish ghost in the offshore. Trumi Ming's pupils shrank, and with a wave of his right hand, the three subordinates standing behind her instantly dispersed. Trumi Ming's eyes frowned slightly and looked at the rapidly attacking Hanu, and said coldly in her mouth, ding. With a soft sound, a kunai appeared in Trumi Ming's hand, blocking Hanu's taito. After that, Trumi Ming's right leg swept towards Hanu instantly. At the same time, his left hand quickly grabbed Hanu's shoulder. Peng. With a loud noise, Hanu's body was kicked out in an instant, but Trumi Ming grabbed her shoulders the moment she flew out. Trumi Ming's left hand was slightly hard, and Hanu's body was pressed instantly under the water. Following Trumi Ming's movements, a huge explosion instantly knocked the surrounding sea water away. Task for flowers. It's quite capable. Hanu's body rolled continuously under the water surface, and then rushed above the water surface again due to the huge impact. Hanu's body slowly stood up, wiped the drops of water on her face with her right hand, a look of excitement appeared on her face, and she said in a deep voice, is there only this level? Your Lord Pufferfish Ghost. It seems that you don't have a big sword shark muscle. Your strength is only at the level of forbearance. Tumi Ming's face has a look of disappointment, and his brows are slightly wrinkled, said coldly in his mouth. At this time Tumi Ming doubted her own judgment a little. Is the feeling of the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost in the past all an illusion? Or to say ... I am a little too nervous. Tumi Ming's eyes calmly stared at Hanu, and his mouth said contemplatively ... Huh? Only this level. Trumi Ming ... You seem to be too confident in your own strength. Then, let you see my true strength. Hanu's face showed a trace with a playful look. A ray of light flashed through his eyes, and his mouth said calmly, Peng. Following Hanu's words, a huge chakra was instantly released from Hanu's body. And these chakras that were released instantly impacted everything around him like a coercion. Suddenly, on the surface of the sea, the waves were raging in an instant, and countless water jets appeared around Hanu. Cut! What an amazing amount of chakra! It can make the chakra condensed as if it were true. The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost. It really is not easy. Trumi Ming's hair was affected by the impact of Hanu chakra. Flying backwards, Trumi Ming looked at Hanu solemnly at this time, and said with a slight surprise in her mouth, use your full strength. Please me. Trumi Ming. Hanu's right hand covered his right eye casually, with a look of excitement on his face, and said slightly crazy in his mouth. At this time, Hanu, coupled with the appearance of the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost, and the craziness on his face, made Hanu's breath even more terrifying. Thank you Tang Zongxian for your big 588 points! Thank you for your support to the otaku. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Double blood following the boundary. Trumi Ming. The 172nd chapter Double blood following the limiter. Trumi Ming. Seeking subscription. Seeking reward. Seeking monthly pass. Seeking collection. The 172nd chapter Double blood following the limiter. Trumi Ming. Please subscribe. Ask a reward. Ask a monthly pass. Ask a collection of Naruto's strongest emperor. Chapter 172. A double blood successor. Trumi Ming. Subscribe. Ask a reward. Ask a monthly pass. Please collect it. Use your full strength. Please me. Trumi Ming. Hanu's right hand covered his right eye casually, with a look of excitement on his face, and said slightly crazy in his mouth. The Hanu at this time, combined with the appearance of the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost, and the craziness on his face, made Hanu's breath even more terrifying. Everyone, be careful. Trumi Ming's brows furrowed deeply, and he glanced at 3 of his tribes with a reminder in his mouth. It's really horrible. Such a huge amount of chakra really deserves to be the owner of the scalp muscle. Even if there is no scalp muscle now, the amount of chakras in the body is beyond ordinary people. Unnamed Saito Ota's Unin's eyes were surprised to see the hair rooted up, and the cold moon surrounded by a huge amount of chakras on his body. He said with a deep voice in his mouth 707. Go on. Hanu's body leaned forward slightly, her eyes locked tightly to Trumi Ming's figure, her feet pressed slightly, and her body instantly ran at high speed above the water. Following Hanu's movements, a turbulent waterway appeared behind him. Come on. So fast. Trumi Ming's eyes contracted, and he quickly scanned the surrounding water, with a trace of surprise on his face, and he whispered in his mouth, Peng, peng, peng. A sound of water surging and breaking air sounded above the water. Because of Hanu's ultra-high-speed movement, his figure had disappeared above the water, leaving only these sounds. Found it. Here. Trumi Ming's eyes suddenly zoomed in. Her face was calm, and she gave a low drink, quickly clenched her fist with her right hand, and hit her front left. Peng. With a loud noise, Hanu's right hand instantly hit Trumi Ming's right fist. With the movements of the two, a burst of explosions continued to sound, and layers of ripples were set off on the surface of the water! The power is too light. Hanayu's face showed a look of disappointment. His right hand slightly pressed on Trumi Ming's right arm, his body instantly appeared in the air, his body rotated slightly, and his right foot instantly smashed under! Peng, peng. With Hanayu's movements, Trumi Ming's body was instantly knocked out. You know, Hanayu hasn't let go of physical training for a moment! Ahem. Shui done middle. Water array. Trumi Ming's body kept rolling over the surface of the water, but his hands quickly formed a seal, and then his feet quickly tapped the water surface twice and stopped. The impact on his body, with a low sip from his mouth, suddenly spit out a large amount of columnar water from his mouth. Is this the water formation pillar? As expected, it is a powerful water escape that can counteract Uchiha Madara's fire escape attack. But if it's water escape, I don't need to be afraid either. Hanu's body stopped slightly for a moment, his eyes calmly looked at the huge water column in front of him, a smile appeared on his face, and he said in a deep voice, Shui done middle. Great burst of water. Hanayu's hands clapped suddenly, a playful smile appeared on her face, and she let out a low drink. Following Hanayu's words, the water dragon Binai Black Marlin above Hanayu's right index finger flashed a faint light, and then on the sea in front of Hanayu, an equally huge waterfall rushed towards the water column in front of him! Peng. With a loud noise, two water-drenching ninjutsu with amazing water volume quickly collided together, and then water columns appeared on the sea surface because of the huge impact! Did you send out such an amazing water escape ninjutsu with just one seal? In that case you can only use blood to continue the boundary. Trumi Ming's body quickly jumped back a few times, and his right hand moved. Liu Hai gathered on his forehead and said quietly, let me see your blood succession limit. Trumi Ming, Hanayu said with a hint of excitement on her face, and said calmly in her mouth, if it weren't for the status of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, Hanayu would definitely be tempted to test the power of Super Rank Ninjutsu. Hard use Uzumaki Water Blade. Then give you a deep-seated memory. The magic of melting and dissolving monsters. Trumi Ming's eyes flashed a ray of light, and he said with a chuckle in his mouth. Following Trumi Ming's words, she pressed her right hand slightly to her lips, and then suddenly spit out a huge flow of lava from her mouth. Broken waterfall. Hanayu's face flashed with a stern look, and with a loud shout, his hands suddenly slapped on the surface of the water. With Hanayu's movements, the water surface 2 meters in front of Hanayu's body was instantly like a huge pressure water column, forming a huge waterfall in front of Hanayu! Chikichi Peng. Trumi Ming's melting hit on the high pressure waterfall in front of him, quickly corroding the waterfall in front of him. But the waterfall made by Hanayu with the entire offshore as a backing is obviously not so easy to dissolve. How is it possible? Use the strong pressure at the bottom of the sea to form a high-pressure waterfall that can rush out of the sea. This is not water escape ninjutsu anymore. Saito Ota's face looked at the huge in front of him in shock. The high-pressure water column said in surprise, boiling escape middle. The art of clever mist. Trumi Ming said with a trace of peace on her face, whispering softly in her mouth. Following Trumi Ming's words, a huge amount of mist was vomited from her mouth instantly. The mist quickly spread in the direction of Hanayu. Chichi. With a soft sound, Hanayu frowned in front of her frown and the mist evaporated into a round waterfall. Her hands left the sea, and her body quickly backed away. It seems that the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost can't deal with my boiled escape. In this way, the Pufferfish Ghost does not have the ability to resist 4.2 strength. Trumi Ming's face has a sweet smile on his mouth. Lee reminded him softly, yeah, it seems that there is really no resistance at all. Hanayu's face has a smile on her face. Her body keeps retreating to avoid the mist in front of her, and her mouth calmly said, then, let you look at my biggest hole card. Come out, Han said with a playful smile on his face. Exclamation mark. Following Hanayu's words, a young man with a cat face mask appeared on the surface of the sea with only one pair of eyes. The boy named The Dead Are Marching. Chapter 173. The young man named The Dead Are Marching, seeking subscription, seeking reward, seeking monthly pass, seeking receipt. Chapter 173. A boy named The Dead Are Marching, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass, for Hokage's strongest emperor. Chapter 173. The boy named March of the Dead, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Please accept. Then, let you see my biggest hole card. Moon. Come out. Hanayu said with a playful smile on her face. With Hanayu's words, the sea surface there was a young man with a cat face mask on his face and only exposed a pair of eyes. Yo, Lord Pufferfish Ghost. Really embarrassed. The young man named walked over slowly, glanced at Trumi Ming slightly with his eyes, and said with a joke in his mouth, well, there is no way. Miss Trumi Ming's blood succession boundary is very unique. Hanayu calmly looked at the young man who appeared, with a smile on his face, and said playfully, really? Is it a very unique blood succession boundary? It's really interesting. Yu's eyes showed a smile of interest. She shrugged slightly, and whispered in her mouth, Yoch, said Master Tumi Ming. She really is a mature elder sister. Xiao performed a very gentleman's etiquette, then raised her head and said in a deep voice, cut. It's just a kid. Is it also a collaborator of the pufferfish ghost? Would you like to let my sister give you a bone-cutting kiss? Tumi Ming's face showed a smile, his eyes frowned, and his mouth was slightly frowned, said quietly, well, if Trumi-sama has always had such a personality. But you can't get married. Yu's eyes showed a playful look, and said playfully, exclamation mark, you can't get married ... You are really an uncute kid. Trumi Ming heard Yu's words, a black line appeared on his face, and his mouth was extremely calm and said, at this time Trumi Ming has not yet awakened his heart of marriage topic irritability. Oh, another amazing discovery. I didn't think that the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost had a hole card. I don't know what the hole card is. A big tree near the sea above. Beiju's figure quietly observed the battle above the sea, with a look of excitement on his face, and said to himself, this incident must surprise Master Ban. Record this battle. Be sure to record it. However, why do these humans have been fighting for so long, and still have no intention of doing anything? I am really curious. Say. Beiju on the tree showed a look of doubt and expectation, and said with a strange voice, this boy named ... Who is it? There is no trace of this boy's information in the information I investigated. It makes people feel a little mysterious. Trumi Ming's brows wrinkled slightly, his eyes staring calmly at the cat face mask on Yu's face and the calm eyes exposed outside. He said thoughtfully, the plan seems to have succeeded. If this is the case, the next plan will be implemented. Yu's eyes said with a playful expression in her mouth. Then Yu's eyes glanced at Han. Hey, I said the body. This plan of yours is really ... perfect. The young man named closed his eyes slightly, and then his words were accurately transmitted to Han Yu's heart. I used the moment of the battle with Trumi Ming to create a shadow clone hidden in the water, and then, using the moment I was about to collapse, let the boy named Yu appear on the stage, so that I can use other imperial tools. I have strength. Hanayu said with a playful smile on her face, responding in her heart. That's right. The young man named Yu is the shadow clone of Hanayu. The shadow clone hidden under the water uses transformation-free Gaia Foundation to change his image. In this way, even Beiju is like this. Those with keen perception can also not detect that young moon is Hanayu's shadow clone. I hope your strength will allow you to withstand this blow, boy. Escape and monster melting art. Trumi Ming's face showed a serious expression, and he chuckled lightly, then spit out again from his mouth. A huge flow of magma. Is this the elusive escape? It really makes people feel heart palpitations. Hanayu's shadow avatar had a smile on his face. His eyes flashed a faint light, and his body quickly backed away, whispering in his mouth, "Peng, peng." With a loud noise, Trumi Ming's lava flow hit the water surface instantly, corroding a huge vacancy on the water surface. Have you escaped? If there is only this ability ... it will die. Trumi Ming's brows wrinkled slightly, his eyes scanned the hilt of Yu's right hand and his mouth said quietly, "Really? Then let you see my abilities." A ray of light flashed in Yu's eyes, and he let out a low drink. Following Yu's words, his right hand instantly pulled out the March of the Dead at his waist. 8 rooms. 397 bang. Following Yu's movements, a chakra quickly emerged from his body. Yu's eyes calmly lifted the deceased March 8 rooms in front of him, and then the tip of the knife fell. Secret skill yelled out of her mouth, and her right hand suddenly released the March of the Dead 8 rooms. Following Yu's movements, the sword of the deceased marching 8 room instantly fell towards the water. Ding! As the tip of the deceased's March 8 room touched the water surface, a huge light appeared on the blade instantly, and with the light, it appeared instantly at the position of the tip of the deceased's March 8 room. A complicated pattern. The deceased March shouted again, and the sword of the deceased March 8 room instantly sank into the pattern. And with the disappearance of the sword body of the deceased's March 8 room, around the moon, 7 similarly shining patterns appeared. In the pattern, black shadows slowly emerged. How? Maybe? Trumi Ming and others stared at the gleaming light around the moon, their expressions flashed with astonishment, and their mouths said in surprise, "The boy who controls death." Chapter 174, The Youth Who Controls Death. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 174, The Young Man Who Controls Death. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Naruto's Strongest Emperor. Chapter 174, The Young Man in Control of Death. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. How possible? Trumi Ming and others stared at the gleaming light around the moon, and their faces flashed a little. Astonished, said in surprise, "This is... what's going on?" Trumi Ming had a shocked smile on her face. Her eyes were staring at the 7 puppets that appeared in front of her, and she asked in a deep voice, "As you can see, Master Trumi Ming, these are my dolls." "Dolls," said with a deep smile on her face. "Broquat decapitated broadsword and Loquat Juzo." Trumi Ming looked at the figure of Loquat Juzo who walked out in surprise, frowned tightly, and whispered in her mouth, "The stitches of the long knife." Orishikoshi-wen. Trumi Ming's eyes then moved to the left side of, and he whispered softly in his mouth, "Blunt knife is going to cut the wild bait man." The explosive knife droplets. There are no pairs. Theth under knife teeth. Ringo Yuri. Trumi Ming looked at the 5 expressions that came out in front of him. His eyes slightly sullen a little, said heavily in his mouth, "This kid actually controlled the 5 members of the Mizuki 7 Swordsmen." In other words, did you control all the Mizuki 7 Swordsmen who disappeared on the battlefield? Trumi Ming's face with a look of anger, staring at Yu's figure with cold eyes, questioning loudly in his mouth. Yeah. Master Trumi still doesn't understand yet. "This is my doll. The original Mizuki Ninja 7 Swordsmen are already dead. These people have used my abilities too." The resurrected grave accent! Yu's eyes were calm, and she said in a deep voice, "Resurrection? How is it possible?" Although there are a lot of surprising blood inheritance boundaries in the ninja world, I have not heard of any ability that can bring people back to life. The one standing next to Trumi is called Yijian. Jian's face had a look of surprise, and said unbelievably, "Nothing is impossible, because, as long as the conditions permit... I can control death." Yu's right hand suddenly lifted up, stretched out her index finger and pointed at Trumi. with a light smile in her mouth. "Attack," said in a low voice, and the 7 swordsmen who came out of the complicated pattern round quickly attacked Trumi Ming! Oh, it's Miss Trumi. It's been a long time since I saw you. The masked Li Shaquan, holding a long and narrow stitch like a huge needle, appeared quickly. Trumi Ming said coldly in front of her mouth, "Water escape middle. Water turbulence." Trumi Ming's eyes calmly looked at the Li Shaquan one that appeared in front of her, and he gave a low drink, suddenly spit out a huge stream of water. The water flow instantly towards Li Shaquan 1. "Strike." "Shui done." "I'm afraid I will disappoint you." A cold smile appeared on Li Shaquan's face. He didn't avoid Shui done in front of him at all, and the stitches in his hand still pierced towards Trumi Ming. Peng! With a loud bang, the huge impact water instantly penetrated Li Shaquan's body, and at the same time, Li Shaquan's stitches also pierced Trumi Ming's shoulder. "Cut!" "Is this the doll in that little devil's mouth?" "It's actually repairing the wound on her body." Trumi Ming's body quickly backed away, while her eyes were staring at the healing wound on Li Shaquan's chest. Said thoughtfully, "Die." A low drink sounded beside Trumi Ming, and then Wu Li Jinba held the explosive knife with both hands and dropped the droplets instantly towards Trumi Ming. Peng! There was a loud noise, and there was an explosion in the place where the knife droplets hit, and then Trumi Ming's body instantly turned into a stream of water. And just as Trumi was backing away, her eyes saw Li Shaquan 1, whose wound had been repaired. "My doll has the ability to repair itself, Sister Trumi. Be careful." With a playful smile on Yu's face, she reminded her. A smile appeared on Hanu's face, who was standing by and watching the battle. The puppets made by the March of the Dead 8 houses are similar to the Tegu people. As long as the core is not crushed, they can regenerate infinitely. And the core that controls these puppets keeps moving on the puppet. If it is broken with one blow, it can be said that the doll is indestructible. Hanu had a smile on her face. As she watched the battle in front of her with her eyes, she said to herself, "Speaking of Tegjin, when will I be able to unlock the lightning stone fire Susanoo? I have been looking forward to the 3 spirits for a long time." Hanu's face showed a look of expectation, and his mouth was meditative. Afterwards, Hanu came back to her senses and glanced at Trumi Ming Hanuozao, who was slightly embarrassed by the attack of 5 people. "Okay, let your dolls retreat. After all, Master Trumi Ming is our future partner." Hanu's face showed a playful smile, and said softly as a reminder, "After showing your own strength, it's time to sit down and discuss the conditions." "I see. When it comes to speaking, I hate fighting." A ray of light appeared in Yu's eyes, and she said calmly, "For you, who is the clone of Han Weiing, there is no 9-tailed consciousness in his body, and it is very tiring to continue using the deceased's March 8 rooms." Next chapter, Cooperation. Tumi Ming's Guard Moon. Chapter 175 Cooperation. Tumi Ming's Guard Moon. Seeking subscription. Seeking reward. Seeking monthly pass. Seeking collection. Chapter 175 Cooperation. Tumi Ming's Guard Moon. Please subscribe. Ask a reward. Ask a monthly pass. Ask a collection of Naruto's strongest emperors. 175th Chapter Cooperation. Tumi Ming's Guard Month. Subscribe. Ask a reward. Ask a monthly pass. Begging for collection. I see. When it comes to it, I hate fighting. A ray of light appeared in Yu's eyes, and his mouth calmly said, "For you, who is the clone of Han Weiing, in her body without the consciousness of the 9 tails, continuing to use the March of the Dead 8 rooms is very tiring. My doll, stop attacking." Yu's eyes were calm, and then his right hand picked up the March of the Dead in front of him 8 house, reminding him, "Yes, master." Hearing Yu's words, all the 5 Loquatchizang stopped their attacks, and the figure returned to Yu's side, responding with his mouth. "Then, the next thing is left to Master Watermelon Blowfish Ghost," said with a smile on her face as she reminded her. "I see." Peace of mind. With a playful smile on Hanu's face, He glanced at Trumi Ming, who was standing aside and panting slightly, and said with a chuckle in his mouth, "Sure enough, it's the weird Xg limit 740. Your pufferfish ghost is really strong." Trumi Ming's face reappeared with a sweet smile. His eyes calmly glanced at Hanu, and asked in his mouth, "Then, Your Excellency Trumi, I will share the information obtained by the intelligence department with you. As a condition, I need to help you to complete some things for me with the help of the Mr. Reformer." Hanu walked slowly to Trumi Ming's face. With a slight smile, he said softly, "Oh, all the information, including any information about the fourth generation Ms. Yakura?" Trumi Ming said with a thoughtful look on her face, asking in her mouth, "Yes, I will provide you with all the information. According to my information, you seem to intend to overthrow the bloody rule of the fourth generation Ms. Yakura. Then, my intelligence department will become your eyes." Hanu's face was on. With a slight smile, his left hand stroked the water dragon Pinei Black Marlins lightly, and said calmly, "I originally planned to put a lot of effort into obtaining the Ministry of Intelligence. However, it seems easy now." "What is the condition that the pufferfish ghost said?" Trumi Ming asked with an unexpected expression on her face. "I heard that the fourth generation of Ms. Yakura intends to clean up the Blood Legacy Boundary clan. I need you to arrange my people into the Clear Mist Forbearance." Hanu's eyes calmly looked at Trumi, and said softly, "Cut. Did you have such an idea? Is the pufferfish ghost planning to collect the blood heirs for experimentation?" "Interesting." Trumi Ming's face showed a thoughtful look, and his eyes looked seriously. Hanu glanced, guessing, and said, "Then it's none of your business." "In short, my condition is like this. Of course, in order to show my sufficient strength, I will send my men to assist you." Hanu's eyes scanned the distance insignificantly. Beige glanced, a smile appeared on his face, and said in a deep voice, "What is the purpose of this guy?" "The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. This guy has an extraordinary interest in the blood succession boundary family. However, I always feel that this guy's purpose is more than that. Is it my illusion? However, no matter what his ideas, this cooperation is worth it." Trumi Ming frowned slightly. His eyes showed a steadfast look, and he said in thought, "Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. I agree with your cooperation. However, before gaining enough trust from us, I will watch you and your subordinates." Trumi Ming's face put a smile on, becoming cold and determined, said with a warning, "Relax, Trumi. I am not interested in your Eugen reformers at all." Hanu's face showed a faint smile, and said calmly, "Then, happy cooperation." With a smile on Hanu's face, she stretched out her right hand and said with a light smile in her mouth, "Happy cooperation." Tumi Ming glanced at Hanu's right hand, folded his hands on his chest, and said coldly in his mouth. For Trumi Ming's attitude, Hanu shrugged indifferently, and calmly retracted his right hand. "Next, you will be responsible for the transmission of information work." A light flashed through Hanu's eyes and said softly, "I see, Master Pufferfish Ghost." Calmly walked to Hanu, nodded, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. It turns out that you planned to arrange your subordinates with us. Just now you are just showing the strength of this young man. Cut. The feeling of being calculated by others. It's really uncomfortable. Trumi Ming's face was revealed with an unhappy look. His eyes were gloomy, and his mouth said coldly, "Then, please advise." Master Trumi Ming walked up to Trumi Ming, bowed slightly, and said calmly, "Junior. You will be my shadow guard from now on." Trumi Ming frowned slightly, then he thought about it, and said calmly, "The reason why Trumi Ming arranged you as a shadow guard is because, in this way, Trumi Ming always observes this boy named to prevent the conspiracy of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost." Afterwards, Trumi Ming looked back at Hanu, waved his right hand, and disappeared in front of Hanu with the three subordinates, and the plan is successful. Let me hide by Trumi Ming's side for a while. Hanu's eyes glanced at Trumi Ming, who was going away, and said playfully. Following these words, Hanayu's figure slowly disappeared above the water. The Master of Death. The destruction of the Hui family begins. Chapter 176. The Master of Death. Snake. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 176. Death Master. Snake. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a collection. Naruto's Strongest Emperor. Chapter 176. The Master of Death. Snake. Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Seek collection. No. Don't kill me. A middle-aged Unin with eyes of a middle-aged Unin among the ice blood succession boundary family in Unin village, looking at the teenager standing in front of him in fear. His face was slightly distorted because of fear, and he shouted with tears, "Don't worry. I will give you a new life." A strange light flashed through the eyes of this teenager, with a cold smile on his face, and he said with a chuckle in his mouth, "Rebirth? Could it be that ... you are the shadow guard next to Trumi Ming, the moon known as the Master of Death?" The face of Mizuki Shinobu was full of fear, and his eyes showed death-like despair. His mouth was miserable. A laughing said, Yeah, call me the Master of Death. Interesting title, but I don't like it very much." Hanayu's face showed a calm smile. His brows frowned slightly, and his mouth said softly, "That's right, this young man is Hanayu, who has replaced his shadow clone." When the last thing was done using the identity of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, Hanayu summoned the real Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost to continue to serve as the Minister of Intelligence. At the same time, he lurked next to Trumi Ming and became named Shadow Guard. Ice Thorn. Die. Damn it. A frenzied expression suddenly appeared on the face of the Unin. With a roar in his mouth, an ice thorn instantly condensed from his right hand, and he moved quickly towards it. Han_stab. Stupid guy. Originally intended to give you a new life, but now I have changed my mind. A cold look flashed across Hanayu's face, and the March of the Dead in his right hand ate room blicked it at will the ice thorn in front of him. His eyes looked down at this Mr. and his mouth calmly said, following Hanayu's words. His left hand instantly grabbed the head of this Wu-Ren and lifted him in front of him. "My village rain hasn't killed anyone for a long time. Ruin." A cold smile appeared on Hanayu's face, and the March of the Dead in his right hand 8,000 eyes appeared instantly, replaced by a scarlet sword hilt. Hit to kill Wu-Ren! Hanayu's right hand cut a wound on this Wu-Ren's body. One hit kills Kuryu. You are the Emperor. The Urin looked at the villager in Hanayu's hand in shock, trying to call out to remind others in shock. But all the efforts were in vain. After saying this sentence that only Hanayu could hear, Wu-Ren's body instantly stepped into death. Well, I wasted a good puppet material. But, forget it. I already have a lot of Ice Escape Blood followers in my collection. But there is no shortage of this one. Hanayu's face with a trace of regret, he put Murasame away with his right hand, and then took out a scroll with snake written on it from the ninja bag, with a playful smile on his face. Seal middle. Resolution. Hanayu unfolded the scroll casually, snorted in his mouth, and suddenly slapped his right hand on the scroll. Following Hanayu's movements, a huge snake appeared in front of Hanayu. Hiss. What's the matter this time? A cold voice with killing intent spit out from the mouth of the snake, and the triangular eyes on the huge snake head looked at Hanayu coldly, and asked in his mouth, "Oh, snake, it's been a long time. You still have such a cold expression." Hanayu didn't care about snake's murderous intent. With a smile on his face, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his mouth sank, said, "Hiss. Are you transporting the corpse again this time?" Uchiha Hanayu, you and the fellow Orochimaru are really similar in character. No wonder people like Orochimaru treat you as a collaborator. Saki sighs, looking at Hanayu coldly, with no expression on her face. She said calmly, Well, don't you think the blood succession boundary ability that appears in this world is so interesting? I am very interested in all blood succession boundaries. In terms of speaking, as a psychic of Orochimaru's armor beast, Snake Jisang is also a weird existence. Although his performance is very cold, he is extremely repulsive to human experimentation. Hanayu's face showed a trace of excitement, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Said quietly, following Hanayu's words, 3 blood-red goo appeared in his eyes instantly. At the same time, an emerald green eye appeared on the forehead. Middle dot 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 ask for flowers middle dot 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 boy. Do you want to die? Don't try to spy on my thoughts and the past. Otherwise I will eat you. A flash of murderous intent flashed across Saki's eyes, warning in his mouth say. At the same time, chakra ripples appeared on its body. Exclamation mark cut. Did you use the fairy technique chakra to resist my prying eyes? I'm very curious about Snake Jisang. Hanayu's face showed a look of disappointment, and his eyes looked at the angry Snake Ju with interest. At a glance, he put away the writing wheel and the 5-vision universal observer, shrugged, and said with a smile, "Is this corpse? I'll pass it over to that guy on Orochimaru." Shige's eyes closed the killing intent, and he glanced at the corpse on the ground before swallowing it suddenly in his abdomen, his mouth cold. Say, "Thank you so hard." Snake Jisn. Oh, yes. Please tell Master Orochimaru, I will control the patriarch of the Hui family in 3 days. Hanayu's face resmiled. Her mouth said quietly, "I see." Shige's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light, nodded, and responded. Then his body disappeared and returned to the psychic world in an instant. Xianzu chakra? Interesting. Snake is undoubtedly a snake coming out of Long Dai Cave, which has been sealed for a long time. In other words, Dashwin has begun to notice the existence of Long Dai Cave. Hanayu's eyes flashed after a playful light. He said quietly, "Next chapter, control the patriarch. The Hui family rebellion begins." Chapter 177 Control of Patriarch Hui. The riot begins. On. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 177 Control of Patriarch Hui. The riot begins. On. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. The Naruto's strongest emperor uses Chapter 177 to control the patriarch Hui. The riot begins. Go. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Oh, good morning, Master Tumi Ming. On a training ground in Unin village, Hanayu quietly opened her eyes and was startled when she saw the beautiful face close at hand, and then watched. After Tumi Ming, he lazily said hello. Huh? You hateful kid, it's already noon. I said you kid. What the hell did you do last night? A look of anger appeared on Trumi Ming's face, and the cold moon suddenly appeared on her right hand. Mentioned it, and asked, said with a venomous tongue. How can it be repaired? You kid. How could I not get married? According to 21 Ming's eyes suddenly became gloomy, and a trace of black energy exuded from her body, roaring at Hanayu say, well, I'm kidding. Don't get excited. Let's talk. What do you need me to do for you? Hanayu glanced at Trumi Ming, who was in the eruption, and then walked past Trumi Ming indifferently, completely ignoring him. Trumi Ming asked calmly in anger and said, have you been ignored? Forget it. I need your Miss Ninja doll. All. Trumi Ming saw Hanayu walk past her in disregard. His expression instantly solidified. The corners of his mouth twitched twice, and then he said seriously, are there any dolls from the 7 Swordsmen of Mizuki Ninja? Is there any big action again? Encircling and suppressing the diehards of the 4th generation of Mizuki Yakura? Hanayu just picked up the water cup and glanced at it. Tumi Ming asking. No, it's because the kid in Yakura seems to need some big moves recently. So, just in case, I need the support of the information department of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost and the Kairanin Shy Sword in your hand. Tumi Ming, she frowned slightly, walked to Hanayu's face, and said solemnly, really? Did you finally move? I know it. Hanayu's right hand knocked on the desktop, A slight smile flashed across his face, and his mouth calmly said, "Lo Quachizang, Lichaikunwun, a wild bait man. There are no pairs." Ringo Yuri. Hanayu gave a soft yell, and in front of him, 5 celebrities appeared. "Follow your instructions, master." The 5 ninja swords and 7 people instantly knelt on one knee and said in unison with their mouths. For the 5 celebrities who suddenly appeared, Trumi Ming could not see the slightest surprise in her eyes. Obviously, Trumi Ming has been able to figure out some of the characters of Tsuki a little bit after getting along these days. "You follow Master Trumi Ming." A smile appeared on Hanu's face, and his right hand pointed at Trumi Ming. Following Hanu's words, the 5 puppets nodded instantly, and then disappeared into the room again. Then, "Master Trumi Ming, if nothing happens, I'm going out for a while." Hanu stood up slowly, nodded to Trumi Ming, and said softly. Afterwards, without waiting for Trumi Ming's answer, he walked to the door for himself. "Oh, by the way, I'm too old to get married." Hanayu walked to the door, took a very serious look at Trumi Ming, with a wicked smile on his face, reminding him, "Marriage? Can't you marry? Damn it, kill you." Trumi Ming's face suddenly became gloomy. His eyes showed a trace of murderousness, and he said coldly, An angry woman is really terrible. I don't know what it looks like if woman gets angry." Quickly escaping from Trumi Ming's sight, Hanayu's face showed a happy smile, with a chuckle in his mouth. After that, Hanayu shook her head and threw these thoughts out of her mind, and her body quickly disappeared in place. "Hey, what's the matter?" Who released Junmaro's news? At the resident of the Huii family, the head of the Huii clan, Huii Jun, smashed the table in front of him with a punch. His face was pale, and he used a nearly roaring voice. "I asked the 10 elders below." Patriarch Kagaya-kun. The old man is also very puzzled. Junmaro, who has just awakened the blood legacy boundary, was discovered by the 4th generation of Mizuki Yakura. The kid Yakura hates the Blood Legion boundary clan very much. Patriarch. "What should we do?" An old man named Huiluo asked irritably with a sad look on his face. "Now there is no way. Yoru already knows. For the sake of my clan's survival, I can only hand over Kagaya Kunmaro." An elder named Kagaya Yokoyama said with a gloomy expression. "It seems that this can only be done." Huiyajun's face was grey, and he glanced at the 4-year-old standing next to him, and said with a light sigh, Oh, this can't work. The Huii family must be destroyed." Hanayu's figure appeared in the meeting room, with a trace of distress on his face, and said with a chuckle. Strangely, Hanayu appeared swaggeringly, but the elders and others were completely unaware of it. Patriarch Huiyajun, let me make this decision for you. Hanayu looked at everyone in the meeting room in a sluggish manner, with a chuckle on his face, and slowly walked in front of Huiyajun with both eyes. The 3-gua jade writing wheel in the middle revolved once again in an instant. Then, show the last madness. Patriarch Huiyajun. Illusory technique middle. Mind control. A cold smile appeared on Hanayu's face, and the writing wheel in his eyes instantly rotated crazy. And then, the original sluggish in Huiyajun's eyes, they also became the style of writing round eyes. Han nodded, and the figure stood behind Huiyajun. Then, since the patriarch made the same decision, Huihen 3.9 Shan's face showed a gloomy smile, looking at the people who fell into silence, and finally concluded, Peng. With a loud noise, Huiyajun stood up suddenly, and quickly grabbed Huii Hengshan's neck with his right hand and threw him out of the meeting room. Kagaya Kunmaro is my hope for the rise of the Kagaya clan. How can I give it to the kid Yakura? We are the strongest family of physical skills. Now our situation is very dangerous. Then, we can only do one thing. Endlessly, as long as the Yakura imp is overthrown, our family will survive. The blood-red light in Kagaya-kun's eyes flashed away, a trace of determination and enthusiasm appeared on his face, and he said loudly, Chapter 178 Control the Patriarch Huiyi. The riot begins. Under. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 178 Control of Patriarch Yi. The riot begins. Under. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Naruto's strongest emperor. Chapter 178 controls the Patriarch Ui. The riot begins. Next. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. But Patriarch Ui, if it fails, our family will be destroyed. An elder Hui heard in the Hui family meeting room. His face suddenly changed. Anxious, persuaded and said, Elder Shangchuan, do you still want to sacrifice Junmaro as a victim? We haven't had such a perfect awakening of blood in many years. Hui Jun's eyes looked at Elder Hui Shangchuan angrily, said coldly in his mouth, now is the moment of life and death for our clan. Patriarch Hui Shangchuan, who wanted to persuade again, was instantly knocked out by the angry King Hui, and his body hit the wall behind. It is precisely because it is a time of life and death that we have to do this. The Patriarch ordered that all the Kaguya clan are gathered together, and we are going to raid the Water Shadow office tonight. In addition, we must protect Junmaro's safety. 17. As long as Junmaru can be safe, our Hui family can grow into a dazzling family again, even if it is destroyed. Hui Jun's face was filled with a trace of madness. His eyes glanced coldly at everyone present, and then he ordered, yes. The Patriarch of Hui Clan. All the Hui clansmen eagerly looked at the slightly dazed little Hui Konmaru, who stood aside. There was a trace of madness on his face, and he responded loudly, victory ... must belong to the Hui family. The future ... also belongs to the Hui family. A trace of blood flashed in Hui Jun's eyes again, and he said loudly in encouragement, victory. The future. A trace of warfare appeared on the faces of a dozen elders underground. The Hui family had already reached the moment of life and death, but now, because of the instigation of the Hui Jun, the brains of these elders instantly became hot. Scatter. Hui Jun waved his right hand, and a dozen figures disappeared into the meeting room instantly. When Hui Jun disappeared, his body instantly unconsciously collapsed on the chair. Ahaha. In this way, the conditions for the destruction of the Hui family are fulfilled. It really is a stupid clan full of brains and muscles. Han slowly walked out from behind Hui Jun and took a look. On the chair, Hui Jun showed a trace of contempt on Hanayu's face, and said with a crazy smile in her mouth, 5 elements seal middle ... solution. Hanayu's right hand suddenly took out a scroll, and 5 chakra flames appeared on the tip of his left finger. The flames flashed with different lights, and they were instantly imprinted on the formation of the seal scroll. Peng. With a soft sound, a white smoke appeared above the scroll, and then a low, gloomy and hoarse voice rang in front of Hanayu. Han Wuzang. It's been a long time. Has the plan succeeded? With the voice, a giant snake appeared on the scroll, and then the giant snake instantly transformed into a kimono with a pair of ears. Guu, a person with vertical pupils. Orochimaru. It's been a long time since I have seen you. Master Orochimaru. Is this the snake clone art you recently studied? It's really interesting ninjutsu. Hanayu calmly glanced at the Orochimaru in front of her, and said with interest! The experimental materials for the recent forbidden technique research are running out. Hanu-kun, I need more experimental materials. It is better to be a living blood airbounder. There was a cold smile on Dashimaru's face, and his eyes were slightly. A look of fanaticism flashed, and his mouth calmly said, I see. The Hui clan will soon be destroyed? At that time, Lord Orochimaru will be able to get a lot of experimental materials. And, you will definitely be interested in a person. Hanyu's face showed a hint of playfulness. With a look on the face, he glanced at the Orochimaru in front of him, and said with a smile, Oh? The Hui family? It's just an interesting experiment material. I regret that the Hui family hasn't fully awakened the blood inheritance boundary. There was a fanatical expression on the face of Dashimaru. his mouth said excitedly. Kaguya-kunmaro, fully awakened to the limit of the blood. He is the true successor of the bloodline. Hanayu's face also showed an interesting smile, and said calmly, "Is that so? The real Kaguya veins is Kaguya-kunmaro? I know it." Although Orochimaru's face is still calm, it can be seen from the trembling of his imperceptible right hand. Daishiwan's heart is extremely excited at this time. At night, groups of Misturo Anbu appeared on the streets of Misturo village, and they moved quickly between the houses, and then scattered around. Ninfa middle seal enchantment. Around the resident of the Hui family, 4 teams of ninjas appeared. All of these ninjas had their hands sealed, and a huge enchantment opened instantly. Water escape middle. The art of iron cannonballs. Silently, 927, one after another of water escape ninjutsu smashed towards the house of the Kaguya family instantly. Peng, peng, peng. The originally silent Hui resident instantly sounded a series of explosions, and these explosions made the Hui family elders who were still plotting tonight's rebellion completely stunned. How? This is the Anbu of Mizunobu. How could it be that the news has been leaked? A member of the Kaguya family looked at the dense surroundings of Mizunobu with horror, with a big mouth. With a cry, he rushed up instantly. Tons middle. 10-finger piercing bullet. With a low shout, the tips of the fingers of this member of the Hui family instantly ejected 10 bones, which instantly penetrated the 3 Anbs in front of them! However, this member of the Kaguya family also consumed a lot of chakras because of this blow. Shui done middle. Water dragon whip. A series of water dragon whips instantly tied the member of the Hui family in place, and then 2 Eugene and Bu instantly killed the member of the Hui. The destruction of the Hui family. Began. Crazy collection of the Konoha duo of blood succession boundary. Chapter 179. The Konoha duo who madly collect blood and follow the bounds. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 179. Crazy collection of blood following the limit of the Konoha duo, seeking subscription. Asking for a reward. Asking for a monthly pass. Naruto's strongest emperor making. Chapter 179. Crazy collection of blood following the bounded Konoha duo, seeking subscription. Asking for a reward. Asked monthly pass. Secret technique middle. Bone spears. An extremely sharp bone spur appeared in each of the hands of a Unin of the Hui family. There was a cold smile on the face of this Unin, the bone spurs in his hands. In an instant, it passed the necks of the 2 Mizuno and Bu, our Hui family. But the strongest, the face of the Unin named Hui Incan showed a cruel expression. He glanced at the dark parts of the Unin on the left and right, and his body instantly rotated in a circle. Through the 2 bone spurs in his hand. Peng. With a loud noise, 2 bone spurs quickly passed through the bodies of the 2 Unin and Bu, and then instantly pierced a house behind them. Although it is an imperfect Hui bone vessel and blood succession boundary, however, it is also a good experimental material. Behind Hui Incan, a cold and hoarse voice appeared with a hint of excitement, making Hui Incan's look abrupt. Surprised. Who are you? Hui Incan turned around, looked at the 2 people in front of him with a guard, and asked loudly, "As my experimental material, you still have a bit of value to know my name." "My name is Dashwan." Dashwan's eyes looked at Hui Incan coldly, and a killing intent flashed in his eyes. Said quietly, "Yo, Lord Orochimaru, leave this to me." Hanu, who was standing behind Orochimaru, walked out with a smile on her face, and her eyes looked at the one that emerged from Hui Incan with interest. "Root spear," said quietly in his mouth. While Hanu spoke, a knife with a pitch-black handle appeared in his hand instantly. "Is this the March of the Dead 8 Rooms?" Daishiwan's eyes flashed a light. The vertical pupil in his eyes glanced at Hanu, and asked in a low voice, "Yes, Lord Dashwan." Hanu did not deny that as a partner approved by Dashwan, she didn't need to hide anything. Hanu, who knows the character of Orochimaru very well, knows that the more powerful she is, the more equal he will be able to obtain the same status as Orochimaru. Then, leave this to you! Orochimaru gave Huiinkan a blank expression, and walked forward without paying attention to Huiinkan. How can it be repaired? You hateful kid. Don't think that it is Orochimaru's subordinates to ignore my existence. Huiinkan showed a trace of anger on his face. His eyes looked at Orochimaru in fear, and then roared said, "Idiot! Hanjun is not my subordinate. He is my partner." Orochimaru said with a cold expression on his face, and said calmly, Hanayu. Emperor Uchiha Hanayu. Huiinkan looked at Hanayu in terror, his voice trembling a little because of surprise. The body is extremely nervous, on guard. On a sword-style Juzan. Hanayu calmly walked towards the guarded Huiinkan, with a sneer at the corner of her mouth, and a stream of light flashed across her right hand. Okay. So fast. Huiinkan's gaze was dull. He glanced down at the wound on his chest, and then fell to the ground extremely unwillingly. Hanayu didn't even look at Huiinkan, who had lost his life on the ground, and threw out the blood on the blade with his right hand. Who are you? The members of Yujin and Bu and the Huii family who were originally fighting obviously noticed the movement on Hanayu's side, and they all stopped fighting and looked at Hanayu's Orochimaru on alert. Shulking snake hand. Orochimaru's eyes were cold, and a dozen giant pythons appeared in his right hand. The python opened its mouth as soon as it appeared, and its fangs with cold light bitten on a dozen Unin. One sword flow. 36 Annoying wind. With a playful smile on Hanayu's face, she gave a low drink, and the blade in her right hand instantly brought a blue breeze. As the breeze spread, wounds appeared on the hearts of more than 10 Urin. Nani? The remaining dozen Urin all opened their eyes, watching the sudden appearance of Orochimaru and Hanayu killing their companions in just one attack, with an unbelievable look on their faces. Water escape. The art of water dragon bomb. Wind escape. A thousand faces wind. Secret technique. 10 finger piercing. After a moment of stunned, dozens of Urin who were still fighting instantly exchanged glances, gave up the hostile relationship, and instantly attacked Hanayu and Orochimaru. Interesting. Cyan's. Snake vision. There was a cold smile on Orochimaru's face, and a seal was suddenly connected between his hands. With Orochimaru's movements, a violence suddenly rose from his body. Chakra fluctuations. These chakra fluctuations spread out at the moment they appeared, knocking out all the ninjutsu in front of them, and at the same time, a pair of extremely terrifying snake pupils slowly opened above the head of Orochimaru. Closed eyes! Peng, peng, peng. As Snake Tongue opened his eyes, all the mist ninja who saw Snake Tongue fell helplessly to the ground. Is this Xianzu? Very interesting. It just seems that Orochimaru is just learning now, and definitely not learned from Long Dai Cave. Is it the fellow Shiji? Hanayu's eyes looked at it. Orochimaru had a terrifying aura at this time, with a playful look on his face, and said softly, "Master Orochimaru." Most of the Huii family members have been collected. At the break of dawn, the mission of encirclement and suppression of the dark part of Unin was about to end. Hanayu killed a member of the Huii tribe and calmly faced the Orochimaru behind him. Say, really? Has Kaguya Kunmaro found it? On Orochimaru's face there was a slight excitement of Kien Li Zhao. His cold expression was immortal, his brows slightly frowned, and his mouth asked, "Say, found it." Kaguya Kunmaro has escaped from Kaguya's resident. Orochimaru. Do I need me to catch him back? Hanayu's aquamarine eyes on her forehead opened and observed, said with a smile, No. No, I'll go personally. The next thing is up to you. Orochimaru glanced at Hanu, then shook his head, and said coldly in his mouth, "I see. I won't let you wait too long." Uchiha Madara. Hanayu's eyes looked at the direction in which Orochimaru disappeared, and then looked at the water shadow office, muttering in his mouth. Hanayu's final arrangement. The watermelon mountain blowfish ghost being targeted. The 180th chapter. Hanayu's final arrangement. The watermelon mountain blowfish ghost being targeted. Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek. The 180th chapter Hanayu's final arrangement. The watermelon mountain blowfish ghost being targeted. Please subscribe. Please reward. Please ask Hokage's strongest emperor to make chapter 180 Hanayu's final arrangement. The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost targeted. Please subscribe. Please reward. Please. Konoha for 45 years. The Huii family was slaughtered by the Unin and Bu. Hanayu and the Orochimaru duo took advantage of the opportunity of the Huii family's destruction to arbitrarily gain the Huii family's blood inheritance limit. The only perfection of the Huii family, Kaguya Kunmaro, who had awakened the Kaguya veins, was also abducted by Hanayu and Orochimaru into the secret base in Shanin village. Hanjun, what is your dream? Before leaving Unin village, Orochimaru stood quietly in front of Hanu, with cold eyes looking at the slightly reddish moon above his head, and a touch of indifference appeared at the corners of his mouth. With a smile, he asked abruptly, "Dream? It seems that I have never considered this issue." Hanayu frowned slightly, and sat on the roof of Unin village casually, staring into the distance, and said in thought, "My dream ... No. It should be said that my ambition is to learn all the ninjutsu in this world, and then ... Get longevity. Human life is extremely short. I will never allow death to appear on me!" A trace of sadness flashed across Orochimaru's face, apparently thinking of the dead parents and Senjutsu. Then his face became extremely enthusiastic, his eyes 823 flashed with cold light, and he said in a deep voice, "Hanjun, since you became my subordinate, I have seen your character thoroughly. You are completely indifferent to the justice and evil that people in this world say, and have shown the same interest in the study of the blood inheritance boundary as I did. So, when you came back from the battlefield of Sand Ninja, I did not regard you as my subordinate, but as my partner. Come on, Hanayu-kun, come and pursue longevity with me." Orochimaru's face, there was a trace of enthusiasm on it, and a strange melody in the hoarse and cold voice, which caused a slight fluctuation in Hanayu's originally calm expression. After seeing Hanayu fall into contemplation, a trace of enthusiasm flashed through Orochimaru's eyes, and his body slowly turned into a giant snake, disappearing into Urin village. Isn't longevity dying? As expected, it is Orochimaru. The ability to confuse people has surpassed Naruto-kun's mouth. Even me, when I heard Orochimaru's words, I was shaken. As expected, Bib is the most powerful human trafficker in the Naruto world. Hanayu saw the disappearing Orochimaru. The expression on his face returned to calmness, and said with a spit in his mouth, "However, since I came into this world ... I haven't thought about the future carefully. What exactly is my dream?" Hanayu sat on the roof, lost in thought. Now that I have come to the world of Hokage, it would be a pity if I didn't become an immortal. It's decided. I will rule the world as the strongest emperor. I will become the second sixth immortal. Hanayu's eyes, there was a gaze named Yi-Wang, a smile on his face, and his mouth calmly said. Afterwards, Hanayu's body appeared in the office of the intelligence department. Master Pufferfish Ghost. Back. The figure of the dried persimmon ghost shark appeared in front of Hanu. His face was still cold, his eyes were full of bloodthirsty light, and his mouth whispered, "Has the ghost shark come back? Has the mission been completed?" Hanayu's face showed a calm smile, looking at the cold expression of the dry persimmon ghost shark, asking in his mouth, "Yes, Master Pufferfish, the fourth generation of Mizuki Yakura has indeed been controlled. However, there is still no news of the Black Hand behind the scenes." The dried persimmon ghost wrinkled slightly, and his right hand touched inadvertently. I clicked on the scalpel muscle on my body, and said coldly in his mouth, "Is that so? Do you remember what I told you, Ghost Shark?" Hanayu's face had a thoughtful look. Her right hand stopped tapping the tabletop, and her eyes looked at the dry persimmon ghost shark seriously, asked in his mouth, "I see." As a double agent, the dried persimmon ghost took a serious look at Hanu's eyes, nodded, and his body quickly disappeared in front of Hanu. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. Hanu let out a low voice. Behind him, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost appeared instantly. "Master." The Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost's eyes flashed with a grey light, and his mouth calmly replied, "Next, you will continue to serve as the head of the intelligence department," Hanu said in her mouth, and then returned to her original form, with a cat face mask on her face, and slowly walked out of the intelligence department. Master Pufferfish Ghost. Good morning. The next day, the figure of the Watermelon Pufferfish Ghost appeared on the street. His eyes were satisfied with the ninja saluting around, and the corners of the mouth of the Watermelon Pufferfish Ghost evoked a smile. Although it has become a doll, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost is still the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. That's the shark muscle. How can it be repaired? Is this ugly guy also worthy of the shark muscle? The Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost inadvertently saw the dried persimmon ghost in front of him, with an angry expression on his face. "Say, dry persimmon ghost shark, give me your scalp shark muscle. You have used it for a while." Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost walked in front of the dry persimmon ghost shark with an angry face, and suddenly slapped his right hand against it. On the shoulders of the dried persimmon ghost shark, his eyes gloomily stared at the muscle of the shark, and his mouth said coldly, "Blowfish Ghost ... Sir? Interesting. I'm really sorry, Sir Pufferfish Ghost. This is your scorpion fish." The dried persimmon ghost glanced calmly at the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, and then casually moved the puffer muscle on his back. Handed it to the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. "You guy ... Who is it?" The dried persimmon pufferfish ghost looked at the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish, who was satisfied to leave with a cold face. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his mouth was playful. "Say." Then the dried persimmon ghost shark was hidden in the darkness. Ghost Man defected. The Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost died. Chapter 181 Ghost Defection. The Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost died. Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek monthly pass. Seek. Chapter 181 Ghost Defection. The Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost died. Seeking subscription. Asking for a reward. Asking monthly ticket. Asking for Hokage's strongest emperor to make Chapter 181 Ghost Defect. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost is dead. For subscription. Asking for reward. Ask for monthly pass. Please. Have you heard that? Urin glanced carefully at the surroundings, and after making sure that no one heard him, he whispered to his companion. "What did you hear?" asked his companion with a puzzled look. Gairan won the decapitation sword without cutting it. Become one of the 7 swords of Unin. This Unin, with a trace of envy on his face, whispered in his mouth. "Cut! I thought it was something. The ghost Momoki got the beheading sword 3 days ago. I also heard last night Momoki assassinated the 4th generation Mizuki Yakura." "Yeah?" the companion said in a deep voice. "Assassinate Shishui?" The Unin's face suddenly became dull, and then fell into silence, not talking. "Hey," I said, "Master Trumi, I will lend you the decapitation sword. You gave it to Toady and don't cut it again." Hanu's face was slightly gloomy, and she asked loudly in her mouth at the station of Urin's transformational faction. "Say, ha. I originally wanted Toady to increase some strength without being cut. Who would have thought that Toady would go back to assassinate the 4th generation of Water Shadow after getting the beheading sword?" Tumi Ming's face with a dark smile on her face. Her eyes calmly looked at Hanu, and her mouth coolly said, "Where can I not cut it now?" Hanu's face showed a playful look, and the twinkling light in his eyes made Trumi Ming's look a little unnatural. "No more cut has defected." Today the 4th generation of Mizuki Yakura released the hunt and kill mission. Trumi Ming put a smile on her face, and said in a deep voice, "Is that so? Have you defected? Trumi Ming ... You give me enough." Hanu's face flashed a flat smile, took a look at Trumi Ming, and then a hand appeared in his right hand. The huge sword, the layers of explosive runes above the sword are shining! Surprisingly, it is bursting knife droplets. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Hanu's mouth, and the burst of knife droplets instantly smashed down. Peng! With a loud noise, a huge pit appeared in front of Hanu, and Trumi Ming's figure appeared on Hanu's left side! It's really a kid. Isn't it just a beheaded sword? What do you want? Trumi Ming's face had a black belly expression, and he didn't care about Hanu's sudden move, and asked in a low voice, "All the information about the experiment of fog ninjutsu, 20 blood successors of each big family." With a calm smile on Hanu's face, she quickly set out her conditions. Obviously, when he learned that he would not defect again, Hanu was thinking about the need for Trumi Ming in exchange for the beheading broadsword. Miss ninjutsu materials can be given to you. However, the blood succession limiters of the major families can only give you 10. Trumi Ming's brows wrinkled slightly, and he began to bargain. "It doesn't matter. Are you planning to join the Ghost Lantern family to assassinate the 4th generation Ms. Yakura in 3 days? Hanu shrugged non-committal, and asked in her mouth, "Yes, we are almost ready. Action will be taken in 3 days. Trumi Ming's gaze became serious, and he clenched a fist with his right hand and said calmly in his mouth, "I know. I'm leaving now. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you. Older women can't get married." Han nodded, and then said seriously, "How can it be repaired?" "Kill you." Trumi Ming's forehead burst into a lot of blue veins, his face was gloomy, and his mouth was full of murderous voice. Guiyuzn. This is the information about the Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost selling information. I need you to kill him. The 4th generation Mizuki sat on the seat of Shui Ying's office, looking down at the dry persimmon ghost in front of him. There was a trace of sadness on his face, and he ordered, "Watermelon Mountain pufferfish ghost." "I understand." "Yakura-sama." The dried persimmon ghost shark looked up at Yakura, then a cold expression appeared on his face, and he calmly answered. Then the figure of the dried persimmon ghost shark disappeared into the darkness. "Master Pufferfish Ghost." "So you are here." The Unin torture department had just finished a Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost who had just finished the life of Unin's rebellious life. He put his scalpel on his shoulders, and saw the person standing on the opposite side. Dry persimmon ghost shark. Middle dot 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 find flowers. 0 middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot. It's a ghost. Have I completed the task I gave you? The Watermelon Mountain pufferfish gave a cold glance at the dried persimmon ghost, and then walked in front of the dried persimmon ghost, and looked down at the dried persimmon ghost, with his mouth in his mouth, asked loudly, "Ah, it's done, Master Pufferfish Ghost." The dried persimmon ghost shark, who had lowered his head, suddenly raised his head. His eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light, revealing shark-like teeth, and instantly appeared in his right hand. "Kunai." Afterwards, the ghost pierced Q into the abdomen of the watermelon pufferfish instantly. "Nani?" Dry persimmon ghost shark. You unexpectedly. Do you actually want to kill your teacher? Watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost looked at the dry persimmon ghost shark with a dull face, and questioned. Regarding the teacher-student relationship with the dried persimmon ghost shark, Hanu told the watermelon pufferfish ghost. Short-sighted you. How could it be the pufferfish ghost Lord Dino? A cold light flashed on the dry persimmon ghost shark's face, and his right hand picked up the big sword shark muscle, and said in a deep voice, "You who only saw the mackerel muscle. How could it be the pufferfish ghost Lord Dino?" A mad look suddenly appeared on the face of the dried persimmon mackerel, and his right hand raised the mackerel muscle high in his hand. With a violent shout in his mouth, the big sword shark muscle stood down instantly. "You guy!" The head of the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost was flying in the air, His eyes were cold, looking at the dried persimmon ghost, and then he slowly closed his eyes. This is the dried persimmon ghost shark, who just wanted to leave, frowned suddenly, and glanced at the figure that appeared behind him. And the corpse of the watermelon pufferfish ghost sank below the ground instantly. It's a ghost. Hanu walked out slowly, with a smile on his face, and said calmly in his mouth, "It turned out to be you." The dry persimmon ghost stared at Hanu's eyes for a moment, then a cold smile appeared on his face, and he whispered in his mouth, "The horror of the fourth generation Mizuki Yakura, the cold moon is coming." Chapter 182, The horror of the fourth generation Mizuki Yakura. Seeking subscription. Seeking reward. Seeking monthly pass. Seeking collection. Chapter 182, The horror of the fourth generation Mizuki Yakura. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection of the strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 182, The horror of the fourth generation Mizuki Yakura. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask a monthly pass. Please collect it. Everyone, are you ready? Trumi Ming stood on a high platform, with serious eyes looking at the Ujin Reformation army underneath, and asked loudly, "Follow Trumi Ming to the death." The mist ninjas underneath all looked at Trumi Ming on the stage with frantic eyes, and shouted loudly. For these misty ninjas, Trumi Ming's strength and personality can definitely become the leader. "Then, let's go." Trumi Ming's right hand waved suddenly, and then rushed out first. The Ujin Revolutionary Army followed closely behind Trumi. "Master Trumi Ming, will the Ghost Lantern family really help you?" Hanu quietly followed Trumi Ming with a playful smile on her face, asking inquiries. "The elders of the Ghost Lantern family did not agree to cooperate with us from beginning to end. However, the Ghost Lantern full moon has the same idea as ours. That is to say, the Ghost Lantern family only participates in the Ghost Lantern full moon." Trumi Ming's brows frowned deeply. A look of irritability flashed across his face, and he whispered in his mouth, "Is that so? The Ghost Lantern family intends to take advantage of the fisherman's profit. However, waiting for the Ghost Lantern family is still the extinction." Han said with a calm smile on his face, and said in a deep voice, "Exterminate the clan? How is it possible?" Trumi Ming's face changed when he heard Hanu's words, and then turned his head and asked with a puzzled look, "Do you think the fourth generation Mizuki Yakura doesn't know our actions this time?" "It's naive." Hanu glanced at Trumi Ming calmly, and said with a chuckle, "Yakura should have been waiting for us a long time ago." Hanu gave a reminder in his mouth before Trumi Ming spoke, and then stopped talking, and continued to move forward. "Is this really the case?" Trumi Ming murmured to herself, and then quickly moved forward without thinking about Hanu. "Master Yakura." The enemy was appeared. The fourth generation of Water Shadow Office, Baiju's figure emerged from the ground, with a weird smile on his face, reminding him, "Is it finally here?" The fourth generation Mizuki Yakura has a smile on his face, the blood red in his eyes is fleeting, and his mouth is low. "Kill the fourth generation Mizuki Yakura, end the reign of the blood mist." In front of the fourth generation Mizuki office, 400 Mizuninos gathered together, with a hint of excitement on their faces, and they shouted loudly, "Kill the fourth generation of Mizuki Yakura, end the reign of the blood mist." The shouts made a trace of triumphant confidence rise in the hearts of these mists. "What gave you so much confidence?" "It made you mistakenly think that you could kill me." Yakura's figure appeared on the roof. His eyes looked down at Mizuna in front of him, and a cold smile appeared on his face, said in a low voice, "Yakura, today we will overthrow your blood mist rule." Trumi Ming's eyes stared at Yakura on the roof, and said firmly in his mouth, "Is that so? That's really interesting. But if you want to overthrow me, let me see your strength." Yakura whispered with a cold smile on his face. With a sound, a huge amount of chakra burst out of the body in an instant. Everyone attack. Trumi Ming saw Yakura's movements and immediately issued an attack order. Following Trumi Ming's words, all the mist ninjas released their own ninjutsu. Water escape middle dot water dragon bomb. Water escape middle dot water dragon whip. Feng done middle dot feng ki. Done middle dot go. One after another ninjutsu was overwhelmingly attacked towards Yakura. Exclamation mark. Yakura's eyes calmly looked at the ninjutsu attack in front of him, and his hands quickly knotted. Exclamation mark. Water escape middle dot the art of the great falls. Yakura let out a low voice, and a huge waterfall was instantly vomited out of his mouth. Peng, peng. The huge waterfall instantly submerged all the ninjutsu under the water. Even Ildun was completely useless due to the huge current. As expected to be Sandwiran's UI, it has created such a huge waterfall. Trumi Ming's brows wrinkled tightly, and his body quickly leapt and stood on the surface of the water. Dissolve the strange magic. Trumi Ming yelled in a low voice, and a huge stream of magma was instantly spit out from his mouth. The magma flow quickly moved towards Yakura, covering. Is this your blood succession limit? Trumi. Very interesting ability. Yakura's body quickly receded, his eyes flashed with light, and his mouth said coldly, water escape middle dot water mirror technique. Yakura's hands suddenly folded, and he shouted. Ripples suddenly appeared on the lake below his feet. Exclamation mark. This dot dot dot. What is this? All the Ujin revolutionary army looked at the water in front of them in horror, exclaiming in their mouths, in this way, our numbers will be equal. A icy light flashed in Yakura's eyes, and his mouth was deep and huge. With 3.5 Yakura's words, a clone identical to himself appeared in front of all the Unin revolutionary army. Even Trumi Ming appeared in front of a clone like her. Oh, is this the secret technique of the 4th generation Mizuki Yakura? The technique of the water mirror. Like a mirror, it creates a clone that is exactly the same as the enemy, and can use the same abilities as the opponent, and same power. Just when everyone was frightened, a chuckle suddenly sounded. The cold moon is coming. Yakura vs Hanu. Chapter 183. The cold moon is coming. Yakura vs Hanu. Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Seek. Chapter 183. The cold moon is coming. Yakura vs Hanu. Seeking subscription. Asking for a reward. Asking monthly ticket. Asking for the strongest Emperor of Hokage to make the 183rd chapter of the cold moon come. Yakura vs Hanu. Seeking subscription. Asking for a reward. Ask a monthly pass. Begging. Oh? Has it finally come out? You have a power that I am familiar with, a long-lost power. Yakura turned his head, looked at Hanu with a trace of memory on his face, and his mouth said playfully, finally met. The 4th generation Mizuki Yakura. Hanu said with a smile on his face and said quietly, following Hanu's words. His right hand suddenly lifted up. Water Dragon Pinei Black Marlin. Hanu let out a low voice, and water dragons suddenly appeared on the lake. Nani? Such a power. Who is this boy named? Trumi Ming's face had a dignified expression. His eyes calmly looked at the cat face mask on Hanu's face, and he said thoughtfully, official introduction. Master Trumi Ming. My name is Uchiha Hanu. Hanu turned her head, took off her mask with her left hand casually, revealing her original face, and said with a chuckle in her mouth, 18 is the Taguchi Uchiha Hanu. Cut. It has been hidden in the mist forbearance. It's really unpleasant. Trumi Ming's face was uncomfortable, and his mouth was calm, said. At this time, Trumi Ming's heart was determined to summon a perceptual ninja. It is best to have the ability to see through. Oh, is it a member of the Uchiha family? I said, how could there be a familiar power? A look of surprise flashed across Yakura's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, are you surprised? Writing round eyes. Open. Hanu showed a smile on her face, snorted softly, and 3 goo appeared in her eyes instantly. Does Sangu write round eyes? Interesting. It is really interesting. Yakura's mouth was sneered, his eyes slowly closed, and then suddenly opened. The blood-red goo appeared in his eyes. Exclamation mark. Is it really under control? As expected of Uchiha Madara. Hanu's eyes looked at the 3 goo in Yakura's eyes, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. and said coldly, "Funny kid. I know who I am. Uchiha Hanu. You are the first guy to make me feel a little mysterious. Show your strength. Let me see your measure." A cold expression appeared on Yakura's face. A cold smile appeared on his face, and his right hand suddenly pointed to Hanu. "As you wish." Secret technique middle dot water dragon heavenly sign. Hanu's mouth curled up with a smile, and then he snorted, and the 5 water dragons in front of him instantly attacked Yakura. You can control the water flow at will. What an interesting ability. Yakura's figure stood quietly on the surface of the water. His eyes calmly looked at the water dragon that appeared in front of him, and his mouth said coldly, "Sizuden middle dot Izazaki falls." Yakura let out a low voice, and the chakra of Sano Izazaki burst out of his body. With the eruption of Sanwai Sasaki chakra, a huge wave quickly spread out with Yakura as the center. The huge impact instantly smashed the 5 water dragons in front of you. Cut. 3-tailed chakra. Hanu's body quickly leapt backwards, and a huge impact force in front of him carried a stream of water instantly towards Hanu. Secret technique middle dot scorching ocean current. Hanu's right hand stretched forward suddenly, with a low drink from her mouth. A huge high-temperature water flow instantly rose from the surface of the lake under Hanu's right index finger, blocking the huge water pressure in front of Hanu! Peng, peng. A huge impact sounded, and 2 streams of huge pressure instantly collided with each other. Following the impact, a huge shockwave instantly set off waves on the lake in front of you. Above the water, Mizuna rushed into the water because of the fluctuation of the water surface below her feet! Melting evacuation middle dot magma. Trumi Ming yelled in a low voice, and a huge magma was spit out from his mouth, forming a magma wall to offset the impact in front of him. However, the mirror person in front of Trumi Ming did not hesitate to attack her. Oops, I forgot the water mirror art made by Yakura earlier. Trumi Ming's body quickly retreated, avoiding the magma in front of him, and a look of annoyance flashed across his face. Yo, boy. I wonder why my Yakura's water mirror technique did not create your clone. Yakura's body quickly jumped up, standing on a huge wave, holding his chest with his hands and mouth. Lee said in a low voice, "Are you talking about clones? These clones are like mirrors that can reflect the shadow of the person in front of you, as well as any blood inheritance limits. However, they cannot reflect my Emperor 903. Hanu's body quickly moved towards Yakura. He rushed, said quietly in his mouth. Secret technique middle dot washes a coup. Hanu's right hand fingers moved slightly, and water-like shockwaves appeared on the water in front of him, like rain, compressed to the extreme water flow, densely shooting towards Yakura. Go with Shuiden middle dot ISO iron cannonball rain. A smile appeared at the corner of Yakura's mouth, and huge water cannonballs were suddenly spit out from his mouth. Huge iron cannonballs composed of water flow instantly filled the sky. Peng, peng, peng. A series of loud noises rang out in the air, and a series of shock waves knocked out all the Urin who were fighting with their mirror faces in front of them. Only Hanu and the 4th generation Mizuki Yakura remained on the lake. Very capable kid. I'm a little bit excited. Yakura's eyes flashed with excitement, and the corners of his mouth were slightly cocked because of the excitement. Yakura looked at Hanu's figure. Sangu writing wheel. The eyes slowly rotate in a circle. Full firepower. Battle between monsters! The 184th chapter is full of firepower. Battle between monsters. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 184 Full firepower. Battle between monsters. Please subscribe. Ask a reward. Ask a monthly pass. Naruto's strongest emperor is full of firepower in chapter 184. Battle between monsters. Go. Subscribe. Ask a reward. Ask a monthly pass. Very capable kid. I'm a little excited. Yakura's eyes flashed with a look of excitement, and the corners of his mouth were slightly cocked because of the excitement. Yakura looked at Hanu's figure. Sango. The eye of the writing wheel rotates slowly. There are still some hands and feet here. If that's the case, you can only guide Yakura into the sea outside the Unin village. Hanayu's eyes flashed a look of thought, and his mouth whispered, Master Tumi Ming, how about our continued cooperation? Hanayu turned her head and glanced at Tumi Ming, with a smile on her face, and said calmly, Huh? Are you kidding? Uchiha Hanayu, how could I work with Konoha's kid? Tumi Ming frowned slightly, and said coldly, Yeah, all you have to do now is kill the 4th generation Mizuki Yakura. So, we are allies. Hanayu's eyes calmly stared at Yakura's figure, and said quickly, Okay, only kill Yakura first. However, after killing Yakura, we are still enemies. Tumi Ming frowned slightly, and reluctantly agreed to Hanayu's words. Then, the cooperation intention is completed, and I need you to guide Yakura into the offshore waters. Hanayu said with a deep smile on his face. Are you in the sea? I know. Ghost Lantern Full Moon. Trumi Ming's face was no longer hesitating. With a low drink from her mouth, a young figure appeared in front of her. Master Trumi Ming. The appearance of the Ghost Lantern Full Moon is exactly the same as the Ghost Lantern Shishui. At this time, the Ghost Lantern Full Moon holds a huge weird knife in both hands, and whispers softly in his mouth. You lead all the fog of shinobi to guide the 4th generation Mizuki Yakura into the offshore waters. Grave accent exclamation mark. Trumi Ming said with a stern face on her face, and said in her mouth, Hi. The subordinates understand. Guilan Manayu let out a low cry, and then quickly led hundreds of eerie shinobu towards Yakura. Flounder middle dot dish. Liberation. The figure of the Ghost Lantern Full Moon appeared above Yakura's head instantly, holding the double knife flounder in both hands, and shouting in his mouth. With the sound of the Ghost Lamp Full Moon, a ray of light burst into the double-sword flounder, and then a huge air bomb slammed into Yakura instantly. Is the Ghost Lamp Full Moon? In Yakura's eyes, the 3 jade wheel eyes quickly rotated, and the coral stick in his hands instantly rotated a few times, and then a blow smashed the air bomb in front of him. Interesting. I actually want to guide me into the offshore waters. In other words, does Uchiha Kanzuki Kid want to use the surface of the sea to trap me? This makes me look forward to it. Yakura's body quickly he stepped back and escaped the attacks of several Unin nearby, and killed the attacking Unin casually. He glanced at the route behind him with his eyes, and said playfully, Uchiha Hanayu Kid, let me see how much your strength can reach. I will be waiting for you above the sea. Yakura's eyes calmly stared at Hanayu, and he said with a deep voice, exclamation mark. Then Yakura's body instantly moved towards the sea. Oh, Uchiha Madara is really confident in his own strength. If so, let you see my strength as a younger generation. Hanayu's eyes flashed a ray of light, and his body quickly chasing Yakura, he said coldly. And Trumi Ming and other mists all followed Hanayu. Peng, peng. 2 consecutive voices, Yakura and Hanayu, who were advancing at high speed, instantly stood on the offshore sea outside Unin village. Uchiha Kanzuki Kid, come on, let me get excited. Yakura's eyes flashed a light, and his mouth suddenly shouted, Go on. Hanayu's brows frowned slightly, and with a low drink from his mouth, his body rushed towards Yakura at high speed. Although the water dragon Pinyi Black Marlin has a strong control over the sea, the Yakura, who is also the 3-tailed man, has the same control over the water flow as Hanayu. Coming! Exclamation mark. Yakura's 3-go jade riding wheel eyes easily captured Hanayu's movement track, and the coral stick in his hand instantly slammed forward. Murayu! Hanayu's mouth whispered, and the forward body turned instantly, and then continued to rush towards Yakura without reducing speed. Following Hanayu's movements, a sword with a crimson hilt was in his right hand. Appear instantly. Amazingly, it will kill Hanu in one hit. One sword out middle dot I middle dot lion elegy. Hanayu let out a low voice, and the village rain in his right hand flashed a dazzling silver-white light instantly. Ding! With a soft sound, the silver-white light was instantly blocked by the coral stick in Yakura's right hand, and then there was a smile on Yakura's face, and Hanayu instantly kicked out with his right foot. Sure enough, The power of a pure emperor is not enough to defeat Yakura. Then, I can only go all out. Hanayu's body was in the middle of the air when he was in the air. A water dragon rose in an instant, supporting Hanayu's retreating body in an instant, with an excited smile on Hanayu's face, whispering in her mouth, "The King of Beasts, Lion King." Hanayu's mouth whispered, and a belt appeared on her waist, and then Hanayu's limbs turned into beast claws. Uchiha Madara. Let's decide the outcome. Hanayu shouted loudly, and a huge chakra rose instantly from his body! Exclamation mark. Extreme dress up. Hanayu's terrifying strength. In. Chapter 185 Extreme Dress Up. Hanayu's terrifying strength. In. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 185 Extreme Dress Up. Hanayu's terrifying strength. In. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Naruto, the strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 185 Extreme Dress Up. The horrible power of the cold moon. Medium. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Uchiha Madara. Let's decide the outcome. Hanayu shouted loudly, and a huge chakra rose instantly from his body. Come on, shave. Hanayu's body bends forward slightly. The writing wheel eyes in his eyes rotates quickly. With a low drink from his mouth, his body rushes towards Yakura at super high speed in an instant. So fast. Super high speed moving skills. The writing wheel eyes in Yakura's eyes were spinning rapidly. His face showed a trace of seriousness, and his mouth said calmly. Following Yakura's words, his body quickly jumped to the rear. Water escape. Big burst of water rushing. Yakura's hands were extremely fast to make a seal. And with a soft drink from his mouth, a huge waterfall appeared on the sea in front of him. Water Dragon by Black Marlin. Big burst of water rushing. Hanayu's right foot hit the water continuously, and the six-style shave was instantly used, and at the same time, he quickly raised his right hand. The longin on the Water Dragon Pinai Black Marlin instantly lit up. An equally huge waterfall rises instantly. Peng. With a loud noise, two huge waterfalls instantly collided with each other 450, and the huge pressure on the water caused waves of the sea. The March of the Dead 8 Rooms. Hanayu's movements kept on, and the March of the Dead 8 Rooms appeared in her left hand. Then Hanayu's left hand suddenly waved, and 8 puppets rose instantly above the water in front of him. Oh, interesting ability. Is the second generation of Naruto reincarnated? A look of surprise flashed in Yakura's eyes, and then there was a trace of excitement on his face, and he whispered in his mouth. Secret technique. Hydration technique. The two ghost lamp family dolls quickly turned into a stream of water and merged into the sea below their feet. Then, two huge monsters instantly appeared in front of Yakura. Ninfa Thunderstrike Tornado. Ringo Yuri Stubble Blade. Thunder teeth intertwined in an instant, and then a huge tornado quickly rushed towards Yakura with thunder and lightning. Blasting Sword Ninja. Fat breaking severe death. The scroll on top of Ulijin blasting swords droplets instantly stretched out, forming a huge encircling circle and enclosing Yakura. Mystery 10 finger piercing bullet. Two dolls of the Huai family stretched out their hands, and instantly ejected from the bone bullets among the 10 fingers. Mystery magic mirror ice crystal. An ice escape puppet shouted together, and ice mirrors quickly appeared in front of Yakura. The 7 puppets quickly attacked Yakura. If that's the case, it's not enough to see. Secret art. Half-tailed beastization. Yakura's body quickly jumped on the surface of the water a few times, avoiding the attack of 2 hydration monsters, and his face flashed. After a trace of coldness, behind Yakura, 3 huge tails swept out instantly. Peng, peng, peng. With 7 loud noises, Yakura's 3 tails knocked all the 7 puppets into the air, and the ninjutsu that attacked Yakura was all crushed by the tail. Exclamation mark. If you only have this level, then I can only say regret. Uchiha Hanayu Kid. Yakura's hands clasped his chest, and the three tails behind him quickly attacked Hanu. Don't underestimate me, Uchiha Madara. Hanu's face was filled with a smile, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Facing Yakura's three huge tails, he did not retreat but moved forward. 6 styles middle dot iron 2 swords middle dot magic bear. Hanu let out a low voice, and the muscles of both arms instantly condensed like iron blocks, and both hands held Muryu and Bafang. Following Hanu's movements, behind Hanu appeared a giant bear growling bhdh. Break for me. Hanu yelled loudly, and Kunyu and Bafang in both hands instantly chopped off towards the huge three tails. The Hanu at this moment and the giant bear phantom behind him instantly overlapped. Peng. Murasame and Hakibo's two fangs turned into giant bears instantly cut off Yakura's three tails from the air. Three huge half-tails quickly slammed above the water. It's not over yet. 6 style middle dot U. Romantic fort pumpkin. The village rain and Hakifang in Hanu's hands disappeared instantly, and the body used the moon step to stay in the air for an instant, and a new form appeared in both hands. The romantic fort with beautiful handle pumpkin. After eating a pumpkin cannon. Secret heart middle dot particle energy cannon. Hanu's face was filled with excitement, and with a low drink from her mouth, the romantic turret pumpkin instantly smashed the 50 misters on the surface of the water. All of the sense of crisis was absorbed, and then, a huge energy ball gleaming with pale golden light appeared in the muzzle instantly, dragging the dazzling light, and hitting towards Yakura. 5 Visions Observer. Open. Hanu's face was covered with sweat, and he snorted again, and the aquamarine eyes above his forehead opened instantly. Vision. Hanu whispered in her mouth, and her aquamarine eyes instantly released a burst of mental power that continuously interfered with Yakura's perception. Body. Damn Uchiha Hanu kid. It interfered with my control of Yakura. Uchiha Madara's face in an unknown space showed a trace of anger, and the old voice was abnormally cold. Peng. A huge explosion sounded, and the huge pale golden energy ball instantly hit the position of Yakura, and then detonated the huge energy contained in the energy ball. The energy ball instantly compressed inward, and then suddenly expanded into a round pale gold sphere with a diameter of 300 meters, submerging Yakura's figure. This is simply a monster. 300 meters. Urin looked at the huge pale golden sphere with a diameter of 300 meters in horror, and said dully, Peng. With a loud noise, a light golden sphere with a diameter of 300 meters instantly produced a huge and clear shock wave. The moment the shock wave appeared, it caused a huge tsunami above the sea, and then the shockwave broke out in an instant. Yakura runs away. My eyes are under. Chapter 186. Yakura runs away. My eyes are under. Seeking subscription. Seeking reward. Seeking monthly pass. Seeking receipt. Chapter 186. Yakura runs away. My eyes are under. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. For Hokage's strongest emperor. Chapter 186. Yakura ran away. Maioi Sasaki. Down. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. Peng. There was a loud noise, and a light golden sphere with a diameter of 300 meters instantly produced a huge and clear shock wave. The moment the shock wave appeared, it caused a huge tsunami above the sea, and then the shockwave broke out in an instant. Come on, it's really troublesome to absorb the sense of crisis of 100 people. Hanu's face was slightly sweaty, panting slightly, and said calmly, Peng. With a loud noise, a huge tsunami instantly smashed down, knocking away all the surrounding mist. Then, a huge chakra suddenly came from above the sea. Appeared. Hanu's pupils contracted slightly, his eyes were staring at Yakura in front of him, and he said solemnly, Roar. It hurts. Secret heart middle. Tailed beast coat. The 4th generation Yakura roared, and the 3-tailed chakra coat appeared on the body instantly. At the same time, the 3 jade round eyes in Yakura's eyes flashed away, and the wound on his body was quickly repaired. You bastard, go to death. Yakura's limbs fell on the ground, 3 huge tails dangling casually, and then Yakura's face was full of madness, and his mouth roared. Following Yakura's words, his limbs instantly stepped on the surface of the sea. Come! Hanu whispered in her mouth, and the romantic fort pumpkin in both hands was instantly lifted. The 3-go jade writing wheel eyes in the eyes and the 5-vision universal observer on the forehead rotated quickly, catching Yakura, whose moving speed is already indistinguishable by the naked eye. Found it. Secret technique particle pulse. Hanu's face suddenly condensed, and then his eyes locked on the body of Yakura, who was attacking rapidly, and the romantic fort pumpkin in his hands shot out a huge energy pillar instantly. Roar. Secret skill coral palm. Yakura's eyes were full of madness, his mouth roared, and his right hand instantly turned into a huge chakra palm, quickly slapped on the energy pillar. Kerala. With a strange soft sound, Hanu quietly watched the energy pillars she had stimulated instantly turned into corals, and then fell to the ground. Oh, what is the ability of the 3 tails? It can turn all the objects it touches into corals. Interesting ability. Hanu's face, with a playful smile on her face, snorted in her mouth. Between her hands the romantic fort pumpkin in the movie disappears instantly. The ever-changing tale of crossing. Hanu let out a low cry in her mouth, and suddenly raised her right hand above her head, and then a thread quickly gathered in the palm of Hanu's palm. Mystery middle dot. The strongest guarding crane spear. Finger spear middle dot Q. Hanu shouted in her mouth, her body instantly leaning forward. The silk thread in her right hand instantly turned into a guard crane spear, right index finger and thumb ring in a circle. The spear of the Shishui crane was held between the 2 fingers. Then Hanu suddenly bounced the spear in his hand. Peng! With a loud noise, the spear passed through Yakura's chest almost instantly, and then the huge impact force instantly nailed Yakura's body into the sea. Cough. I'm not reconciled. Yakura's chaotic mind flashed with a look of unwillingness, and Yakura, who was in the water, suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, and then he was in his body. 3-tailed chakra swarmed out instantly. Hey, kid, not reconciled? Give your body to me. In Yakura's mind, an old voice rang, and then the sleeping Sanwai opened his eyes instantly. Be angry, be resentful, be unwilling. Then, let me replace you. In the sealed space of Sanwai, a smile appeared on Sanwai's face, and said bewitchingly, following the voice of Mayo, the unconscious Yakura was instantly caught by Mayo. Middle dot. Ask for flowers. Roar. In the sea, a deafening sound rang instantly, and Yakura's body quickly transformed, almost instantly turning into a huge turtle, growing on the tortoise's body. Spiny. There are 3 flat tails behind the tortoise. It's Mayo Iso Zhao waterfall. Sanwai Zhao let out a low growl, and the water in front of him instantly churned up, and an undercurrent waterfall rushed towards the cold moon in an instant. Zero shave. Hanu snorted in her mouth, and her body quickly left its original position. As Hanu left, a huge vortex appeared on the water surface instantly. Damn Yakura. It's so easy to run away. Has Mitsuo been released? In the unknown space, Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed with a look of anger, and his mouth said coldly, however, since Mitsuo has been released, then only Mayo Isoza can be controlled. Uchiha Madara's brows wrinkled slightly, and he said calmly in his mouth, kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes. Uchiha Madara's left eye suddenly opened, and the 3 jade wheel eyes instantly became one. Following Uchiha Madara's movements, Mayo Isoza's eyes flashed slightly confused. Roar. Damn the Uchiha clan. Do you want to control me? A look of anger flashed in Mitsuo's eyes, and his mouth roared, suddenly evading his spirit into his abdomen. In the void. Chapter 187 Hanayu vs Sanwai. Ultimate water escape. Profound meaning. Middle dot hard vortex water blade. Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek. Chapter 187 Hanayu vs Sanwai. Ultimate water escape. Profound meaning. Middle dot hard vortex water blade. Please subscribe. Please reward. Please ask Hokage's strongest Emperor. Chapter 187 Hanayu vs Sanwai. The ultimate water escape. Profound meaning and hard vortex water blade. Please subscribe. Please reward. Please. Roar. Damn the Uchiha clan. Do you want to control me? A look of anger flashed through Mitsuo's eyes. His mouth roared, and his spirit suddenly escaped into his abdomen. In the void. Cut. It's really troublesome to escape my spirit into the void. It seems that I can only command the three tails by myself. Uchiha frowned slightly, and then a smile appeared on his face and mouth. Lee said coldly, following Uchiha Madara's words. Mizo Iso's hollow eyes were instantly replaced by kaleidoscope writing wheels. Yeah, kaleidoscope writing round eyes. It really deserves to be Uchiha Madara's predecessor. He actually controlled Myo Isusyuk's body. 837. Hanu's face was filled with a smile, and his eyes flashed. After a trace of plainness, he said with a chuckle, it's really a headache for the younger generation. Such a talent ... can only be killed. An old voice came from Myo Isada's mouth. At the same time, with the sound, Myo Isada's three huge tails swept away in an instant. Stand up, paper-painted slime. Hanayu's mouth uttered a low voice, and her body instantly changed shape like clay, with three huge tails floating up and down. With Hanayu's movements, all three tails were worn from Hanayu's side. However, Hanayu's body was not hit at all. Peng, peng, peng. The three tails instantly blasted a huge wave out of the sea, and then the body of the three tails suddenly sank under the sea. Mitsuo Izao's body dived hundreds of meters almost instantly. Iso Iron Cannonball. A huge high-pressure water flow suddenly gathered in Sanwai Iso Iron's mouth, and then quickly attacked the cold moon. Secret technique. Middle dot water dragon heavenly sign. Hanayu stretched out her right hand, snorted in her mouth, and 9 water dragons instantly rose up in the sea in front of her. The water dragon hovered in the air for a while, and then instantly wrapped Hanayu's body. Peng, peng. A series of huge iron cannonballs continuously hit the water dragon's body like raindrops, knocking out waves of the water dragon's body, and then disappeared. Roar. With Hanayu's right hand movement, the 9 water dragons instantly dispersed, and then, with a roar, the 9 water dragons instantly rushed towards Sanwai Izao. Secret technique. Middle dot blood knife kill. Hanayu's right hand suddenly grabbed a dead Mizunin corpse in the gap, and uttered a low voice in her mouth. The body of this Mizunin burst instantly, and a stream of blood flowed in the air. A blooded blade with a handle instantly attacked Sanwai Izao. Peng, peng, peng. A loud explosion sounded, and the 9 water dragons were continuously crushed by the 3 tails of Sanwai Isoda into a stream of water and disappeared. When Myo Iso was about to wipe out the 9 water dragons, the blooded blade instantly ran across Myo Iso's body. Roar. Arrow suddenly came out of Sanwai Isoda's mouth, and his huge body was instantly pierced by the blooded blade, cutting out Sanwai Isoda's body more than 20 large and small with visible bones. Wounds. Even if Sanwai Izao's consciousness escaped into the void space, he roared in the void space because of pain. Damn you Uchiha family kid. Damn you Uchiha Madara. A look of anger appeared in Myo Izao's eyes, and his spirit rushed out of the void in an instant. It's finally out. Uchiha Madara's mouth gasped slightly. A cold smile appeared on his face, and he said in a deep voice, following Uchiha Madara's words, the consciousness of Myo Izazaki who just rushed out was instantly controlled by Uchiha Madara. Then a huge water cannon was spit out from the mouth of Sanwai Izao. This is fog. As the water cannon exploded, Hanayu's eyes gradually dimmed as she watched the surroundings, Her expression flashed a little dignified, and the five-vision universal observer on her forehead opened instantly. Roar. With a loud roar, the three tails of Isola Sanwai gathered in front of his mouth. A trace of chakra quickly gathered in Sanwai's mouth, and a blue chakra ball with a little black in it was slowly appeared in Sanwai's mouth. That's awful. This chakra pressure is the tail beast cannon. In that case, you can only use this trick. Hanayu's brows wrinkled deeply, and then his face became serious. Said in a deep voice, "Tailed beast coat." Hanayu yelled loudly. The sleeping nine-tailed consciousness in his body opened his eyes instantly, and then nine-tailed chakras burst out of Hanayu's body, forming a huge nine-tailed consciousness. Tail coat. Water Dragon by Black Marlin. Hanayu's right hand was emptied, and the sea water above the sea surface gathered and compressed in Hanayu's hand very quickly, and all the sea water within 100 meters around Hanayu gathered towards Hanayu's right hand. And the water in Hanayu's palm quickly formed a water javelin in the form of a whirlpool. Tailed beast cannon. Sanwai's mouth suddenly roared, and the black chakra ball compressed to the extreme was instantly swallowed by it, and then suddenly spit out. A huge power cannon struck Hanayu instantly. Water escape. Profound meaning. Hard vortex water blade. Hanayu shouted loudly, and his right hand suddenly threw the water javelin that was also compressed to the extreme, and the entire water javelin was spinning rapidly and non-directionally in layers. This is the ultimate water escape of the water god Thousand Hands. The hard vortex water blade. All the mists looked at the water javelin flying out in shock, and shouted in shock. Chapter 188. Three-tailed anger. The tail beast Jade is coming. Seeking subscription. Seeking reward. Seeking monthly pass. Seeking collection. Chapter 188. Three-tailed furious. The tail beast Jade is coming. Please subscribe. Ask a reward. Ask a monthly pass. Ask a collection of Naruto's strongest emperor to make. Chapter 188. Three-tailed fury. The tail beast Jade strikes. Subscribe. Ask a reward. Ask a monthly pass. Please collect it. This is the ultimate water escape of the water god Thousands of Hands. The hard vortex water blade. All the mists looked at the water javelin flying out in shock, and shouted in shock. Dao, peng. A huge explosion sounded, and the hard vortex water blade instantly hit the tail beast cannon in the air. Then a huge water vortex instantly swept the tail beast cannon into it. Then, an astonishing shockwave burst out in the midair, and the swirling vortex in the air quickly absorbed the sea water. A huge tornado was formed. Swish, swish. The huge currents all lifted into the sky and gathered into the whirlpool. Then the current continuously weakened the impact of the tail beast cannon. Oh, that kid's hard vortex water blade. Uchiha Madara's eyes looked at the picture in front of him. The kaleidoscope writing wheel I-18 turned around in an instant. His brows wrinkled slightly, and his mouth said with a deep voice, Roar. There was a huge roar in Sanwai's mouth, and the power of the tail beast cannon instantly strengthened, and the huge vortex in the sky was also spinning rapidly. Peng, peng, peng. There was a burst of explosions above the sea, and the water column instantly accelerated into the sky. With such a trace of sweat on Hanayu's face, the index finger of her right hand directed the huge water vortex in the air to slowly move it towards the top of Sanwai Izao's head. Damn you, Uchiha kid. Don't underestimate me. An angry flame suddenly rose in my Izao's eyes, instantly spitting out the tail beast cannon, and smashing the water vortex in the air. Peng. A red-tailed beast cannon flew over the sea behind Hanayu with huge energy. And then a huge pothole appeared on the sea surface. Oh, what a pity. Although the water vortex was smashed in one go, it can only be done like this. Hanayu turned her head and glanced at the huge hole behind her, revealing a trace of her face. With a regretful look, he said in a deep voice, Don't be so arrogant, little devil. Sanwai Iso's mouth roared angrily, his body dived under the sea again, and the three huge tails also disappeared. "Are you arrogant? It's ridiculous." Hanayu's eyes looked coldly at Sanwai Aizao, who had dived into the deep sea, with a gloomy expression on his face, and said softly, "Secret technique dark water." Hanayu's eyes flashed a light, and the index finger of his right hand stretched out. The eyes of Shillong Pinyi Black Marlin were shining, and a tiny whirlpool appeared in the dragon's mouth. What's going on? The body can't move. There was a hint of surprise on Mayo Iso's face. The huge body that was originally diving was instantly fixed in the sea by the pressure of the surrounding fusion water! Speaking of it, this trick is a bit like Pain's Vientiane Sky Attract. It can only be used where there is water. Hanayu whispered softly with a smile on her face. After that, Hanayu's right hand slightly lifted up, and the body of Sanwai Aizao under the surface of the water instantly moved towards the sea as if pulled by a huge force. "Nani?" With a hint of surprise on Sanwai Aizao's face, he raised his head and looked at the cold moon above the water. His limbs desperately rode back. But these were all in vain. The huge body of the three tails still floats quickly towards Hanayu. Then Sanwai's entire body was pulled out of the sea by Hanayu. Spiral blade. Hanayu's body instantly jumped to the top of Sanwai Aizao's head with the moon step. His body spun at a high speed, and his right foot instantly chopped out a spiral chopping wave. "Shui done water tooth bullet." Sanwai Aizao yelled in a low voice, and a huge water column rushed out of the sea below him and collided with Hanayu's spiral blade. Peng! The spiral blade stirred the water column in an instant, and then continued to rush towards Sanwai Aisola without any reduction. Under Mayo Isola's angry gaze, he instantly hit Mayo Isola's body. Spiral impact knocked the huge body of Mayo Isazaki into the air in an instant. Raw. Damn it. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. There was a wound on Sanwai's body. His face was savage, and he instantly became angry! Following the violent anger of Mayo Isazaki, the body of Yakura, who was originally wrapped in it, was instantly thrown out, with only one chain linked to Yakura's abdomen. "Disconnect for me!" Sanwai Aizao roared in his mouth, and the chain in front of him suddenly smashed between his two front paws! Roar. "I'm finally out! I finally broke through the seal!" Sanwai Aizao's mouth roared in excitement, and then his eyes looked at Hanayu coldly. "You a Kaiha kid. Go to me to die." Sanwai Aizao, who had just got out of trouble, obviously remembered the damage that Hanayu had caused to it just now. He roared in anger, and the three tails gathered on top of his head again! Well, some trouble. This time is the strongest attack from the three tails, who have completely got rid of the seal. Tail Beast Jade. Although the Tail Beast gun is similar to the Tail Beast Jade, the power is definitely a difference. Goodbye. If the attack of the Tail Beast cannon is 1, then the attack of the Tail Beast Jade is definitely above 10. Hanayu's brows wrinkled tightly, a look of worry appeared on his face, and his mouth was dark. Said bitterly, "If the Tail Beast cannon Hanayu can barely resist it, this Hair Tail Beast Jade is definitely not what Hanayu can resist now." Thank you Wenny1333 for your big 588 points! Thank you for your support to the otaku. Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. Susanoo. 3 spirits. Chapter 189. The Man of Suzuo. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. The 189th chapter. Suzuo Man. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Naruto's Strongest Emperor Chapter 189. Susanoo. Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Seek collection. Chanayu Kid. What do you plan to do? This is the Tail Beast Jade sent out by Sanwai. If it is hardwired ... it will die. Nine-tailed consciousness in Hanayu's body frowned slightly, and asked in her mouth, "It's a bit troublesome. What can I do?" Hanayu's face had a look of distress. Just now, he tried to attack Sanwai Isoi with a shave. But there is no doubt that all the attacks all were shattered by the huge energy flow of the gradually forming tail beast jade. Is there no way? A gleam of light flashed through Q-Tail's eyes, and he sat lazily in the cage, and said quietly in his mouth, "It's a pity. Maybe we can only stop here." Hanayu's face had a hint of lowness, and his mouth was slightly unwilling to say, "Really? Speaking of it, I was lucky to be separated by the Kyuubi body. And being able to meet you. It gave me some ambitions of my own." The eyes of Kyuubi consciousness flashed after a light of gratitude. A flat smile appeared on his face, and he said softly, Yeah? Is this the last words?" Nine-tailed yo. Just kidding. Just kidding. Hanayu's face showed a wicked smile, his mouth chuckled, and his eyes slowly closed up. "It's been a long time." Daiga Palace. Hanayu opened her eyes, looking at the Daiga Palace in front of him with a little excitement, and said with nostalgia, "I haven't been here for a long time. I really miss it." Han sat on the throne slowly, and looked at the surrounding imperial tools with satisfaction, and said with a chuckle in her mouth, "What kind of emperor do I need this time? It's hard to choose." Hanayu glanced at the demon god's appearance in front of him. The disappointment flashed on his face. Even now, Hanayu still can't unlock it. Demon god appears demon the essence. But if you want to deal with the tail beast jade. There is no doubt that this is the emperor. A smile flashed across the corner of Hanayu's mouth, and he looked at the evil spirit in front of him with excitement, and said expectantly, "Electric light stone fire Susanoo. Biological humanoid imperial tool. Susanoo can use the evil soul on his chest, also known as Guu, to absorb the vitality of the master to complete the violent. And more interesting is the electrical light stone fire Susanoo. You can choose from 3 ways to use it. Wearing Bane directly will consume a huge amount of chakras. Energizing Susanoo can save chakras. And the final humanoid mode. Once the humanoid mode is selected, the owner of Taiga needs to consume his life force to control the actions of Susanoo. Hanayu's eyes swept across the evil spirits in front of him, and he understood the use patterns of evil spirits. Unlock, lightning stone fire Susanoo man. Hanyu's eyes flashed a smile, and with a soft drink in his mouth, a blood-red evil spirit appeared on Hanyu's chest instantly. Little devil. Take it to death. Tailed beast jade. A triumphant expression flashed across Sanwai Izao's face. With a low growl in his mouth, he suddenly spit out the huge black chakra ball. "Don't underestimate me, Sanwai." Hanayu let out a low voice, with a mocking smile on her face. Quietly looking at the huge tail beast jade in front of you, the soul of evil appears. Hanayu's mouth yelled, and the soul of evil in his chest burst into a dazzling light. Then, 2 horns appeared on the top of Hanayu's head, and her figure instantly increased. At 2 meters, the evil spirit on his chest was shining red, and behind Hanayu, a huge disc-shaped hollow wheel was suspended. There is a white jade on each of the 4 corners of the hollow chakra. Is this the power of Dianguan Shiuo Susanoo? Am I a Tegajin at this time? Hanayu's hands slightly clenched his fists, and a burst of huge explosive force suddenly fell from his fist. Motivated on going out, Hanayu looked at her body with surprise on her face, and said in a deep voice, "Uchiha Hanayu kid. Was you frightened stupid?" He didn't avoid it. When the surrounding Mizuna saw the tail beast jade, he had already left the sea, and all looked at him standing quietly at this time. Hanayu above the water said in confusion, "Then try this." Hanayu completely ignored the surrounding Yujin, with a smile on her face, and stretched her right hand flat in front of her. Following Hanayu's movements, the hollow wheel floating behind him split into 4 parts instantly. "The art a mirror," Hanayu yelled in a low voice, and the hollow chakra split into 4 parts instantly gathered 2 meters in front of Hanayu's body, forming a a huge bronze mirror in the middle. A dazzling white light flashed through the whole office, just like a mirror, peng. With a loud noise, The tail beast Jade instantly hit the Yata mirror in front of Hanu, and then the mirror light of the Yata mirror was bright, and the tail beast Jade was instantly bounced back. Nani? The counter ... reflection went back. All Misturu including Mizuo Isa's face showed a trace of horror, and the grown-up mouth could swallow an egg! Thank you Weniu 1333 for your big 588 points! Thank you for your support to the otaku. Subscribe, ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. 3 spirits. The 190th chapter 3 Spirit Weapons. Please subscribe, ask for a reward, ask for a monthly pass, ask for a collection. The 190th chapter 3 Spirit Weapons. Please subscribe, ask for a reward, ask for a monthly pass, ask for a collection. Naruto's Strongest Emperor, chapter 190. 3 Spirit Weapons. Please subscribe, ask for a reward, ask for a monthly ticket, ask for a collection. Nani? Counter ... reflection back. All the faces of Mizuno including Mio Isozu showed a trace of horror. The grown-up mouth can swallow an egg! Peng. With a loud noise, the tail beast Jade exploded in front of Senwai Izo, and a huge energy ball instantly engulfed Senwai Izo's body. Damn ... cough. Damn you Uchiha kid. The figure of Isahiro Senwai roared in the energy ball, and the 3 tails behind him tried hard to resist the huge explosion caused by the tail beast Jade, and then, the 3 tails were instantly cut off in half! Ha ha. After the explosion, Senwai Izo's mouth was wearing rough clothes, and there was a scar on his body. 3 tails were blown off, and Senwai's right eye was also closed. Have you not been blown to death by your own tail beast Jade? I have to sigh ... The life force of the tail beast is really tenacious. Hanu stood quietly on the surface of the sea, watching Senwai's seriously injured body with his eyes in his mouth. Shensheng said, "Water escape middle ... iron cannonball." Senwai Izo yelled angrily in his mouth, and a huge water ball instantly struck towards the cold moon. Yeah, it's useless. No matter what ninjutsu ... 660. It can't hurt me. Hanu's face has a trace of regret, stretched her right hand forward. Yata mirror followed Hanu's right hand moves. Reflection. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Hanu's mouth. With a low drink, a dazzling white light flashed on the mirror surface of Yata mirror. Then, the water ball that hit Yata mirror was instantly turned back. Shuidong middle ... water array. There was a trace of panic on Senwai Izo's face, and with a low drink from his mouth, a water curtain was instantly formed on the sea under his feet, blocking the iron cannonballs! What kind of weapon is this? In the space where Uchiha Madara was, Shiraizu looked at the projected image of the outside golem with a surprised look, and asking, a weapon? No. If I remember correctly, this is a legendary weapon. Yata mirror. Uchiha Madara's eyes looked at the Yata mirror in Hanu's hand, and a trace of his face flashed. With a solemn look, he said in a low voice, the Yata mirror, also known as the Mirror of Mantrutsu. There are 3 magical artifacts in the world Biffy in the legend, namely Yata mirror, Yata Jungu, and Kizaru sword. As a spiritual weapon that transcends the artifact, Hikami has the ability to reflect all ninjutsu and the ability to defend. It can be said that Uchiha Hanu, who has Yata Kagami, has obtained complete and absolute defense. Uchiha Madara's brows wrinkled slightly, his face said with a hint of excitement. Such a magic weapon is dreamed of even between Senju and I. Unexpectedly, it was in the hands of this kid. A look of excitement and regret suddenly appeared on Uchiha Madara's face. His hands clenched his fists and his mouth said unwillingly. Ah, Lee asked in a deep voice. Once the so-called spirit weapon recognizes the master, even the 6 Tao immortals can't snatch it. This is why the guy and I want to get it so much. Although the idiot in the Kaienzu's Eugene knows the existence of the 3 spirit weapons, but don't care at all. Uchiha Madara's face had a trace of indifference, and his mouth said coldly, "Is that so? Lord Madara, Isadamo Mayo is seriously injured. Do I still need you to control it?" Beiju's gaze shifted to Isadamo Mayo, with a trace of coldness on his face, and he said in a deep voice, "No, after seeing Uchiha Hanayu's Yata mirror, I want to know more about Uchiha Hanayu's trump card." Uchiha Madara's left eye kaleidoscope writing wheel flashed a light, and his mouth was slightly excited, said, "Roar." The writing wheel eyes in Sanwaijido's left eye flashed away, and Sanwaijido made a crazy roar, and his huge body instantly struck the cold moon at high speed. Haven't you given up? If that's the case, just die for me. Hanayu's face had a cold smile on her face, and she waved her right hand casually, and Yatamura instantly blocked Sanwai's hit. Sky Kongyun sword. Han suddenly yelled out of her mouth, and emptied her right hand. A huge energy lightsaber instantly appeared in Hanayu's right hand. Zun. Hanayu's right hand suddenly swung the Sky Cloud sword, and the huge Sky Cloud sword carrying the red light instantly slashed on Sanwaijiden's chest. Peng. With a loud noise, Sanwaijido's body was instantly flew out by Hanayu, and at the same time, the Sky Cluster Cloud sword penetrated Sanwaijido's chest in an instant. How is it possible? Not reconciled. Mayo's eyes completely turned into a look of horror. He lowered his head and glanced at the huge energy lightsaber on his chest. He roared in his mouth, and then his body instantly backed away. His abdomen, his void space is linked in the deep ocean, and his body disappears instantly. Cut. Have you escaped? Forget it. That's fine. At least Uchiha Madara should have been injured by my Sky Kongyun sword. Hanyu's face was smiling, and his eyes calmly looked at the escaped Mizo. Shocked, said softly, "Cough." It turned out to be the Sky Kongyun sword. Uchiha Madara's mouth suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. On Uchiha Madara's chest, the tip of the Sky Kongyun sword flashed away, and Uchiha Madara watched. The wound on his chest was healing, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sky Kongyun sword, also known as Kyuzna's sword. It is one of the 3 spirit weapons. Unlike the Ten-Fist sword, which is also the Kyuzna's sword, the Kongyun sword has a super attacking ability. It took 10 years to search for it in 1,000 hands. I can only retreat and find the Thor's sword. Uchiha Madara's face showed a smile like that, as he said coldly, "Uchiha Hanayu kid, I'm really going to fight you again. However, it won't be long. We will have a fight in the future." Uchiha Madara's face was full of warfare, and his mouth was excited. Say, "Thank you Weniu 1333 for your big 588 points!" Thank you for your support to the otaku. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Next chapter, return to Konoha. Chapter 191 Leaving Urin Village. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 191 Leaving Urin Village. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Naruto's strongest emperor makes Chapter 191 Leave Unin Village. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a collection. Uchiha Hanayu kid, I'm really going to fight you again. But it won't be long. We will have a battle in the future. Uchiha Madara's face had a hint of warfare, and he said excitedly, "Absolutely, let's continue our plan." Uchiha Madara's gaze closed back, his eyes flashed with excitement, and his mouth commanded, "Yes, Lord Madara." "But, don't you need to worry about Unin Village?" Beige said with a calm expression on his face, inquiring in a deep voice. "Mist Shinobu Village is not important anymore." Uchiha Madara's face was expressionless. His old voice seemed to be telling a trivial thing, and he said coldly, "I see, Master Ban." Beiju's eyes flashed for a moment, and he nodded. His body quickly merged into the ground, and he whispered in his mouth, "I really want to be resurrected right away." However, such a thing can't be anxious. Uchiha Madara quietly sat under the outer golem, and a white pipe stretched out from the outer golem's body. The link is on the back of Uchiha Madara's neck. Are you gone? That is to say, this mission is completed. Hanu stood quietly on the water, his eyes flashed with a calm expression, and he muttered softly in his mouth. Hanu at this time has already sensed that Uchiha Madara's spirit has left here. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing to do. Hanu's eyes flashed a light, and he glanced at Trumi Ming in the distance, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The fourth generation Mizuki Yakura had been killed by me. Hanu's gaze stared at the mist ninjas on the opposite bank, with a cold smile on the corner of his mouth, and said in a deep voice, "Nani, is the fourth generation of Shishui dead? Am I dreaming?" All the mist ninjas whispered with an inexplicable expression of excitement on their faces. "Did you not see? Yakura was already dead when Mizui Isozo threw out the fourth generation Mizuki Yakura. So, without a doubt, the Yakura who ruled us is dead." However, it was Uchiha Hanu of Konoha village who killed the fourth generation of Mizukage. In this way, who killed it. Anyway, the fourth generation of Water Shadow is dead. We must immediately choose the fifth generation of Water Shadow. Taking advantage of this incident, we can smoothly recommend Master Trumi Ming to be the Water Shadow. Uchiha Hanu, are you still my enemy after all? Trumi Ming ignored the murmurs of Iri Shinobu around, looking at Hanu with complicated eyes, and asked coldly in his mouth, "You are wrong, Trumi Ming. We will become friends. However, we have to wait until the end of the Third Ninja World War. So, now, all of you are my enemies." Hanu had a look on her face. With a playful smile, he said in a deep voice, "Cut. Is it still an enemy? In that case, wrong done. Fire Dragon." Trumi Ming's brows wrinkled slightly. His face was slightly gloomy, and a magma fire dragon suddenly spit out from his mouth. A water dragon slowly rose under Hanu's feet, lifting Hanu's whole person into the air, and then Hanu looked at Trumi Ming seriously, and said with a big smile, "Marriage? How can it be repaired?" "Kill you." Trumi Ming's face instantly became gloomy, and a blue vein protruded from his forehead, and his mouth was full of murderous words. "Oh, that's right. Forgot to tell you. Ghost Lantern full moon. But if you don't rush back to the family right now, the Ghost Lantern family will be annihilated. The fourth generation Mizuki Yakura has already ordered before you besieged him." "Yeah?" Hanu's eyes calmly glanced at the full moon of the ghost lamp, and said calmly in her mouth, "Ask for flowers. Okay. See you on the battlefield." The Lords of Unin. Although you will not send many Unin to the battlefield from now on. Hanu's eyes looked down at the Unin below, and said playfully, "Shanayu kid, where are we going next?" Cute consciousness slowly opened his eyes in the sealed space, and asked with a little curiosity in his mouth. "The Kingdom of Thunder is too far away, so I still won't go. Next, I have a very interesting plan." As the fast-moving Hanu, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and all the imperial tools on his body slowly disappeared from the body, leaving only the water dragon Pinei Black Marlin 0. Interesting plan. I seem to be curious about your plan. The route this time is Iwanin village. It's the end of Konoha's 45th year. Konoha's 46th year of the Battle of Kikyo Mountain, and the Battle of Shinmakun, which will determine the victory of the war, are about to begin. The third generation of Hokage has begun to deliberately cultivate the Watergate. Teacher Orochimaru has also begun to immerse himself in the research of forbidden arts, so the time is now very short. There is no time to lurch. Let me Uchiha Hanu use Iwanin village. Once again let Taiga make the name resound through the entire ninja realm. Hanu's face has a serious light, glanced at the two shiny Emperor tools in the Emperor's space, and said in a deep voice, "Thank you Weniu 1333 for your big 588 points! Exclamation mark. Thank you for your support to the otaku. Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass! Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Strong is coming. The fallen angel above Iwanin village. The 192nd chapter is coming. Wanli Fake Siang Fallen Angel. Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Chapter 192 is coming. Wanli Fake Siang Fallen Angel. Please subscribe. Seek a reward. Ask a monthly ticket. Naruto's strongest emperor makes chapter 192 strong. Come. Wanli Fake Siang Fallen Angel. Please subscribe. Seek a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. The third generation of Dokage adults. Information on the front line. Iwanin village, Dokage office. An Iwanapu handed a scroll to the third generation of Dokage 2 days in front of Onoki. Sarashinobu village was destroyed by Konoha's Teigu envoy Uchiha Kanzuki Kid, resulting in the loss of Sand Shinobu's 3 levels of combat power. Sand Shinobu's failure is already foreseeable. Liang Champion Onoki sat on top of his deeds and looked down. The intelligence in his hand showed a trace of contemplation on his face, and he said quietly, "If the order continues, immediately send the Iwanin messenger to Shannon village to discuss cooperation matters." Liang Champion Onoki groaned for a moment, and said in his mouth, "But, old man, you already foresee the failure of Ninja Village. Why? Why send our ninjas to support Ninja Village? By the side of Sendai Dokage, a 3 name." The young man looked at the 3 generations of Tuiying Liang Shanping Onogi with a puzzled expression, leaned over and asked and said, "The truth about the trapped beasts fighting. You should understand Chitu." Liang Tanping said with a calm smile on his face, and said with a chuckle in his mouth, "Does the sleepy beast still fight?" With a thoughtful look on Kaita's face, he glanced at the two-day-old Oiki who was holding the winning ticket in front of him, and muttered softly in his mouth, "Yes." The current Sand Ninja village has been severely damaged by the destruction of Uchiha Kanayu, and once this war fails, Sand Ninja village is very likely to lose the qualifications to become the 5 great ninja village. So, facing a dilemma under the circumstances, the Sand Ninja village, who has won our support, is bound to make a desperate move. Liang Champion Onoki said with a smile on his face, analyzing it. "So it's like this, or the old man can see the situation in the ninja world." Kaita said with a smile on his face. "The old man is the 3rd generation of Soil Shadow." Liang Champion Oyima's face showed a smug smile. His eyes looked at the clay soil very seriously, and his mouth said with a chuckle, "I see." What a stubborn old man. A smile flashed across Chita's face, and he muttered softly in his mouth, "You kid, what are you talking about?" Liang Champion Oyima's eyes suddenly widened, staring at the terracotta soil, and shouting loudly, "It's nothing." The old man should have heard it wrong. It must be like this. Kaito waved his hand with a trace of embarrassment on his face, and said sophistry in his mouth, "The old man is now in his prime. The old man's body is better than the bodies of you little ghosts. I want to." Old man. A look of anger flashed across the face of 2 days of Ping Onoki. His mouth said loudly, "Hi." Kaito's face had a look of helplessness, and he said something that he didn't understand, and slowly moved away from the Todapian Onogi who had turned on the memory mode. Oh, it's finally here. It took a month to prepare something. This is a great gift for Yanin village. A cold voice suddenly appeared at the gate of Yanin village, and then Hanayu's figure appeared in front of the 2 Iwashinobu guarding the gate. Who are you? The 2 Yanren's eyes were full of murderous intent, looking at the sudden appearance of Hanu, asking loudly in their mouths, "Uchiha Hanayu?" Hanayu narrowed his eyes and said with a chuckle in his mouth. Following Hanayu's words, his body instantly appeared in front of the 2 Iwashinobu. "Your name is about to kill." Hanayu's right hand Nakamura Ryu appeared in an instant, and then a red light flashed, and the two Iwanen instantly fell to the ground. This is really too troublesome. Hanayu's brows wrinkled slightly, and he glanced at Iwanabu, who was lying on the ground, then looked up at the full moon above his head, and said calmly, "Yawn. It's time to change shifts." "Hey, it's time to change shifts." A Yan Shinobu walked to the gate with a look of sleep, and said lazily. Afterwards, this Yan Shinobu saw the two dead bodies at the gate. This is an enemy attack. The Yanin's eyes widened suddenly, and then he rubbed his eyes vigorously with both hands, looked at the corpse on the ground, his face changed drastically, and he gave a low drink in his mouth to warn him. The flare was launched instantly. Nani? Enemy attack. For a while, all the Yanin in Yanin village saw the warning flare, and all the people gathered on the huge open space in Yanin village, watching the surroundings with guard eyes. Oh, is the reaction of Iwa Shinobu so quick? It is indeed a corpse-like Shinobu village. Hanayu's figure walked out of the darkness and said playfully, 3 generations of Master Tuiying. In Tuiying's office, Kaito's face was dignified, reminding him, following Akato's words, the 3 generations of Tuiying Liang Tanpian Nonaki's face became serious. Let's go and have a look. Liang Shanping Oyima's face was serious, and he said in his mouth. Following Liang Shanping Onoki's words, Liang Shanping Onoki's body instantly disappeared in place. What's the matter? Who are you? Liang Shanping Onoki appeared in front of Hanayu. Behind him, Yanin's Hong, who was planning to do something, saw the figure of Liang Shanping Onogi, and he was relieved. His face relaxed. Uchiha Hanayu. Hanayu's eyes looked at Liang Shanping Onogi with interest, and looking at the healthier body of Liang Shanping Onogi, who was better than the young man, Hanayu's brows wrinkled slightly. Oh, are you the Uchiha Hanayu kid? You really are a young genius. But now you are going to die here. Dust escape middle dot. The technique of the original world stripping. 2 days of Ping Onogi's eyes stared at Hanayu coldly. His face was indifferent, his hands folded, a low sigh from his mouth, and 1.2 white cubes appeared in the palms of his hands instantly. Is this the dust escape? Interesting ability. Flying thousands of miles fallen angel. Hanayu's eyes calmly glanced at the cube that hit him, and he snorted, and 2 unusually beautiful appearances appeared on his back in an instant. Wings exuding blue light. With the appearance of the wings, Hanayu's body immediately flew up, and the wings flashed twice. Hanayu's body flew out laterally, avoiding the cube's attack. Thank you Weniu1333 for your big 588 points! Exclamation mark. Thank you for your support to the otaku. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. The Emperor's ambassador above Iwanin village. Chapter 193 The Fallen Angel above Yanin Village. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. For collection. Chapter 193 The Fallen Angel above Yanin Village. For subscription. For reward. For monthly ticket. For collection. Naruto, the strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 193 The Fallen Angel over Yanin Village. For subscription. For reward. For monthly ticket. Please collect it. Is this dust escape? Interesting ability. Flying thousands of miles fallen angel. Hanayu's eyes calmly glanced at the cube that was hitting him, and he let out a low drink, and his back appeared instantly. 2 unusually exquisite wings emitting blue light. With the appearance of the wings, Hanayu's body flew up, flashing 2 wings slightly, and Hanayu's body flew out horizontally, avoiding the cube. Attack. Wings. Fly. In flying. All Yanren widened his eyes, looked at the rapidly rising Hanayu, and said slightly surprised. However, although surprised, no one thinks it is wrong. The reason is that there is also an old man who can fly in Iwanen village. The 3rd generation of Tukage 2 Tenpiao Onoki. Is this Tegus ability? Only flying fallen angel? Interesting ability. Liang Champion Onoga's eyes looked at the Hanayu gradually rising into the sky, and said in a deep voice, at such a distance, it seems to be almost the same. Hanayu's body was suspended in the sky several hundred meters from Yanin village, with his eyes looking down at the small Iwanin under the ground, and his mouth whispered, "Secret skill 1000 feathers." Hanayu's mouth suddenly whispered, and the blue wings behind him opened instantly, and feathers fell from the wings instantly like sword rain! Woo, woo, woo. All Yanren looked up at the dense blue light spots appearing in the sky, and they were slightly stunned. At this time, Yanren looked at the Hanayu in the sky, as if he saw an angel, and the little starlight flying down from thousands of miles fallen angels made Hanayu's face become more handsome at this time! You idiots! Solution. Liang Shanping Onoki turned his head and looked at Iwanin, who was in a daze, cursed in his mouth, and his hands instantly formed a seal. A huge chakra fluctuation instantly interfered with everything. Iwashinobu! I seem to have seen 6 immortals just now. The Yanren's expression returned to normal, a trace of confusion flashed through his eyes, and his mouth muttered softly. What 6 immortals? Obviously fallen angels. Angels. The companion beside him corrected and said with a serious face, "What a beautiful angel." The female ninjas below the ground all had their eyes twinkling with stars, and they looked at the cold moon in the sky with a fascinating expression, whispering in their mouths, "Cut, these young people." A simple illusion has become like this. It still needs to be tested. Liang Shanping Onoki glanced round dissatisfiedly, muttered in his mouth, and then looked at it with a serious face. Feathers from the sky. Tudun rock statue. Liang Shanping mouth let out a low cry, and in front of him, a huge stone statue instantly blocked the sky above Yanin! Ding, ding. After a soft sound, the stone statue blocked most of the feathers, but some feathers broke through the blockade of the stone statue, and instantly penetrated the 40 rock ninjas below! How can it be repaired? People are in the air, so Tudun ninjutsu can't attack this kid. And Iwashinobu glanced angrily at the dead companions around him, and said loudly, "There is no way. Only the old man can come to meet Konoha's genius." Liang Shanping Onoki shook his head and said in a deep voice, 3 generations of Tuiing adults. All Iwashinobu looked at the 3 generations of Tuiing with worry, and said in unison with guilt, "No way. Only the old man has the ability to fly." Speaking of it, the old man hasn't fought for a long time, Liang Tanping said with a serious smile on his face. Earth escape light and heavy rock art. 2 days of Ping Daemus mouth screamed, and a seal was formed in his hands instantly, and then 2 days of Ping Daemus body flew instantly! Interesting. Old man Onoki, do you want to have an aerial battle? Hanayu calmly looked at the fast-flying Todeo Dohyemu, with a trace of excitement on her face, and said loudly, "Air combat? That's the old man's strength." Even Uchiha Madara dare not say air combat with the old man. You are really arrogant. Uchiha Hanayu kid. Let the old man come to learn about your strength. 2 days of Ping Daemus body quickly lifted into the sky, rushing to Hanayu quickly, and said coldly in his mouth, "Are you arrogant? Don't underestimate my flying 1,000 miles fallen angel." This is the Emperor with the fastest flight speed. Hanayu yelled, and the blue wings on his back instantly flapped twice. After that, Hanayu's body instantly moved up and down, spinning and swooping down! It's fast. But the speed of the old man will not be slow. A look of surprise flashed through the eyes of Liang Tanping Onoki, and he snorted in his mouth, urging the earth escape light and heavy rock art general with all his strength. His body became lighter and he quickly rushed towards the cold moon above the sky. 860 secret skill / falling strike. Hanayu's mouth whispered, and the village rain appeared in the right hand flat against her waist. Hanayu's wings quickly waved a few times, and her body accelerated again, exceeding the speed of sound. Dragging a huge red light, it instantly hit the top of Liang Shanping Ohyama's head. The technique of soil fist and rock boxing. Liang Shanping Ohyama's mouth also yelled, The super high-speed rising Liang Shanping Ohiamus right fist instantly turned into a huge rock fist, swiftly hitting Hanu, Peng. With a loud noise, the supersonic flight of Hanu and Liang Shanping Onakus attack instantly collided together, and a red knife light instantly slashed through the huge rock fist. Following the impact, the two people who had been flying at super high speed were instantly still in the air, and then a dazzling explosion instantly turned into a huge shock wave. At the moment when the shock wave appeared, the bodies of Hanu and Liang Tanping Onoki flew back quickly. Get out. Thank you Weniu 1333 for your big 588 points! Exclamation mark. Thank you for your support to the otaku. Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass! Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Resound through the battle over Iwanin village. The 194th chapter resounds through the battle over Yanin village. Seeking subscription. Seeking reward. Seeking monthly pass. Seeking collection. Chapter 194 resounds through the battle over Yanin village. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection of Naruto's strongest emperors. Emperor Chapter 194 resounding through the battle over Iwanin village. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Please collect it. Everyone. Get away. A Yanin in Yanin village looked up at the two people colliding in the sky, then his face changed drastically, and his mouth anxiously reminded him, "Huh? What are you talking about?" An obese Yanin looked at the man in front of him with a puzzled face, reminding him with a slight complaint in his mouth, "Idiot. If you can't defend against such a huge shockwave. It will die." A Yanshinobu named Akiyama Kitagawa said coldly in his mouth as if looking at an idiot in his eyes. Earth escape middle. Earth array. Following Kushan Bichuan's words, all Yanran awakened like a dream, watching the shockwave erupting in the sky, and shouting together. A huge earth wall instantly blocked all Iwashinobu, Peng. With a loud noise, the impact of Hanu and Liang Shanping Onoki's attack instantly smashed the rock wall in front of him, but eventually disappeared in front of Iwanin. It's blocked. Kushan Bichuan's face had a trace of fortune, and he looked up at the two Hanu in the sky, and said in a deep voice, "Fire escape middle. The art of dragon fire." Hanu, who was in the high altitude, fluttered the blue wings behind him slightly, and instantly appeared at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Then he snorted and spit out suddenly from his mouth a dragon-shaped fireball. Dragon-shaped flame. Is it a change in the form of the fire attribute? This kid has already mastered such a technique. Be careful. Otherwise, maybe the old man will fail too. Liang Shanping Onaku's face with a trace of dignity. He looked at the dragon fire above his head and said solemnly, "Dust escape middle. Boundary stripping technique." Liang Shanping Oyima's mouth let out a low cry, his hands folded instantly, and then a triangular enchantment appeared in the palm of his palm. With the two Danping Onaku's hands pushing forward, the triangular enchantment instantly expanded into a huge cylindrical enchantment, quickly engulfing the dragon fire. It's the dust of Old Man Onoki. Hanu frowned as she watched the enchantment that had swallowed the dragon fire and continued to advance towards her. She muttered secretly in her mouth, and the blue wings on her back fluttered in an instant. Few times. Peng. With a sound of breaking through the sky, the barrier passed Hanu's side dangerously and dangerously. Hanu took a slight breath in her mouth, and her eyes were staring at Liang Shanping Oyamu tightly. "Little devil." He escaped my blood and was eliminated. What can I do? Liang Shanping Onaku's face was expressionless, his eyes were staring at Hanu above his head, and he whispered in his mouth. However, the warm-up is over. Liang Shanping Onaku's eyes condensed slightly, and his mouth said coldly. Following the words of Liang Tanping Onoki, his body instantly turned into a rock. Is it the avatar of Yantu? To the careless, a look of surprise flashed across Hanu's face. The writing wheel eyes in his eyes appeared instantly, and he said in panic, "It's done." The technique of soil escape and aggravated rock. Liang Shanping Onoki's real body instantly appeared beside Hanu, with a low yell in his mouth, and his right fist instantly hit Hanayu's body. Kerala. Hanayu's body quickly turned into a rock following the attack of two damping Onoki. At this time, Hanayu's eyes flashed with an unwilling look, and her body was gradually wrapped in rocks. It's over. What a pity. A genius died like this. 2 days of pity. Oneki's face showed a trace of regret, muttering in his mouth. In the next 2 days, Pingoneka's body turned slightly. Is it really dead? Old man Nohimu. An abrupt voice appeared on the head of Liangshan Pingohimu. How is it possible? Liangshan Pingohimu's face had a look of surprise. His eyes looked at the vacant Hanayu above his head, and he said in a deep voice, "Nothing is impossible. My eyes have detected your thoughts as early as when you were hiding." Hanayu's face had a smile on her face, and her right hand pointed slightly at the five vision universal on her forehead. Observation, said coldly, "The third eye." So, am I already hit by the illusion? Liangshan Pingoneka's face flashed a little clear, and his mouth said calmly, "As you can see," with a non-committal expression on Hanayu's face. She shrugged, her wings opened slightly, and her eyes were staring at Liangshan Pingohimu tightly. Secret skill falling heaven dance. Hanayu let out a low cry in her mouth, her body rose rapidly, almost to a height of 10,000 meters, and then her body quickly swooped down, and the village rain and the march of the dead appeared in her hands. 8 house! So fast. Earth escape hardening technique. Liangshan Pingonoki's brows wrinkled tightly, only to harden his body. Hanayu's figure appeared in front of Liangshan Pingonoki. Afterwards, Hanayu's hands quickly waved the sword, and his body kept appearing in front of him. 2 days around Onoki. Peng, peng, peng. The phantoms of Hanayu were all next to Liangshan Pingonoki, and Kunio and Bafang in Hanayu's hands kept slashing on Liangshan Ping's body. Peng. The phantom of Hanayu next to the 2 days of Pingoyemu quickly converged into Hanayu's body, and then Hanayu's body lifted into the sky, her body rotated, and her right foot instantly hit the chest of Pingoyemu for 2 days. With a loud noise, Liangshan Ping's body quickly fell to the ground in an instant. Cough cough. Earth escape aggravated rock art. Liangshan Pingonoki's mouth coughed a few times, and her body instantly changed Lilazao to stop the falling body, because of the defense of the earth evacuation hardening technique for 2 days. Pingoyemu only had some vibrations inside his body, but he didn't suffer much damage. Cut, old man Ono. Is it a tortoise shell? This is not hurt. Hanayu's body was still in the 10,000 meter altitude, panting, and vomiting. You can only use this trick. A ray of light appeared in Hanayu's eyes. She straightened out her breath, looked back at her blue wings, and said playfully, "Thank you Weniu 1333 for your big 588 points!" Thank you for your support to the otaku. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. The otaku has a meeting today, only one chapter can be updated today. Next chapter, Absolute Dominance of the Air. Feather of God. Chapter 195, Absolute Domination of the Air. Feather of God. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. For collection. Chapter 195, Absolute Domination of the Air. Feather of God. For subscription. For reward. For monthly ticket. For collection. Naruto, the strongest emperor's ambassador. Chapter 195, Absolute Air Supremacy. God's Feather. For subscription. For reward. For monthly ticket. Please collect. You can only use this trick. A light appeared in Hanayu's eyes. She straightened out her breath slightly, and glanced back at her blue wings, playing with amusement in her mouth, said, "Secret technique 1,000 feathers." Hanayu snorted in her mouth, and blue light spots fell on the blue wings instantly. The light spots dotted the sky into stars, and then quickly attacked Liangshan Pingoyemu. Go with! It's useless. Such an attack can never hurt the old man. Liang Tanping said in a deep voice with a smile on his face. Peng, peng, peng. A line of blue feathers quickly fell towards the position of Liang Tanping or Mu, and then aroused bursts of explosions. Earth escape middle dot superlight and heavy rock art. Liang Tanping Onoki's body was constantly moving in the sky, avoiding the attack in front of him, with a low drink from his mouth, and his body instantly lifted into the sky. The old man probably understands the abilities of your emperor. Uchiha Hanayu kid. A calm smile appeared on the face of Liang Tanping Onoki. He raised his head and looked at 170 Hanayu in the sky, and said calmly, the so-called flying 1,000 miles fallen angel is actually just a way of flying. Although your speed is very fast, but your position has always been high above my head. In other words, you seem to worry about being level with me. In the future, will I be attacked by the huge wings behind you? Liang Tanping's eyes fixed Hanayu's face tightly, and said analytically, huh? Old man Onoki. I have to say that you are already old. After so many years, you seem to regard your experience as the truth. Hanayu's face showed a trace of pity, and his mouth was big, said with a smile and taunting. Damn kid. Liang Tanping Oyima's face turned slightly annoyed, and he let out a low anger in his mouth, and his body instantly rose to the level of Hanayu. Let me go down. Earth done middle dot skyfall cover. Liang Tanping Onoki's face became cold, and with a low drink, a hollow appeared above Hanayu's head, and a huge beast-shaped rock appeared in an instant. The top of Hanayu's head. Cut. 6 types middle dot iron block middle dot steel fist. Hanayu's mouth let out a low voice. The king of beasts on his waist. The lion king burst into light instantly, and then Hanayu's right hand clenched a fist instantly, and his muscles contracted. Like steel, it instantly hits the rock above the head. Peng. With a loud noise, the huge beast-shaped rock was shattered by Hanayu's fist, turned into fragments and quickly fell from Hanayu's side. Tudun middle dot clay from the sky. Liang Tanping Onoki's face was still cold. His hands continued to seal, and his mouth screamed, and the hollow above Hanayu's head instantly dropped a mass of clay. Da. Piles of clay kept falling on Hanayu's body, and the blue wings behind Hanayu completely turned into khaki! Soil escape middle dot strengthening rock art. Liang Tanping Oyima's mouth snorted again, and the clay on Hanayu's body instantly became like a 10,000 ton boulder, and Hanayu's body quickly fell towards the ground. Cut. The old man of Liang Tanping Onoki is quite capable. Hanayu muttered in her mouth, and the wings behind her instantly flapped twice, and then the feathers with clay on the wings broke away from Hanayu's body in an instant! Peng. As the wings behind Hanayu returned to blue, Hanayu's body instantly stood still in the air, and then the wings flapped, and Hanayu's body quickly rose into the air. That's it, old man Onoki. Hanayu's figure continued on the opposite side of Onoki Baya. His eyes were cold and he looked at Onoki for 2 days, and said in a deep voice, huh? You can't win by talking big words. Uchiha Hanayu kid. It seems that the old guy Sarutobi Hizaki doesn't have enough education for the younger generations. 2 days. Onoki's face was expressionless, and his mouth said deep, really? Let you take a look. My secret skill of flying thousands of miles fallen angel. Han said softly with a playful look on her face. Secret technique. It won't be a feather attack again, little devil. Although he said that, the eyes of Liang Tanping Onoki stared at Hanayu with alert, without a trace of relaxation. Secret skill middle dot feather of God. Hanayu suddenly yelled, and the blue wings behind him instantly shone, and the blue light almost illuminates the entire sky! What's the matter? My body can't move. Liang Tanping Oyemi looked at Hanayu wrapped in blue light in shock, and said in surprise, let me go down, old man Onoki. This sky belongs to the fallen angel. Hanayu's face was expressionless, and her right hand pointed at Onoki 2 days away. The blue halo behind her instantly turned into a circular ripple. With the ripples, Liang Shanping Oyaka's body instantly fell uncontrollably. Earth escape middle dot super light and heavy rock art. Liang Tanping Oyemya looked at the rapidly falling body with dignified eyes, snorted in her mouth, and blessed a piece of earth fleeing on her body, making her body counteract again. Gravity. But all this is in vain! Exclamation mark. Ha ha ha. Old man Onoki. Don't underestimate my emperor's abilities. My god's feather has absolute air supremacy. So, give me peace of mind to fall from a height of 10,000 meters! Exclamation mark. Hanayu's eyes looked at Liang Tanping Onogi, who was still calm and sophisticated just now. Her expression became a little flustered, and her mouth suddenly burst into laughter. How can it be repaired? The old man was fooled. From the beginning, this kid planned to guide me to an altitude of 10,000 meters, and then use the air superiority to limit my flying ability. Liang Shanping Oyema's face changed drastically. Looking at the complacent Hanayu, his face was gloomy, and he said in a deep voice, "Peng." With a loud noise, the body of the Tudapian Dayemya, who had lost the ability to fly, instantly hit the ground from an altitude of 10,000 meters, smashing the ground out of a pit up to 100 meters deep. Thank you Weniu 1333 for your big 588 points! Exclamation mark. Thank you for your support to the otaku. Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass! Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Bombing Iwanin village. God's royal hand, the perfect one. Chapter 196, Bombing Rock Ninja Village. God's royal hand, the perfect one. Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek. Chapter 196, Bombing Yanin Village. God's royal hand, the perfect one. Please subscribe. Please reward. Please ask Hokage's strongest emperor. Chapter 196, Bombing Iwanin Village. God's royal hand, perfect one. Go. Please subscribe. Please reward. Please. Peng. With a loud noise, the body of the Tudapian Dayemya, who had lost the ability to fly, instantly hit the ground from an altitude of 10,000 meters, smashing the ground out of a pit up to 100 meters deep. 3 generations of Tuing adults. All Iwanin ran towards the place where Liang Shanping Onoki fell, yelling with worry on their faces. 3 generations of Tuing adults. How could it be possible? 3 generations of Tuing adults have the blood to follow the elimination. A rock said in disbelief. Is Uchiha Hanayu so strong? He defeated the 3 generations of Tukage adults. As he rushed to the 2 days of the fall of Onoki, all Iwanin were whispering up! Exclamation mark. If even 3 generations of Tuing's armor are defeated, what chance do we have? A Yan Shinobu showed despair in his eyes, and said pessimistically, "Cough, you little devil. The old man is not dead yet." 2 days of Ping Oyema's body lying on the bottom of the pit, with a trace of anger on his face, he shouted loudly. In the next 2 days, Ping Onoki suddenly spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Old man's waist. Liang Shanping Onoki just sat up a little bit. His face showed pain, and he said painfully, "Damn Konoha, although I used the earth to transform the ground into flowing clay when I was about to touch the ground, did the impact of falling from a height of 10,000 meters still hurt my waist?" Cough cough. Liang Shanping Oyema's right hand covered his waist, with a painful look on his face. His mouth said gloomily, 3 generations of Tuing adults. Are you okay? Kaito appeared in front of Liang Shanping Onoki, holding the body of Liang Shanping Oki with his arms, and whispered worriedly in his mouth, "The old man's waist is about to break." Liang Shanping Oyema took a breath of cold breath, looked up at the cold moon in the sky. The light in his eyes flashed away. Medical squad. Akato's mouth shouted anxiously, and the medical squad in Iwanabu village quickly appeared in front of Liang Shanping Onoki. Exclamation mark. Medical ninjutsu. The members of the 10 medical squads snorted and quickly treated the 2 days of Ping Onoki. However, The faces of the members of the 10 medical squads changed slightly. What's the situation? How is the body of the 3 generations of dueling? A trace of anxiety appeared on Kaita's face. He looked at the members of the medical class who were hesitant to speak, and asked loudly. 3 generations of dueling received a huge impact on his waist. Even if it can be cured now, there will be sequelae in the future. The medical team leader Kuzuno Yukihiro frowned and said with a deep voice, "Nani? The sequelae? How could this happen?" Kaita frowned tightly, said in a deep voice, and then looked at Hanu above his head with an angry expression. "Akusato, it's okay. The first task now is to heal my injury. Even if it only lasts for a while, I can have a foreboding. It seems that something bad is going to happen in Iwanin village." His face was solemn, and he said solemnly. Hearing Liangshan Pingonogi's words, all 10 members of the medical class nodded. Medical ninjutsu regeneration. The 10 medical ninjas yelled together, the palms of both hands instantly glowed with green light, and then covered the body of Onoki for 2 days. And the damaged lumbar spine for 2 days was fast healed up. Middle dot 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 find flowers middle dot 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 middle dot. It hurts. It hurts. Sure enough, forcing the growth of bones will cause huge pain. Liang Danping, Oyima's face showed a trace of pain, and said with a strong smile, Oh, this is an amazing discovery." It turned out, did the waist injury appear like this after 2 days of Pingonoki? It seems not bad too. Hanayu's face in the sky with a playful look, he said softly, Iwanin of Iwanin village. Hanayu's blue wings suddenly opened, and her voice instantly passed down from the air. At this time, Hanayu stretched out her hands, flush with the blue wings. An astonishing 9-tailed chakra escaped from Hanayu's body. "You are Kaiha Hanayu kid. What are you going to do?" Liangshan Pingonoki's face suddenly changed color, and he asked vigilantly as he looked at the 9-tailed chakra that the cold moon escaped from the sky. "Let me do a baptism for Iwanin village." "A ninjutsu baptism!" Hanu's eyes drooped, her face expressionless, and her mouth calmly said, following Hanu's words, behind Han, a huge 9-tailed phantom appeared instantly. "Thank you Weniu 1333 for your big 588 points!" Thank you for your support to the otaku. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Bombing Iwanin village. God's royal hand the perfect one. In. Chapter 197 Bombing Yanin Village. God's Royal Hand the Perfect One. Under. Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek. Chapter 197 Bombing Yanin Village. God's Royal Hand the Perfect One. Under. Please subscribe. Please give a reward. Please ask Hokage's strongest Imperial Emperor. Chapter 197 to bomb Iwanin Village. God's hand perfect. Next. Please subscribe. Please give a reward. Please. Let me baptize Yanin village. A ninjutsu baptism. Hanayu's eyes drooped, her face expressionless, and her mouth calmly said, following Hanayu's words, behind Hanayu, a huge 9-tailed phantom appeared instantly. 9 tails. Let's do it. Hanayu said with a hint of excitement on her face, whispering in a deep voice. "Oh, Hanayu kid, I have connected to the chakra on the 9-tailed body. So, rest assured." The huge 9-tailed shadow grinned and said in a low voice, 9-tailed ... How is it possible? Isn't the 9-tailed person's Yulai Konoha's Whirlpool 940 an AI? 2 days. Onoki stared at the huge 9-tailed phantom above his head in shock, said incredulously, even the back pain is not as shocking as it is now. Then, let's start. Hanayu completely ignored Liang Danping's words, and whispered in her mouth, following Hanayu's words. His hands slowly crossed his chest. Emperor. God's imperial hand perfect one. Hanayu yelled, and a group of light bursts out of his hands. As the light disappeared, A pair of white gloves appeared in an instant in Hanayu's hands. Exclamation mark. What kind of emperor is it this time? This kid. While waiting for treatment, Liang Tanping Dame stared solemnly at the cold moon in the sky and the gloves that appeared abruptly in Hanayu's hands. His mouth was gloomy. Say, I've said it. I will send a baptism for Iwanin village. A baptism of ninjutsu and art. Hanayu's face showed a cold expression, and the voice resounded in Iwanin village. Above the sky, the loud voice made everyone in Yanin village walk out of their door. Hey, Akatsuki, hurry up and notify the people in the village to take refuge. At the same time, all the Iwanin villages use defensive ninjutsu. Give me the order immediately. Liang Shanping-onogi's brows wrinkled tightly, and his mouth was tight, said anxiously. Just now, Liang Tanping-onogi felt a huge crisis from the sky in his heart. Yes, 3 generations of Tuiing adults. Kaita's face was serious, and he should shout in his mouth. The figure quickly moved towards the civilians in Yanin village. It seems that the old man has to work hard now. How long has this crisis situation not appeared? I remember that only when facing Uchiha Madara, I will have such a feeling of powerlessness. Liang Shanping-onogi's face was expressionless, and he said in a deep voice, All Iwanin, always pay attention to the Uchiha Kanayu in the sky. Liang Shanping-onogi's mouth let out a deep cry, and said loudly, Yes. 3 generations of Master Tuiing. All the Yanin shouted together, their eyes firmly looking at the cold moon in the sky. Exclamation mark. Oh, this is the god's royal hand, the perfect and that can trigger precise finger movements hundreds of times. It's really amazing. Hanayu's fingers moved slightly. 10 fingers quickly transformed into after images. Hanayu sighed and said, Then, let's get started. Hanayu's expression became slightly excited, and her eyes looked down at Yanin village below the ground. The blue wings behind her flapped slightly, and her body quickly dropped a certain distance. And this distance is just outside the release range of the dust escape barrier of the 2 days of Ping-onoki. Come. Liang Tanping's eyes have been staring at Hanayu's movements closely, watching Hanayu's hands on her chest, and a low drink in her mouth, reminding Fire Escape middle. Phoenix Fire Art. Fire Escape middle. Phoenix Balsam Claws Red. Fire Escape middle. Great Fireball Art. Fire Escape middle. Dragon Fire Art. Fire Escape middle. Great Dragon Fire Art. The afterimage is blessed by the hand of God, the perfect one, and the flexibility of the fingers reaches hundreds of times, and Hanayu's hands can produce hundreds of seals in an instant. The technique of water escape middle. Water shark bomb. The technique of water escape middle. Great shark bomb. The water escape middle. Big water turbulence. The technique of water escape middle. Great waterfall. Wind escape middle. Wind blade. Wind escape middle. Fenki. Wind escape middle. Thousand faces wind. Wind escape middle. Space cannon. Wind escape middle. Peacock whirlwind. Hanayu appeared in the sky after only 5 seconds. Hundreds of ninjutsu, wind escape, fire escape, thunder escape, earth escape, water escape almost occupied the entire sky. Exclamation mark. With the backing of the 9-tailed chakra, Hanayu can unscrupulously release these ninjutsu. Weird. Monster. All Iwashinobus eyes widened, and their faces looked at the hundreds of ninjutsu almost occupying the sky in horror. Their mouths instantly widened, unable to say anything else. Dust escape middle. Primary realm stripping technique. Liang Shanping-onogi reacted first, spreading his hands, and a huge circular 4.2 barrier instantly shrouded in the air. Peng, peng, peng. Hundreds of ninjutsu fell quickly. Most of them hit the dusty barrier released by the 2 days of Ping-onogi and disappeared. But there were still 100 ninjutsu scattered in Iwanin village. Exclamation mark. For a while, explosions continued to appear everywhere in Yanin village. Thank you Weniu 1333 for your big 588 points. Exclamation mark. Thank you for your support to the otaku. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Next chapter. Art is explosion! Exclamation mark. Chapter 198 The Ruling of the Ten Kings! Exclamation mark. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 198 The Ruling of the Ten Kings! Exclamation mark. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Naruto's Strongest Emperor, Chapter 198 The Ruling of the Ten Kings! Exclamation mark. Please subscribe. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Seek collection. Peng, peng, peng. Hundreds of ninjutsu quickly fell, and most of the ninjutsu hits were released in 2 days. The dust escaped the barrier and disappeared, but there are still 100 ninjutsu scattered in the Unin village! Exclamation mark. For a while, explosions continued to appear everywhere in Unin village. Well, although it feels good to release hundreds of ninjutsu in one breath, however, if it talks about destructive power, it doesn't seem to have much effect. Hanayu's brows wrinkled slightly. Get up, mutter softly in your mouth. Sure enough, the correct usage of God's hand perfect is to make sophisticated weapons, Hanayu said with an expectant smile on her face. Following Hanayu's words, he took out a huge seal scroll from the ninja bag! Exclamation mark. Then, let's start. Hanayu let out a low cry, and a lot of strange parts appeared in the scroll in front of him instantly. After that, Hanayu's hands were like after images, and a strange weapon was assembled within 2 seconds. The Judgment of the Ten Kings! Hanayu let out a low cry, and a huge gun-shaped nepiece weapon appeared in his hand! Exclamation mark. Number 2 middle dot small missile. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Hanayu's mouth. His right hand resisted the decision of the Ten Kings on his shoulder, and hundreds of small missiles were suddenly deformed and assembled in the muzzle! Exclamation mark. Peng, peng, peng. Hundreds of small missiles fell from the air like raindrops. The missiles with auto-navigation quickly bypassed the dust barrier arranged in the air by the 2 days of Pengonogi, and landed on the rock in the ninja village! Exclamation mark. With the falling of these missiles, a dense explosion sounded from Iwanin village. The explosive power of small missiles instantly destroyed hundreds of buildings! Exclamation mark. Ha ha ha. This is the perfect destruction! Hanayu laughed suddenly in his mouth, looked at the smoke-filled Unin village, and said coldly, how can it be repaired? The damn Uchiha Hanayu kid! Earth escape middle dot super aggravated rock art. 2 days ago Onoki's face was pale, and his mouth roared with anger, and suddenly a huge stone statue was spit out from his mouth. 2 days later, Onoki jumped onto the stone statue. Dust escape, the technique of stripping the original realm. Standing on the shoulders of the huge stone statue, a huge enchantment was instantly released from the hands of Liangshanping Onoki, and the enchantment quickly flew towards the cold moon. Thousands of miles flying fallen angel. Hanayu's brows wrinkled slightly, and she let out a low drink. The blue wings behind her instantly sounded a burst of air, and Hanayu's body moved out a distance of 200 meters. It's useless, old man Onoki. I have completely seen your attack, Hanayu said with a deep smile on her face. Following Hanayu's words, his body instantly increased a distance of 200 meters, far away from the attack range of the 2 days of Ping or Emu. The Judgment of 10 Kings. Number 5 middle dot city transformation ballistic bullet. Hanayu yelled in a low voice, and the Judgment of 10 Kings on his shoulders instantly deformed again, and 10 giant missiles quickly attacked Unin village. I won't let you succeed, kid. The figure of Liangshanping Onoki appeared in front of 10 giant missiles instantly. His hands quickly folded, and then a huge cube enchantment enveloped the 10 missiles. Oh, what a good job, old man Onoki. But, can you take this blow? Hanayu's face showed a playful smile, and the ruling of the 10 kings in his hands deformed again. The huge square box opened slowly, revealing the dense torpedoes inside. Number 8 equality torpedo. Hanayu let out a low cry, and a wave of torpedoes instantly filled the surrounding sky with the sound of breaking through the air. Then spread out, Distributed intensive attack? That's awful. Liang Shanping Onoki's face changed slightly, and he shouted loudly. The enchantment in his hands instantly moved with Liang Shanping Onoki's hands and turned into one. The cylindrical whip swallowed most of the torpedoes. Peng, peng, peng. With 2 days of Pang Onoki's 790 action, only a few torpedoes successfully hit Iwainin village, and there were bursts of explosions. Well, this old man, it really deserves to have survived the first Ninja World War. It is so difficult, right? Hanayu's brows wrinkled deeply, and his mouth said contemplatively, "There is no way. You can only use what you have prepared before." Hanayu's face showed a calm expression, and said softly, "It's time for Yanin village to feel the art." Hanayu's mouth showed a wicked smile, and said coldly, following Hanayu's words. His right hand once again took out a scroll from the ninja bag. "Thank you Weniu 1333 for your big 588 points! Exclamation mark. Thank you for your support to the otaku. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Next chapter, Art is Explosion! Exclamation mark. Chapter 199 Art is Explosion! Exclamation mark. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for a collection. Chapter 199 Art is Explosion! Exclamation mark. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a collection. Naruto's strongest emperor is the 199th chapter. Art is Explosion! Exclamation mark. Please subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly ticket. Ask for a collection. It's time to let Iwashinobu experience art. Hanayu's mouth showed a wicked smile, and said coldly, following Hanayu's words. His right hand once again took out a scroll from the ninja bag. Seal middle. Resolve. Hanayu whispered in her mouth. The huge scroll in her right hand unfolded, and her left hand suddenly pressed on the first seal. With Hanayu's movements, a lot of parts instantly floated in front of Hanayu. In a hurry, Hanayu just bought the parts in batches, and then used the power of God's hand perfector to transform the parts into the style they wanted. Exclamation mark. Bloating bird. Hanayu snorted in her mouth, and 10 fingers assembled the parts in front of him in high density. For a time, the floating parts in the air continued to converge, and then form a huge mechanical bird. Tweet. There was a cry from the mechanical bird's mouth, and then it swooped down quickly. At the same time, the mechanical bird's eyes flashed with a red light. Drink. Hanayu's hands erected a mark of opposition, and with a low drink from his mouth, the mechanical bird flying above Yanin village made a beeping sound, and then it exploded in an instant. Peng. With a loud noise, a huge explosion occurred in the body of the mechanical bird, and a huge shockwave quickly enveloped Iwainin. Then a flame rose from the place where it exploded. After Hanayu's precise combination of mechanical birds, an exceptionally exquisite flame bird was formed after the explosion. Strange. Monster. Hurry up. All Iwainin glanced in horror at the huge explosion that sounded in front of him, and murmured in horror, and Iwainin had begun to retreat. However, even so, Iwainin village still lost a lot of wounded. This is art. Then try this. Hanayu said with a satisfied smile on her face and a little excitement in her mouth. Then some parts appeared in the scroll in front of Hanayu again. C1 bomb middle. Small griffin grave accent. Hanayu let out a low cry, and an astonishing number of small mechanical griffins suddenly appeared in the sky, and then quickly fell to the ground. Peng, peng, peng. There were explosions, and Hanayu filled the body of the small mechanical griffin with mini-bombs made by himself. With the explosion, the houses were destroyed again. Damn. Lost the ability to fly. Can I just let the guy Uchiha Hanayu wreak wanton destruction? A look of grief flashed across the eyes of Liang Tanping Onoki. His face was gloomy, and his mouth was unwilling. Said, "This is this the art Uchiha?" Hanayu said, "It's so beautiful." A middle-aged man looked at the exquisite flame griffins that constantly appeared around Iwainin village with blurred eyes, his face revealed. With a look of intoxication, he whispered softly in his mouth, "Huh? What are you talking about? Give me a boost." Although the people have already entered the shelter, as the guardians of Iwanin village, we can't let Uchiha Hanu destroy our village. A companion next to the middle-aged man gave the middle-aged man a puzzled look, and then reminded him loudly, "I know. I will definitely not let the Uchiha Kanzuki kid go." But the flames from these explosions are really beautiful. I have decided, I will give up being a ninja when this war is over to be an artist. The middle-aged man said with a trace of yearning on his face, and said firmly in his mouth, "C2 middle pterodactyl." Hanu snorted softly, and a double-in mechanical dragon was assembled in an instant! Artisan explosion, drink. Hanu at this time looked at the flame griffin rising from all over the village of Yanin. Blood boiled in his heart, and he couldn't help but yell. With Hanu's yelling, the mechanical dragon in front of him instantly exploded in the sky of Yanin village. Peng! With a loud noise, the bomb in the mechanical dragon blasted instantly. The power of the explosion was like three evil ninjutsu fighting together, instantly destroying a huge building in Yanin village. What's the matter? Is the old man of Liangshan Pingonoki losing his temper again? Inside a huge building, in a room, a man dressed in purple, wearing a breastplate, with a beard on his face. Behind the old man with hair like a ponytail opened his eyes, and asked in a rather uncomfortable mouth, "Old perceive Yanin village carefully." A voice appeared in the old man's ears. Yanin village? I know. Monkey King. The four-tailed man in Yanin village, Zulaozi, looked serious, nodded, and closed his eyes slightly. Trouble. Monkey King. The current situation in the village is much more serious than the last time you ran away. A dignified look flashed across Laozi's face, and he said with a deep voice, "So, what are you going to do?" Laozi. In Laozi's sealed space, a huge orangutan opened his eyes and asked in his mouth, "Although I am at odds with Liangshan Pingonoki, but I won't let this kid wantonly destroy Iwanin village." Laozi's eyes flashed with a firm expression, and his face was serious. C3 middle fallen angel. Hanu didn't know that there was a human pillar in the huge building she accidentally hit. At this time, Hanu's hands were still making exquisite bombs. Following Hanu's words, a mechanical clone with the appearance of Hanu and a pair of blue wings appeared in the air instantly. Artisan explosion, drink. Hanu's right hand stood up, and the huge mechanical clone instantly fell down, and then burst out a dazzling white light! Dust escape middle boundary stripping technique. Liangtan Pianoyemya looked at the huge mechanical clone in the sky with both eyes, and shouted. A huge enchantment appeared in his hands instantly, compressing the scope of the explosion to one very small range. Peng! There was a loud noise. Although Liangshan Pingonogi used the dust to limit the explosion of the mechanical clone, some houses were still destroyed by the shockwave, and in the dusty barrier, a cold moon appeared in the image of flames! Thank you Weniu 1333 for your big 588 points! Thank you for your support to the otaku. Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. Laos is coming. Hanu's last gift. The 200th chapter. Laozi strikes. Hanu's last gift, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass, for collection. The 200th chapter. Laozi strikes. Hanu's last gift, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket, for collection. Naruto's strongest emperor, the 200th chapter. Laos is here. The last gift of the cold moon, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket, ask for collection. Peng! There was a loud noise. Although Liangshan Pindaemu used the dust to limit the explosion of the mechanical clone, some houses were still destroyed by the shockwave, and in the dusty barrier, one appeared the flame image of Hanu. C4. Hanu's hands turned into after images, and she danced quickly in front of her. Following Hanu's movements, the precision parts gathered quickly, But then Hanayu's movements stopped slightly. Exclamation mark Uchiha Hanayu ... You can give me enough. I won't let you continue to destroy Iwainin village. A calm voice sounded, and a flame instantly appeared from the collapsed giant building, looking with both eyes looking at Hanayu above her head. She said quietly, This is flame armor. Is this old man the four-tailed man's Yulai Laozi? Hanayu frowned as she watched the hot magma appearing on Laozi's body. Her face flashed with a solemn expression, said contemplatively, The real escape. As the oldest person's Yulai ... Laozi has formed a real friendship with the four-tailed monkey king in his body. 073. This is hard to do. Hanayu's eyes were cautious. Staring at Laozi's body, a slight bitterness flashed across his face, and he whispered softly in his mouth. As an old Zi who has been a pillar force for 40 years, he has formed a very tacit combination of the four tails in his body. Moreover, the melting of the four-tailed monkey king bestowed on Laozi is also not to be underestimated. Cut. It's you old and stubborn. The old man can definitely handle it. Liang Danping's face was slightly gloomy, and he said in a deep voice, You stubborn old man. The old man is not as knowledgeable as you. Laozi glanced at Toyemu for 2 days with uncomfortable eyes, and said with disdain, Huh? Liang Chanpiononoga's eyes looked at Laozi angrily, and then he realized that this was not the time to quarrel, and his expression became serious. It's Master Zi. Master Zi has finally come out. Now I can be saved. If there are 2 people in Yanin village that can be respected, of course the first person is the 3rd generation of Tuiying is 2 days old, and the second person is the four-tailed man's Yulai Laozi. Exclamation mark. At this time, Iwashinobu saw Laozi appear, and a look of hope appeared in his eyes again. What about the guy flying in the sky? This is troublesome. Laozi the four-tailed monkey took a look at the cold moon in the sky, and muttered slightly. But even if it was muttering, Laozi could still hear it. If you use poison, can you reach such a high sky? Laozi frowned slightly. The magma on his body was closed, and asked in his mouth. No. If you just use poison gas, you won't be able to reach such a high sky. The four-tailed monkey's face was calm, and he explained. Then, use volcanic ash. Laozi's eyes flashed a light, and his mouth calmly said. Obviously, Laozi, who has a wealth of combat experience, made a judgment in the first place. Volcanic ash? What a good idea. Laozi. A look of excitement appeared on the face of the four-tailed monkey king, and he said in a deep voice, Melting escape middle. Volcanic ash. Laozi suddenly yelled out of his mouth, spitting out a large amount of volcanic ash, and the volcanic ash floated toward the sky the moment it appeared. Exclamation mark. It was shrouded in the sky above Hanayu for almost a moment. Volcanic ash? Cough. It limits my ability to fly. Hanayu was surrounded by a large amount of volcanic ash. At this time, Hanayu frowned and said with a cough in her mouth, In this way, Uchiha Hanayu will lose the advantage of the sky. Laozi had a smile on his face. His eyes calmly stared at Hanayu in the volcanic ash, and he said softly, Cough. It won't work. If this goes on, it will definitely suffocate. However, the plan to destroy Iwainin village is almost complete. So, there is no need to stay here. Hanayu's blue wings slightly after fanning a few times. His body quickly descended away from the volcanic ash, and he said contemplatively, Successful. As long as the volcanic ash is released once, Uchiha Hanayu kid will have to fall on the ground. I have to say, you still have some strength. Old Liang Chanpiononoki's face flashed after a trace of excitement. He reluctantly praised and said, Cough. The lords of Iwainin village, accept my last gift. Hanayu's body kept moving, avoiding the volcanic ash in the air, and looking down at the hopeful Iwainin zoo with her eyes. Her mouth was playful. Say. Secret skill middle. 5 revolver. Hanayu had a cold expression on his face, and he let out a low drink. The palm of his right hand instantly threw a small round sphere towards Iwainin village. In the center of the sphere, a bright red number is constantly counting down.